Chapter 2151 An Undeniable Death. Absolute epical fulmination, an authority within its own boundaries that arose from the ingenuity of the first true emperor of the age of Genesis. In exchange for a third of one's ionic soul value, it allows you to release an epical authority that absolutely delegates its authority in the surrounding reality. Absolute epical fulmination allows one to release an epical repulsive force or an attractive force towards the intended targets, with its effects absolutely applied to all. As targets can only possibly resist it by utilizing their own means with ionic soul value. The cost of this ability will vary in the future depending on the strength of your soul. A boon from the reality-altering construct of the eyes of clarity, they included the absolute epical fulmination, interminable clarity, and epical radiation emission. Among those quantified, uniquely, the cost of this ability and the other abilities of the epical tripupilled eyes of clarity was not the essence of reality or mana but one's own soul. One's soul as its power was quantified by ionic soul value. It was a glimpse into the means of those who exceeded the boundary of the barren lands. In the bid to change the fate of a clone, Noah utilized absolute epical fulmination as to all those near his position. He applied a shocking repulsive force that actually applied to even the true Empress Katia. His pupils shone and spun like singularities as they exploded with regality, an undeniable white light. Noah could almost see a sense of the age of Genesis within this pristine white light as when Katia saw this and felt her figure sway back ever so slightly, her eyes shone with utmost brightness. This was because at the same time, the messages from the Apollyon dimension stemming from Carciel had reached her as she realized the target truly had reached the heights of irregulars. It meant to contain such a being, she had to release all her power even while being suppressed by natural laws, against the raging epical authority that had even pushed back the quantum emperor. Katia's figure came to a halt as she began to bubble with tremendous power. But the being she was about to direct this power towards, shirring, like a burning star, his figure had already turned into another direction as he shot away from the destroyed quantum rings of light. The true sanguine clone flitted across the veils of space as he surged towards the direction of a single thing. It was the pylon of ascension. His body burned with authority as his origin exerted its minimal control over this dimension to do something entirely different from before. In the past, he was able to lift the anchor of dream and loosen the suppression on the desolate mausoleum with an undefined authority. This authority was all coalesced at the top of newly forged dimensional realities as at this juncture. Noah willed for this authority to be utilized to twist the very fabric of space of the quantum dimension, rapidly taking him from one location to another. This was why true Empress Katia turned cold as she saw Noah's figure disappear towards a direction at speeds impossible for any existences in the barren lands, and an instant after, her true authority of karma shone in her eyes as she turned entirely somber with a hint of surprise, being warned of an unbelievable possibility as her eyes reflected the image of the pylon of ascension. This being actually targeted the pylon of ascension, HUUM. At this moment, the full power of a true empress became unleashed as the humanoid form of true Empress Katia changed. Her visage then released blinding waves of authority as she instantly disappeared, and when she appeared again, she had unbelievably crossed tremendous distances in a blink as she appeared in front of the dazzling pylon of ascension. Her form had changed from human as currently a massive and magisterial form of an existence stared towards Noah's figure that was just now arriving at the pylon of ascension as it was a creature that would take one's breath away, a species lost on the river of time within the barren lands as it was extremely hard for them to reproduce. With dazzling verdant gold scales and 10 limbs that shone like pillars of reality, the glorious form of none other than an imperial karmic scarab appeared. A scarab, pristine in grandeur, it was Princess Katia who had seen the true extent of a threat that Noah posed as when she saw him twist his hands towards the pylon of ascension, she couldn't help but give a nod of acknowledgement. You're truly a wonderful anomaly to have been born in the barren lands, and if things were different, you would have even joined us against the true enemy, WAA. I'm sure you have your own goals and ideals in all this, but my goals, no, my purpose here that concerns the very survival of all beings, IT is much greater than you. Destiny flourished. Providence seethed, karma overflowed. A true empress revealed her true power at this moment as she no longer went for the goal of capture. It was now to kill. Ionic soul power began to burn and leak out senselessly from the antennas of the verdant gold scarab. A dazzling glow of nullity was actually intermixed with a verdant light of the true authority of karma as Noah's will trembled when he saw this, thinking of the epiphany of mana and nullity he was still trying to get back to, but this was all he had, a time to think. Thereafter, everything became bathed with destructive and heavy bursts of nullity as from Katia's position and in a fan-shaped formation, a blast that wiped out everything in its path emanated outwards. Noah became covered in its path instantly. along with countless light years all around this area, as half of the empire that was the center of the quantum dimension was also in the path of this blast. And its fan-shaped destruction only continued to extend outwards across the entire quantum dimension as an unknown number of aeon damage values eradicated everything. Chapter 2152, An Undeniable Death. 2. Bathed in the destructive light of karma and nullity, Noah felt his greatly elevated innate dimensional barrier, celestial lich's armament of devotion, and the beacon of thorny consecration all burst in an instant. His thoughts were pristine as the attack had arrived too fast and too powerful to the extent that even Providence had no chance to tell him anything. It meant that for this moment in time, he could not change fate, he could not change the path of this true sanguine clone. Before he could deploy any means against the pylon of ascension, a true empress had crossed vast distances even faster than him and released an attack within a fraction of a nanosecond as the true might of an ancestral descendant was displayed. His true vitality values were instantly drained as well, even as bursts of life force and power erupted from him towards the end, but any rapid regeneration was instantly overcome as the flow of space and time began to lull to an extremely slow pace at this juncture. The true sanguine clone's life force was entirely drained as only traces of his source and will remained. Noah calmly accepting this undeniable outcome as he now wanted to see why Providence had shown that a death for this clone would be beneficial. In the frozen moment in time, he saw the massive visage of the imperial karmic scarab move out its wool with precision as what remained of the body of the true sanguine clone became drawn towards her. More accurately, all that remained of Noah was drawn towards the obsidian crystalline structure that all those that came from the pylon of ascension had. Traces of his source and origin were taken into it as at this moment, while the connection was still retained with the main body, a passive ability continued to show its wonders. It was interminable clarity from Noah's newly elevated eyes that could see through many things. His sight changed as everything that remained of the true sanguine clone was entirely devoured by the crystalline circular structure. Calmness and coldness, this was what Katia saw as the expansive beam of nullity she released faded. What was left behind was utmost destruction as no trace of reality could be seen. The very fabric of the quantum dimension was erased, half of the quantum empire erased along with it, as when gazing at this all, Katia didn't feel anything. All dimensions and the desolate mausoleum had to be accelerated towards cataclysm anyways, with the existences below nature integration having no chance of climbing the pylon of ascension to leave these lands. Now, the quantum dimension became the anchor that had the most destruction as the attack of the true empress covered not just this region, but a third of the whole dimension. Massive rifts of nullity were the only thing left behind as entropy surged chaotically and with great fervor, a sense of sadness coming down on Katia as she looked at all this, a sigh escaping her lips. She wasn't a madman. Of course, she felt great pain at the fact that countless lives would be lost across the barren lands when they achieved what they sought to achieve. She had ruled over an entire age and saw the myriad of races and species across these lands. This was also her home, yet she knew what she had to do, but it did not mean she took any pleasure in it. It was only necessary for the sake of all others. Because as many beings as there were in these barren lands, the number was incomparable to those outside of it. The river of time worked differently, as even though billions of years had passed over the many cycles and ages, many more billions of years had passed outside the barren lands. Survival was grueling and hard, but in the many sanctuaries they had occupied, life flourished at a shocking speed. The number of beings she had to think about were hundreds of times greater in number than those in the barren lands. The needs of the many outweigh the few. She spoke serenely as she stared at the destruction she had caused, sighing in her heart as she looked at the round tool floating around her that had swallowed the remains of the quintessential dimensional emperor. She wanted to learn about him from these remains, but seeing the urgency in the message of Carciel and just how unreasonable the power that this anomaly displayed, she wanted utmost confidence in achieving their aims, as she could not be responsible if things went south not with something this important. So her will sank into the tool beside her as her soul illuminated. Strength achieved over eons rose in waves as it transmitted a fantastical message from the barren lands towards a place much, much further. Risk assessment has been completed and is deemed extreme. More brigades are recommended to descend as soon as possible to cover all of spacetime continuum of the barren lands to quickly contain the enemy. Re-evaluation of the level of danger is required as there are too many unknowns, with reality itself exerting a great level of control. A true empress spoke in such a cold tone as even after seamlessly eradicating Noah's clone, she didn't like how little information she could grasp with karma as she relayed all of this and put her word and position at risk by stating that the risk was extreme. This would mean many more of their forces would have to be pulled out from the battlefront to descend, as they would be tainted and weakened by the time they returned. But the consequences of the whole desolate mausoleum being unveiled would mean the tainting of all those originating from it as their sources. All stemmed from this location. No matter how hard they tried, they could not shatter this link, so they could only suppress it over the eons. All that they had attained could not be jeopardized at this moment, as it made Katia relay this risk assessment. She wanted many more bodies covering the dimensions and desolate mausoleum, as it seemed the enemy they faced was moving very quickly without giving anyone time. When Katia came to this thought, her will flowed deeper into her obsidian crystalline tool to see the remainings of the quintessential dimensional emperor and what they could tell her. When she suddenly saw these remains were still vibrantly active with a consciousness that emanated a profound light of epic. You will boom, her will instantly crushed this light as her expression turned ugly. An active consciousness had actually remained and gazed at her tool. As what exactly did this being learn? Chapter 2153, The Spread of Cataclysm. Verdant gold scales of an imperial karmic scarab shone before the grand pylon of ascension as the antennas of this being could be seen vibrating with solemnity. The existence she had killed actually had traces of his will still retaining itself when absorbed by her tool, and she didn't know how many things he had unveiled during that time. Her expression was one of somberness and contemplation as her verdant gold antennas vibrated at the appearance of more auras in this location. The Quantum Emperor appeared with a cold gaze as his white robe fluttered in space. Charlemagne, and the remaining Mikado with him as the Emperor of the Quantum Realm, was observing the contrast of the multicolored grandeur of half of the Quantum Empire starting at the Pylon of Ascension and the other half where fissures of nullity and nothingness permeated. He gazed at the lands he ruled that were halt destroyed as thereafter. He only turned towards true Empress Katia and spoke out. What? Now, the massive visage of the imperial karmic scarab shone as the humanoid form of Katia returned. The remains to locate the displaced dimension in this quintessential dimensional emperor. I've sent in a request for more bodies to cover all of spacetime, as the most immediate thing right now is to support Carciel in the Apollyon dimension. But karma tells me I cannot leave the Pylon of Ascension currently, or we shall lose the most stable gateway to the barren lands. I've already informed the others, make way as quickly as you can. Waves of karma surged around Katia as she gazed at the hourglass structure of the Pylon of Ascension and its fantastical force. Those around her nodded as a spatial light began to cover them, and they disappeared. Crimson waves of heat and flames scorched the skies as on this day. Bundles of massive white flames also appeared, from the hands of Carciel. Yannick's soul power burned as he coldly faced ever-increasing droves of enders of nature that appeared before the quintessential dimensional emperor, the singularity behind them expanding and swallowing with even more force as Carciel could already calculate that over half of the Apollyon dimension was already devoured. And the pace of devouring was only becoming faster as more and more regions were becoming blank voids of nothingness. What was occurring now was extremely crucial for all, as reality itself held nothing back. The draconian Chilan Phoenix, backed by dozens of enders of nature as the will of reality, knew the pull of the Apollyon dimension would mean even greater power and freedom for it. So it had to succeed, no matter what sacrifices had to be made. Shuring, the enders of nature surged towards the descending white flames as their bodies burned with natural laws, their power not being directed to stop the ridiculous flames that held enough damage values to wipe out lifetimes, but instead using the opposition of laws to the concepts within the burning flames to restrict their power and the power that Carciel could display. So it seemed like waves of multicolored essences of natural laws were emanating from the dozens of enders that had surpassed 100 at this point, their sources burning to achieve what they wanted. As behind them, Noah's clones and Lilith did not tarry. Noah's eyes had a bright expression as if he was lost in thought, his main body currently sorting through grand information that was obtained from the death of a true sanguine clone. As his eyes gradually became more and more luminous, he then stared at the visage of Carciel and the round tool floating around him as a moment later a spatial light surged around this being. And his expression actually eased from the urgency he felt as beside him, 3 more existences clad in bone armaments appeared, their bodies billowed with power. As the instant they arrived, reality began to change as the situation turned extremely perilous. The eyes filled with the secrecy of nature of the draconian Chilan Phoenix became grave as the burning bodies of enders of polarity at the very forefront began to turn to ash. Enders of gravitation taking their place as the immediate future looked grim. Seconds. This was all they needed before the Apollyon dimension could be fully devoured. With the mutual cooperation of the source of this dimension and the pocket dimensional reality, as the gourmandizing dimensional reality continued to elevate the strength of its source with the constantly assimilated realities, its features continued to elevate as every passing nanosecond the pace of absorption became more and More domineering, but with beings that could attack within nanoseconds, much less microseconds. Seconds felt like days, so the current mindset was grim for many. But not for one being, not for Noah. His clones actually smiled brilliantly as they rose from the ends of the boundary of this dimension, the eyes of the central clone having their pupils shine with vibrant luminosity as a voice of authority emanated from it. Epical radiation emission, another ability that rose from the epical tripupil eyes of clarity, and it was a grand one that caused Noah to smile so brilliantly at this moment. Epical radiation emission, the epical tripupil eyes of clarity can peer across veils of falseness, but this is not the extent of their power. In exchange for a third of your ionic soul value, it allows you to release an epical authority that absolutely achieves its effects on the selected targets. This ability allows your eyes to release double the full extent of your strongest achievable damage value in the form of multi-target rays of epical radiation. Everything falling under your gaze can be designated as the target, with the ability going even further to allow the achievable absolute results of epical radiation emission to be designated to damage or displacement. Under the displacement designation, no damage is dealt towards the chosen targets, as instead, they are forcefully displaced from their current location to another location chosen by you. The cost of this ability will vary in the future depending on the strength of your soul, yes, in exchange for a third of his soul power. Noah could target all those falling under his gaze to release a multi-target attack that was twice the maximum damage he could currently achieve, but he didn't care about this damage currently. After all, it would not be enough to decimate the enemies before him. What he wanted was the feature of displacement from epical radiation emission, what would buy him a precious few seconds in order to fully devour the Apollyon dimension. Chapter 2150 For the spread of cataclysm. 2. The pupils within his eyes shone with epical brilliance, a brilliance flashed within them at this moment that was equivalent to the brilliance of a lifetime for others. Lilith gazed at such brilliance as she was absent-minded. This was the enemy that had torn down all that she held dear. All her goals over the past millions of years and the very empire she had built were seemingly destroyed within a matter of days, where even the very Apollyon dimension was being unrooted at this very moment. She had so much hatred towards those who did nothing in the last age and the ancestors who chose to abandon everything in this age that she sought the seat of the true emperor to gain a power to deny them. Yet this being before her, why was he emanating such a level of power that could actually stand against the forces of ancestors even before attaining the true throne? Why did he have everything that she wanted? This was a passing thought in Lilith's mind as she expected everything to now come to an end even with all the power this being displayed, but he smiled in the face of impossible odds even as two more ancestral descendants appeared. He smiled as Lilith saw a scene that would be burned into her mind for however long her life remained. She saw the stellar hair of this being dance wildly as his fair face glistened. His eyes, their pupils began to spin as if they were epic relics as they released a heart-shaking light that made Lilith's very source tremble, once more feeling that the damage output this being could release had doubled or tripled since just a few seconds ago. It affirmed the thought she denied of this being somehow elevating in strength rapidly and within the span of seconds and hours ceaselessly. And at this moment, his spinning eyes released a heavy and oppressive multicolored light that ripped apart reality itself, this ray of light multiplying into multiple rays an instant after as they nearly arrived before Carciel and the newly arriving ancestral descendants in the span of a fraction of a nanosecond. Humph. And their disdain came as they saw it was a mighty and truly commendable attack that had somehow exceeded 1 ionic damage value, but this was something they could handle. DZZZT, their bodies shone with brilliance as their bone armaments alone released splendor at this moment, beginning to change as they turned malleable and covered even their faces with a fantastical glow of nullity. The crimson skies of Apollyon cried out as the multicolored rays of light reached their targets an instant later, but something shocking occurred that left Lilith and the enders of nature sacrificing themselves baffled. It even caused the ancestral descendants themselves to gaze with perplexity as the damaging rays of light that should have exploded into the bodies of their targets. They instead expanded into a multicolored circular glimmer of light that wrapped around them as an instant. Later, whap, they disappeared. They had enacted barriers to defend themselves, but the damage never appeared. Carciel's gaze had changed in the last moment as he discerned the true purpose of this radiated multicolored light. But it was too late as the region of space he was in and his whole body became carved out and displaced elsewhere, and it wasn't just the ancestral descendants as the multicolored rays of light also went towards the blazing white flames that were descending towards them, the light expanding to cover them as even they were displaced. The situation changed drastically in a nanosecond as all enemies and even their attacks disappeared, the only thing left behind being the grandiosity of a single Being that at this moment acted like he had done nothing much while turning his attention to the singularity that was devouring the Apollyon dimension as from his three bodies, the dense golden absolute dream authority began to torrentially erupt around him. The authority to make dreams into reality, it senselessly leaked from him in unbelievable amounts as the pace of the devouring of the Apollyon dimension more than doubled through whatever effects this being's will imposed. Lilith looking at all this with a blank gaze as she could still feel the same tyrannical will still wrapping around her soul. She had lost to this being, she had lost as an emperor before, but now she even lost in her will as the past dimensional Hellion ruler felt inexplicable emotions amidst her rage and hatred this whole time. She wanted to find a chance where her origin gained even slight freedom to end everything after losing so much, but her burning hatred now told her. What if she stayed just long enough to see if this being could actually wipe out those that she hated so much? Even though she couldn't achieve it and was unreconciled even now, this unreasonable being might just be able to do it. Shuring, the glow of gold overflowed in torrential waves as absolute dream authority went towards making a dream into reality, the Apollyon dimension being swallowed with its last remaining dredges with the few seconds obtained as it was bound to be fully devoured by the surging singularity in the next 3 seconds. As for the ancestral descendants, they had been displaced to an unexpected location that would cause problems for many beings, boom, in the northern emperal domain of nature. Fuck, Carciel cursed as he felt the dense concentration of natural laws barreling down unto him, the circular tool beside him pulsing with grandiosity as it filtered most of the essence raging around them, the taint of natural laws ever so closely wrapping around his source and restricting the strength he had built up over many years to the designated boundary of these laws. The other ancestral descendants around him were in the same situation as even amidst all this, there were also Carciel's scorching flames that appeared behind them and raged down without an ounce of control. The quintessential Kainos Emperor had achieved a myriad of results with a single move. He sent the ancestral descendants to the northern emperal domain of nature where the concentration of natural laws was the highest apart from his own dimensional emperal domain of nature. Their power faced even greater limitations as primordials now had a new issue to deal with. At the same time, a precious few seconds were gained as it was enough for the removal of a third anchor. Chapter 2155 The Spread of Cataclysm. 3. Spatial instability and chaotic waves of the very fabric of reality were torn, yet in the midst of all this, the aura of a being pierced its way through as his white robe fluttered with majesty. His eyes were as vast as the blue seas as he tore apart the seams of space to tunnel across the spacetime continuum and appear in the Apollyon dimension. True Empress Katia had sent out the commands to reinforce the Apollyon dimension as the ancestral descendants had arrived first. With others beginning to arrive now as at this juncture, the Quantum Emperor was the first to arrive, but when his will spread out to cover the vast expanse of space around him, he saw blankness and waves of nullity as very far from where he was. He glanced at a multicolored singularity finishing devouring the last vestiges of space. He saw the figures of enders of nature fading away as beside the pulsing singularity that had devoured nearly all of the Apollyon dimension. His eyes met with the existence that also turned towards his direction at this moment. A clash of authority erupted from their gazes alone as Constantine fully analyzed this being before him after seeing that things were much too late. A being that was stacking up achievements of quintessence and even exceeding him in some areas to the extent that even with the help of ancestors, the Quantum Emperor didn't have a title as distinguished as him. And with the appearance of Katia and other ancestral descendants that exceeded all common sense, he didn't even have the spotlight to show his own grandiosity as the genuine emperor of this age, this spotlight being taken by this being instead. Lesser beings would feel threatened, but Constantine retained his confidence as his figure turned into a streak of pure light to close the distance between them, his grandeur emanating out as his voice blanketed everything. You do not understand the sheer consequences of your actions. You do not look at the larger picture at hand as how can you believe you are deserving of the true throne. WAA, his body released a unique power that was shockingly connected to an abstruse natural law very few beings grasped, even those at the stage of Lilith knew it and grasped it somewhat, but it was not to the extent of utilization. The quintessential Kainos Emperor smiled at his words as he affirmed the last vestiges of Apollyon had all but disappeared, his other clones and Lilith already gone as he now watched the pocket-dimensional reality close, his voice ringing out grandly, the only picture that matters is the one I am painting. The words of a being playing the role of emperor after getting help from outside sources. They aren't ones I put much weight on, waves of quintessence burned in the word of both beings as from Constantine. His blue eyes began to burn as a sea materialized behind him, a sea filled with an overabundance of natural laws as it threatened to crush everything before it. And at this same period of time, in an extremely far-away location within the blacksmith's forge of the gormandizing dimensional reality, a change bloomed. The eyes of the clone facing the oncoming Constantine lit up brightly as they reflected a scene gazed upon by his will in the gormandizing dimensional reality, a scene that showed a particular forge releasing glorious lights of incandescence, lights of completion. Lights of a much-awaited relic, lights of something with the grandeur of epic. The clone saw this scene as his hands stretched out. You came at the perfect time. I'll also give you the chance to experience true quintessence and let you know just how far the gap between us is. His hands beckoned, and a dazzling stellar multicolored light bloomed as the grandeur of blue, crimson, and silver were the most pervasive. Over the eons, there were countless relics that were born and faded over the cruel passage of time, countless relics forged by renowned blacksmiths over many ages. But never had there been a relic that was born under such intricate and perfect conditions like this. A relic that was bathed with nullity and mana, and then infused accidentally with the descent of an emperor domain of nature. It was something born out of pure dreams. Shing, its details were already beginning to bloom in Noah's mind as before the dazzling light could even fade from his hands. It shot out towards the quantum emperor, obscenely fast. This was the only thought that would occur when one saw this light that looked like a line cutting through space. The line of light that had shot out was a sword, but it wasn't just any sword, with there being a chain at the end of the multicolored stellar hilt of this sword that was connected to another piece that also left Noah's hands at this moment. It was ecstatic to see as fantastically, it was in the form of a crescent disk and giving off a holy glare of deadly light. This crescent disk also left his hand as he grasped onto the stellar chain that connected the two pieces. He then began tugging on the chain as the path of the weapons connected to them began to speed up and flutter across the void of space faster than the attacks of anything achievable by the power of even peak nature integration existences. It was so fast that Constantine seemingly did not even react to it, and in the next instant, the dazzling disk he couldn't even see passed through the midpoint of his body and crossed the dense blue sea behind him. It was a shocking and unexpected scene as it didn't even seem like an innate dimensional barrier was enacted and broken when this shocking attack passed, with an even more unreasonable action occurring thereafter as the oppressive blue sea behind Constantine instantly faded as if it never existed. But the relic called out didn't stop here, as with a being tugging upon their chain, both a stellar sword and a crescent disk seemed like countless sharp lines that tore apart even the void of space as they passed through Constantine's body countless times, and each time they passed, they wondrously desegregated a law or decree as by all means. It was a surreal reality for the Quantum Emperor. But this being continued gazing at everything coldly, even as thin crimson gold lines began to appear all over his body. Portions of his limbs and torso began to separate as he was truly cut into multiple pieces. A dark symphony played as the eyes of the quintessential Kainos Emperor turned solemn. The eyes of the Quantum Emperor retained their grandiose confidence as a foreboding glimmer of light descended. Chapter 2156, The Spread of Cataclysm. For Noah's will sent out a command as the lengthening chain that continued to expand and connect two weapons instantly retracted. A fantastical relic that had one side show the grandeur of a pristine sword easily surpassing the sword of Avalon, and another end that shine with a crescent disk that could instantly desegregate nature integration existences. It had shown its shocking power today as by all means, the enemy before its master should have perished, but quintessential treasure cache. Never triggered, even while desegregated with one vitality near the lowest, no prompt of loot came, only the cold gaze of the Quantum Emperor permeated as he only began to show a glimpse of his might. A terrifying scene occurred in the next moment. His cut-apart limbs began to reconnect. The allure of natural laws and decreta he was desegregated from reformed as if it was only natural. His different body pieces reconnected as if the very fabric of reality was reversed, a unique essence permeating the surroundings as it held traces of an unknown and pristine fundamental natural law. Interesting. Noah's eyes twinkled with light at this as his gaze turned towards a faraway direction, where a spatial light flashed, the figures of Carciel and other ancestral descendants being seen once again. Is this your construct that exceeds others in the aspect of quintessence? Noah spoke nonchalantly as his body already began to fade, his will and voice being the only thing remaining as he formed a devilish smile while he disappeared. It shall not remain quintessential too much longer. Whap, leaving behind these words, he disappeared, and right after Carciel and other ancestral descendants appeared in the surroundings with gazes of anger as they gazed at the blank void of nothingness. The reformed Constantine retained his cold look as he spoke out even while in the midst of such beings, the location of the displaced dimension is one full of potent concentration of natural laws. We need every single available force scouring the desolate mausoleum. No, a golden-haired woman adorned in bone armaments beside Carciel spoke with a rough expression. The main goal is to not let a repeat of this dimension occur. No more anchors can be pulled as we have to designate forces in the remaining 6 anchors. True Empress Katia has requested for more forces that will be more than enough to cover the desolate mausoleum. We cannot face a humiliation like this again. Words filled with power emanated out as one by one, the ancestral descendants began to disappear, leaving behind just the Quantum Emperor. As not too long after, the visage of Charlemagne, Mikados, and a few others began to appear here. Sire, these powerful rulers gave looks of respect towards Constantine while gazing with grimness at their surroundings. The beings they were eating homage to nodding as his voice echoed out mesmerizingly. Use our forces to scour the desolate mausoleum. If we can find him, all this comes to a stop. Focus wherever there is a large cluster of natural laws or enders of nature. Commands began to be given as waves of destiny and providence swirled with maddening fervor. The cerulean eyes of the Quantum Emperor turned and gazed into the unknown, his pupils reflecting countless golden lines at this moment as he continued, "As for me, I will look for traces across the myriad parallel paths." A sense of awe and grandeur rose from him as for the sake of all beings and a brighter future, he moved to apprehend a being that he believed did not fully fathom the consequences of his actions. The desolate mausoleum trembled as one could almost hear a roar of freedom echoing out across its depths. Natural laws intensified in concentration and power as reality became ever so stronger. But this wasn't the only thing that had happened in this period of time, as even in the desolate mausoleum itself, there were regions where deathly gray fissures of nullity stretched out for light years as thousands of reality fell. Entropy surged with glory as one could sense the path towards cataclysm. Was only accelerating, but it wasn't just limited to the desolate mausoleum. Across all 6 remaining dimensions that ancestral descendants had been deployed, fissures of nullity carrying the quality of nothingness spread out as the truly powerful beings came to see the auras of ancestral descendants carrying out controlled destruction and apocalypse, paced in controlled cataclysm as they had a terrifying end goal in mind. In the bounds of the prana dimension, beautiful verdant lights covered everything as vegetation and trees that had lived for eons were wilting in some areas. All this and more was captured in the eyes of an aged man that floated across the verdant plains of life, watching the gray fissures spreading from afar as this was the most powerful existence in the prana dimension, Albus. After the dissolution of the dimensional conclave, he and many others used the chance to retreat amidst the chaos of unreasonable power as they now returned to their homes to see the controlled destruction occurring. The eyes of Albus were filled with an exuberant life force as he opened his palm at this moment, a flower blooming on it that showed an illusory scene at its very center. It was the image of the Khanate Avalonian sacred beast, Guinevere, that had sent him a message not too long ago, a message of possible salvation for not just his dimension, but all others. What one needed to do was to just take a leap of faith. "What do you think, old friend?" His body sank onto the gorgeous lush lands below him as his will connected with the dimension, with the source of prana. There were many unknowns in the future to come, but at this moment, as the dimensions entered an accelerated path towards cataclysm, a silent helping hand was reaching out in an unprecedented move, as even with the unreasonable power displayed by beings exceeding all boundaries of power, the result was still unpredictable. Chapter 2157. You all are weak. Many things could be changed with the hands of men, but time was not one of them. No matter what one did, time would eventually continue to flow. Even though a level of controlled and accelerated destruction began across the barren lands, time flowed on. Even though a third anchor that suppressed the desolate mausoleum was removed, time flowed on. But over the passage of time, many changes could occur as hours after the cataclysmic dimensional conclave ended. A level of calm seemed to have settled in on the face of the ongoing apocalypse. The gourmandizing dimensional reality was the place of most calm across all other locations at this moment, with a shocking number of experts within it settling and planning as right now, yet another conclave was in the process to begin. The lands of the gourmandizing dimensional reality were unique, as when one looked at it as a distant observer, they would see the golden layer of the dream dimension with its gorgeous waves of sandy light serving as a vast plain at the very bottom, with the royal purple light of Avalon being right above it as countless idyllic floating land masses in purple cosmos with waterfalls dripping down stretched out across the stellar lands. At the top of the Avalon dimension, a massive purple sword floated with grandiosity as it drenched the lands below with dense particles of profound light, and above this, The crimson light of the newly pulled and reconstructed Apollyon dimension could be seen as pillars of magma-filled light, and crimson cosmos calmly gravitated with grandeur densities of multicolored essence permeating throughout this dimension and the one below it, and then above these three re-established dimensions. Were an ever-increasing cluster of cosmos that had far surpassed hundreds of millions, a terrifying feat as Noah had remained in the infinite dream, pulling more and more realities to assimilate into the gormandizing dimensional reality for so long, not allowing the dream to end until he actually felt a strain on his soul. Only then did he stop it, as he had to be in the best possible state if any emergencies arose, with the future seeming like it was heavily leaning towards the direction of the strength of one soul when the concept of ionic soul value rose. And after Noah had gazed upon the unique tool that true Empress Katia and all ancestral descendants had, a tool that was actually designed by the ancestors who had first stepped foot outside the barren lands in order to allow them to filter out and refine all types of authorities, among other uses. He grasped an idea on exactly what type and methodology of power these beings used that was centered around one soul. Around their ionic soul value. His own soul continued to strengthen to ever greater levels as all the countless existences in the hundreds of millions of cosmos that had recently joined paid homage to him and gave up portions of their souls. He also continued to undergo constant refinements from the natural laws and decreta he had, as well as the established dimensional realities in his origin that continued to shine with utmost splendor. Many things were occurring as in this period of calm where everyone was unsure about the future. Only Noah was seeing multiple steps and paths that could be taken, with many things being completed. Because of the uncertainty of the future and many other things, a conclave was beginning in the very center of the gormandizing dimensional reality in the lands that used to be Noah's old home, to be exact. The stretched-out landmass that used to be the blue planet had changed so drastically that the very earth and skies of these lands pulsed with the essence of natural laws, serene seas of condensed essences swirling across the beautiful skies filled with all sorts of unique spiritual beasts. Towards the center of these lands, three radiant white gold pedestal banquet tables could be seen floating in the skies as two ran in parallel, with the third one standing perpendicular to them as this grand banquet table had the vibrant throne of quintessential tyranny at its very center. These tables weren't lined with mere seats, as radiant thrones could be seen alongside the throne of quintessential tyranny and on the two long banquet tables running alongside each other on the other side. Tables that had the astounding auras of multiple dimensional rulers talking amongst each other while staring at the golden inlaid plates and chalices filled to the brim with stellar drinks pulsing with the essence of providence. This, alongside multicolored fruits releasing waves of the essence of many natural laws, caused for a fantastical and never-before seen of grandiosity to play out. Guinevere sat on the seat closest to the perpendicular table where Noah's empty throne could be seen, the Avalonian dimensional rulers extending to their own thrones to her left, while the dream dimensional rulers were on the other parallel banquet table sitting with regality. Many of their eyes would at times move away from the incandescent banquet tables and gaze at a point in the skies where a single figure floated like a guard who was protecting this banquet. This guard being none other than the dimensional Hellion ruler, Lilith. Alongside her, radiantly gold dream automatons stood in rows as they seemed to serve much more of a decoration than anything else. Lilith's gaze showed no emotions, as one could still see vibrant rage and hatred hidden in her eyes, her presence being something very few could fathom. As the old dreamer shook his head while watching this scene and spoke out to the longest dream. If you told me a few days ago that I would be sitting alongside all dream dimensional rulers and Avalon dimensional rulers side by side while the dimensional deceiver stood watch as a guard, I would have recommended you dream more realistic things. Yes, surreal things were occurring at this moment, as apart from the dream dimensional rulers, the perpendicular banquet table that faced all of them had begun to fill up its thrones as the exceedingly beautiful figures of Adelaide, Ioan, Barbados, Athena, and many others appeared. They talked amongst each other while gazing at the rulers with curiosity, but not an ounce of fear or apprehension could be seen, as they were also studied by the powerful nature integration realm. Existences, Chapter 2158. You all are weak. 2. Ioan took the throne to the right of the throne of quintessential tyranny as she sat down and sighed while looking at her father from afar and the rest of the dimensional rulers. Where even though she was among those who saw exactly how all of this happened, even she couldn't believe it. To the left of the throne of quintessential tyranny, the regal visage of Queen Adelaide could be seen as she retained a glorious bearing amidst all of this, where even the rulers noticed the preferential treatment she was receiving, as all others were extremely polite in talking to her or meeting her gaze with nods of respect. This was, after all, the only woman to bear the progeny of the quintessential Kainos emperor at this moment. Her status was special, as the longest dream raised his brows at seeing his daughter sit in a similar seat as this being. Everyone was adorned in intricate dresses and glimmering robes. Others adorned in sleek suits as beings like Ezekiel, Kazuhiko, and the Oathkeeper were on the far ends of the thrones adorned in such a manner. Little Henry was floating on the throne beside his mother as he was adorned in simple sleek white pants and a loose shirt, his visage looking regal and wild as he truly seemed like a child of destiny, his face carrying ridiculous handsomeness. There were many other beings who all sat and talked amongst each other as they waited for a single being. For the one man who made all of this possible, Hung, a tantalizing symphony began to play at this juncture as if it was announcing the arrival of someone utterly high in status. Booming horns blew and drums of power and victory played as above the skies of this ethereal place filled with seas of multicolored essence. One being appeared as he wasn't alone. Behind him, 8 other existences releasing even more majestic waves of power appeared as they gave off an inexplicable feel. 8 clones that looked just like him in grandeur and glory appeared as 7 of them were adorned in stellar robes burning with their own unique colors. They each gave off an aura of a different dimension as they displayed one of the dimensional layers Noah had forged apart from Fantasia and Elysium, 7 of the dimensional chassis, and one true sanguine clone came with Noah as he floated towards his throne with grandiosity. 2 other clones not here as they were still playing their roles as Alexander King with the primordials and the clone in the mirror dimension. Noah himself was adorned in black and white emperor's robes as his solidified crown and throne of authority shone radiantly above him, and behind his body there was something that caused the hearts of the rulers here to feel a tremendous sense of suffocation. It floated immediately behind Noah as it was an incandescent blade whose hilt constantly changed colors, its actual blade shining with sharpness as auras of silver gray and blue radiated around it. Below the hilt of this blaze, a massive crescent disc leaking out pure white and blue grandeur could be seen as this weapon gave off an aura of ancientness and age, an aura of epoch that nobody here had yet to truly experience. Such a relic floated behind Noah along with his clones as his main body magisterially sat upon the throne of quintessential tyranny, the relic and clones floating behind him with utmost glory as everyone in the surrounding quieted. The serene waves of essence were the only thing making sounds as all eyes were focused on him and him alone, his face shining with majesty as he laid back on his throne while staring at some of the most powerful beings in these lands. Thereafter, his voice began to resonate as the symphony of horns and drums faded into the background. Some of you here know me by one name or another, and some may not know me at all. As he spoke, he didn't just gaze at the thrones holding Avalon and dream dimensional rulers. He gazed at other thrones that had illusory images of existences not in this place. On one throne on the banquet table of the Avalon dimensional rulers, the illusory image of Albus from the Prana dimension could be seen. In another, the Seeker of Knowledge from the Elysium dimension could be seen, as these were the only 2 with no representatives for Fantasia, Quantum, Nibelheim, and Mirror present. Albus and the Seeker of Knowledge had a limited view of the things they heard and saw as Noah took any and all extra precautions just in case, his eyes sharp as he continued, I am Noah Osmont, the quintessential Kainos Emperor. The one that will stand above other emperors in this age of quintessence. Majesty pulsed and emanated all around as his domineering voice continued, but who I am does not matter. What does matter is what I can do in the face of destruction and apocalypse, and what the rest of you can do as everything is steered towards cataclysm. Unreasonably powerful enemies have come and will continue to come, and all sources of strength are required to stand against them. His voice carried a commanding tone and grandeur even as he talked to beings that had lived for billions of years, Barbados being among others who raised their heads high with smiles on their faces at this scene. I was able to save the Dream and Avalon dimensions with the help of those who listened. And I took Apollyon by force before destruction could overwhelm it. Now, other dimensions are on the path of an accelerated destruction as the same beings who caused this will be present to oversee this destruction and prevent any chance of salvaging them. This is where the strength and power to stand against unreasonable beings is required. But you all do not have that strength. The atmosphere changed. Albus's old eyes shone with solemnity as the Seeker of Knowledge released a radiant light of providence. You all are weak. Only watching as these unreasonable and unbeatable enemies raise your homes to the ground. Straightforward words of truth emanated out, with the pupils of the quintessential Kainos Emperor shining with glory as finished with utmost regality. You are weak, yes, but I can offer you a path to overcome this weakness and at least give you a fighting chance to defend your homes and everything from destruction. The essence of tyranny and conquest surged with torrential waves that were directed at none other than the dimensional rulers. Chapter 2159 Epic. You are all weak. Such a statement was uttered out as immense silence descended, not a single dimensional ruler being able to say anything as this was truly the case. Morgana was among the few who clenched her fists in silence while not being able to say anything, the current reality being so different compared to just days ago when they reigned as the peak of power. But the rankings of power underwent a great change the moment that ancestral descendants began coming down. Average nature integration realm existences couldn't even grasp their feet. Dimensional Hellion rulers and the strongest dimensional rulers could only possibly withstand them for mere seconds, so the words of the quintessential Kainos Emperor reigned true as thereafter. He told them he could grant them a path to overcome their weaknesses and actually contribute to this unwinnable fight. His pupils shone with a glint of tyranny as he continued, "There is no need for flowery words or going about it in a roundabout way. The path to strength for you all is fealty." The throne and crown far above him released rays of authority. Conquest and tyranny reigned as while he sat on the throne of quintessential tyranny, he tapped his hands while emanating his will. "I can continue to fight this war alone with you all watching from the sidelines, or you can join in by pledging fealty and achieving sufficient strength to actually fight back against your enemies." He pointed to the clones behind him as he continued, "You can learn my techniques for making many disposable bodies and clones so you can participate without fear, and each one of you can be fitted with weapons that can withstand nullity, or even relics exceeding the barren lands similar to what the Empress pulled out the allure of epic. All of this and more. The choice is yours." The essence of tyranny mixed in with quintessential authority as it bloomed around the dimensional rulers here, before their eyes. A prompt rose as even these pristine and powerful beings that had lived for billions of years were asked in simple terms, "Will you pledge fealty to the quintessential Kainos Emperor, a point of no return?" A line that one had to decide whether to cross or not as they left behind their distinguished titles as emperors to become vassals of another, all for the promise of power and weapons that could actually be utilized to stand against the powerful enemies, weapons born from Millennium and Millennium. Noah could say this with confidence due to nothing else but the wonders of a new epic relic he had gained. An epic relic. And its capability to multiply loot. While the dimensional rulers before him were given the chance to make a life-defining choice, Noah's eyes reviewed the details of the highest-tier relic he had forged yet. Epic 2, Ruined Blade of Epical Quintessence, a relic born from sequences of advancements until it reached a pinnacle. Its formation was influenced by materials outside the boundary of the fabric of reality as well as quintessential materials at the very pinnacle of the fabric of reality, giving way to a hybrid that both supersedes reality and is still supported by it. It still retains its roots and abilities from its prior state, alongside additional features making it worthy of its standing as a second-rank epical relic that could dictate the direction of an epic. Two parts were assimilated into one to bring the Ruined Blade of Epical Quintessence into fruition, where the one binding this relic is granted 50,000% augmentation to all true parameter values passively in its current stage of Epic 2. The features of Epical Decuplicate, Emperor's Epical Armament Replication, Quintessential Erasure, and Emperor Domain of Disorder are currently unlocked and usable. The assimilation of more materials and relics into the Ruined Blade of Epical Quintessence shows a possibility of elevating the rank of this epic relic past the second boundary. Decuplicate, Armament Replication, these were just some of the new and ridiculous features of what Ruination used to be is now. It was something utterly impossible to understand as its features were just that overbearing, epical decuplicate, amongst the auxiliary features of the Ruined Blade of Epical Quintessence. Decuplicate stands at the very top as it grants the capability to multiply some conceptual ideas, understanding of concepts, and items. The cost to decuplicate depends on the selected targets as after an initial cost to activate of 200 billion units of the essence of reality, it may require an additional thousandth of your ionic soul value or 100% of all of your ionic soul value. Across the epochs, many concepts and items are capable of undergoing the process of epical decuplicate, while some concepts and items cannot undergo this process no matter what. It is up to the quintessential Kainos Emperor to grasp the mysteries himself. Emperor's Epical Armament Replication, apart from achieving the capability to decuplicate certain concepts and items, the Ruined Blade of Epical Quintessence establishes its authority as a true Epic 2 relic with the capability of decuplicating itself and its authority, giving birth to 10 Epic false epical blades of quintessence that can be utilized to those bound to the quintessential Kainos Emperor. A false epical blade of quintessence grants half the capabilities of a ruined blade of epical quintessence. This ability costs 200 billion units of the essence of reality and 1/100th of your ionic soul value to cast and keep active for a minute. Yes, it was these abilities among others that made Noah confident in greatly elevating the power of the rulers before him to at least the level of Lilith, if not exceeding this. Epical decuplicate promised grand possibilities as all his loot could be multiplied by 10, and this wasn't all, as he could now even do this for the understanding of concepts or even concepts themselves. He didn't grasp how the decuplication of concepts fully worked, as this would be a surprise for the future to come, but even epical decuplicate was only a single ability to be born out of all this. The Emperor's epical armament replication was even more balance-breaking. Chapter 2160 Epic 2. He could adorn 10 existences with epic relics, as the extent of power they could release would at least be able to defend against the tyranny of the ancestral descendants. This power was just one among the many things that Noah had that made him confident in saying the things he did, in making these extremely powerful beings pledge fealty as they left their roles as emperors to become vassals. The serene and beautiful atmosphere was silent as waves of radiant seas of essence were the only things that could be heard. Destiny and providence swirled with magnificence as it didn't take too long after the prompt rose before the eyes of the dimensional rulers. 4. Some to already make the choice, and uniquely, the first one to do so was actually none other than Guinevere, as she understood Noah the most out of all other rulers here. A glimmer of light shone from her as a thin line shot out from her to Noah, her eyes being covered by a royal purple light as she nodded towards him calmly while her voice emanated out. You kept your end of the bargain and saved Avalon, and you are the only one with the capability of saving other anchors while standing against the ancestors that have abandoned us. I have a great deal of pride, yes, but I know what to do when an obvious path of destruction or salvation lies before me. Her voice was mesmerizing to hear, as it wasn't just meant for Noah. It reverberated in the minds of all rulers here as this exceedingly beautiful being that stood over the top of Avalon gave a nod of recognition while allowing the essence of the quintessential tyranny to enter her very source. I commend you for being the emperor that rose above others to have reached this point in this age. And I hope this is not the highest you can reach. Not just for your sake, but for the sake of us all. Incandescence bloomed from her as she became the first to pledge fealty, her eyes still showing the same regality and coldness as she seemed to be thinking a million thoughts when she finished her words, her eyes bright as she sat back down on her throne. Noah gave back this nod of respect as he then turned to stare coldly at all the rest, his eyes particularly resting on Morgana as if he wanted to watch every passing nanosecond that she fought with her heart before she made the inevitable choice. The words of Guinevere still resounded in their minds as after her choice was made. I'm truly getting too old for this, the dreamer of Providence sighed as he accepted the light of tyranny to wrap around his body as well. The longest dream stared towards Eowyn and etched the dazzling golden hair of his daughter into his eyes, seeing her expression towards him as while staring deep into her eyes. This being also accepted the light of tyranny. One by one, brilliant radiance shone on all the dream dimensional rulers as thereafter, the figures of the Avalon dimensional rulers began to illuminate. Arthas gave a glance to his son from afar as his body glowed with the light of tyranny. With Noah's eyes still focused on Morgana coldly as with her lips trembling at this inevitable choice. Even this utter beauty had to pledge fealty as the tyrannical light sank into her as well. A smile rose from Noah's lips at this as even while pledging fealty, Morgana still gazed towards him with a light of defiance in her eyes as with her. All the rulers present truly took the unheard of stop to pledge fealty to a single being of age, the illusory screens that showed Albus from the prana dimension and the seeker of knowledge from Elysium glimmered as the latter had tendrils of providence swirling around her, her voice strong as it emanated out across spacetime. I trust in providence, and anyone that has bound its source is one who is worthy to lead us. All of the Elysium will heed your call. Waves of utmost glory whipped as it lastly came to one of the oldest beings here, Albus gazing at the scenes he could from a distinct location in the prana dimension as his aged eyes seemed tired, and yet full of light as he turned to stare at the expanse of verdant greenery around him and the faraway rifts of nullity spreading out. Emperors rise and fall. I have seen this many times over the ages. His voice was filled with life as he spoke, all wills gathering to listen as it seemed tendrils of wisdom were flowing out. I have seen it many times, but I have yet to see an emperor denying the will of the ancestors. I am curious to see whether you will be successful when even reality itself could not deny their will. His words were boisterous as even the fabric of reality itself seethed at their provocation, but the choice in his words was clear as across the folds of space. Noah's will shot out as his eyes focused on this being, his essence of tyranny landing on Albus as this being also accepted it. An existence so old and with power that even matched Charlemagne was also bound to become his vassal as he took many emperors under his banner today, and it was a worthy feat, it was a notable one. Back in the gormandizing dimensional reality, his main body sitting on the throne of quintessential tyranny experienced a shocking rise in aura potency and authority as the very essence of quintessence began to spin with torrential wildness around him. Your authority as an emperor of this age quintessentially increases. Your authority as an emperor of this age quintessentially increases. your authority as an emperor of this age quintessentially increases. A significant percentage of the most powerful existences within the age of quintessence has been achieved. The backbone of your throne is going towards completion. The true throne of quintessence is beginning to call out to you. Chapter 2161 Epic 3. The true throne of quintessence is beginning to call out to you. Such a prompt rose as in this age. Noah had truly done a great deal of quintessential feats, and he had done all of them in a ridiculously short period of time. In other ages, it took a range of millions to billions of years for a true emperor to be decided after one had accumulated enough authority. But in the age of quintessence, the true throne of quintessence was already calling out to Noah after not even 2 weeks had passed since the age officially began. Truly quintessential, truly standing out as exemplary among others, the multicolored waves of essence serenely flowed in the skies as above Noah. His body was getting washed over by incandescent radiance while even more changes continued to his power. In the last few hours that had passed since he fully assimilated the Apollyon dimension and his first encounter with the ancestral descendants ended, many things were accomplished up until now as Noah continued his elevation in a ceaseless fashion. Since Ruination still had retained all her prior abilities in addition to the newly unlocked abilities after it became the ruined blade of epical quintessence, the first thing Noah had done was to decuplicate all of his loot. It took a great deal of his resources, but his reserves of the essence of reality alone were inflated to ridiculous levels as 200 billion units was not an issue. With the ionic soul value being paid by him as his soul recovered from the strain of infinite dream, in this sense he had to first quantify his ionic soul value and how quickly it regenerated to keep track of just how things were changing when he cast abilities that utilized 1,000th or 1/10 of his ionic soul value. As for the units of the essence of reality, Noah's heart of mana came into the picture. It had detailed before that it would rise in capability along with Noah's own power, and the number of units it provided for him to cast his abilities without paying a single thing. It had risen more than 100-fold, more than 100-fold as mana dynamics became stronger after a third anchor was pulled. And Noah had also managed to seamlessly bind the sources of entropy and relativity in addition to mana dynamics and providence in terms of natural laws. His power had truly risen greatly as many changes unfolded, one of the many being his heart of mana now being able to fully cover the cost of any ability that required units of the essence of reality exceeding 500 billion. So he freely utilized epical decuplicate. 122,000 all source enhancers became 1,220,000, 500,000 ingots of mananium became 5 million, 100,000 nullity pearls became 1 million, his pure quintessential natural decretum seeds, which had been reduced to 12 before he attained the upgraded ruination, were multiplied to 120. This and more under the process of epical decuplicate as Noah began building his reserves to explode with even greater power for the coming enemies, and all this was just a glimpse as it was before Noah opened the quintessential treasure cache stemming from the Supreme Pontiff along with the randomized loot crates he had obtained from the other dimensional rulers. These were just some of his achievements in the last few hours. All the decreta that correlated to his 7 established dimensional layers were brought from 50% to 100% if they didn't already have a full understanding. Integrated laws included mana dynamics, providence, entropy, and relativity so far as Noah was cautious of binding more sources. And in the midst of all this, a significant number of emperors of this age pledged their fealty to Noah. So now while the dense aura of quintessence swirled around him, his vibrant eyes wanted to exceed in all aspects of quintessence as he thought about the one area he was deficient in, the infinite forge that was ranked second best in terms of a construct in this age. Noah's will gazed at this as he sent out a command. Utilize 500,000 all-source enhancers on the infinite forge, hung. A mountain of radiant loot in his expansive space began to disappear and sink into the epitaph at the depths of his soul. He could have jumped to utilizing all 1.22 million all-source enhancers. But he felt like even just half of these would grant him unrivaled quintessence of constructs in this age. And even this number was overdoing it. This process began with vibrant eruptions of grandiosity as while it continued, Noah focused on the prompt of the true throne of quintessence calling out to him, his vibrant eyes closed as he sought the source of the pull, everything around him slowing down as even the consciousnesses of the rulers gazing towards him seemed to have stopped. The space-time continuum froze as the quintessential Kainos Emperor sought the calling of quintessence. In this frozen time, tendrils of multicolored essence bloomed and stretched out beautifully from no other area but above and behind Noah. From the backbone of the throne that had his solidified crown above it, shing, it released an utterly glorious cry as this backbone of a throne was what had begun to call out to him. It was the throne of authority that he had been building this whole time. Others were enacting their own thrones with their authority as emperors of this age, but none had gotten to the point of the true throne of quintessence calling out to them. Noah focused on this calling and wanted to pull the authority of this throne closer. But just like the statement stated, it had just begun to call towards him. There was still a portion of authority yet to be achieved. As for this, Noah waited for the elevation of the construct of the infinite dream to finish and attain quintessence in this aspect as well. At that point, no being would be able to say they stood above him or excelled in anything more than him in this age. Chapter 2162 Epic. For time began to flow once more. Noah's soul felt robust as it pulled upon the strength of existences that had lived for billions of years, the blinding light of conquest building up to even greater levels as his eyes opened. The fabric of reality resonated with him as a significant portion of its fundamental natural laws were bound to him, his very gaze carrying immense pressure and power as he stared at all those that could now be considered his vassals. Then, the glorious relic floating behind him shone while rising to the highest point of the multicolored skies, his voice echoing out grandly, Emperor's epical armament replication. Droves of the essence of reality were pumped from his heart as the ruined blade of epical quintessence released a piercing cry. Then, a portion of Noah's very soul shone and released its power as 1/100th of his ionic soul value was utilized to cast and keep this ability active for the next minute. But even though he hasn't fully quantified his ionic soul value, his rate of regeneration far exceeded 1/100th of his soul within a single minute, as this balance-breaking ability to produce 10 epic relics from the ruined blade of epical quintessence could passively be kept active for as long as Noah wished. The allure of white and crimson was blinding as even the rulers squinted their eyes, gazing up to see glorious multicolored blades connected to a crescent disk below their hilts appearing en masse. They bloomed with wonder as in a mere instant, 10 false epical blades of quintessence began to weave across space and surge towards specific dimensional rulers. The first one appeared before Guinevere as to her and all the other rulers. It felt like a terrifying being appeared before them and not even a relic, yet the false epical blade of quintessence washed an austere light of grandeur towards her as she reached out and grasped its hilt, tendrils of light wrapping around her fingers and traveling up her fair skin as they sank into her body with radiance. She felt her power rising in a shocking manner as her red lips trembled, releasing an unexpected bellow as beams of purple light illuminated from her eyes. Power. This was what she felt as, unlike Noah, who received 50,000% augmentations to all true parameter values, she received 25,000%, as even this was equivalent to the understanding and integration of multiple laws or decreta. She wasn't the only one to receive this honor, as false epical blades of quintessence appeared before Eoin, the dreamer of providence, and longest dream from the side of the dream dimension, each of them grasping the blades and feeling the tremendous rise of power as well as the features they could utilize. Their hearts shaking with amazement and incredulity at the possibilities of an epic relic, another 2 false epical blades of quintessence flowed towards Arthas and Morgana, with another floating towards a position not even close to the magisterial banquet tables and thrones as it floated towards the lone figure of the dimensional deceiver who was at a distance. Her identity and power as a dimensional Hellion ruler were unique, as she could reach over 100 quadrillion damage values in her peak state, and with an epic relic that further boosted her power. She was bound to be one of the more powerful combatants aside from one other being, a being that from the verdant fields he was just in. A spatial light wrapped around him, as with his connection to the quintessential Kainos Emperor, he could seamlessly be transported from the Prana dimension and into the gormandizing dimensional reality without fear. It was Albus who began to materialize in the location of this grand meeting, his visage appearing first, as the same thing occurred to the Seeker of Knowledge who appeared right after. Their gazes were those of somberness and a contained surprise as they gazed at everything around them, seeing the epic relics floating towards them as they accepted them with grace. The Seeker of Knowledge in particular had a holy white gold light surrounding her, as it seemed like she was accepting a holy relic. The light of Elysium shining gloriously around her. With this, 9 epic relics were given out as a single one remained, a single one that flashed with a spatial light and disappeared, its path going towards the mirror dimension. In that location, there was another dimensional Hellion ruler whose body was taken over by the will of a usurper, a fantastical weapon being chosen to head his way, as all beings had a part to play. Resonate with your relics and understand its features. Visit the Soul Library to attain the recommended skill trees and delve into the dimensional emperor domain of nature. If you are close to completing your understanding of any law or decreta, let me know and I will aid in your completion. Noah's voice emanated out amidst all this as his main body and a few clones began to disappear, tasks being given out to some as his will continued. the others can follow a clone into the blacksmith's forge to voice out what design you want for weapons and armaments born from Millennium and Millennium. Noah addressed those who hadn't received epic relics as it was many of the Avalon dimensional rulers. The surroundings getting busy as his will left behind his last set of words. Prepare for a war that is nearly impossible for us to win, but it is one that we must win regardless. Destiny is murky as even Providence shows what lies ahead is abysmal. Even if you do not believe in yourself, believe in the power I show as I do not plan to lose, HUUUM. His hockey resonated out for light years as what needed to be delegated was delegated, his throne of quintessential tyranny lying empty as his main body and a few clones entirely disappeared from this banquet. They had another task to complete. Waves of spatial light emanated out as his main body and 3 clones were carried across the folds of space and into the center of the dimensional emperor domain of nature, dense waves of natural laws that were even greater in concentration than before surging around him as his main body and clones floated with silent grandiosity as they gazed forward. They floated in this radiant region of space silently as they waited. This was because among the methods of elevating one's power that Noah had just shared with his vassals, he provided an extra option to a few specific beings that wished for an even larger boost. It was something unique as Noah couldn't freely make it available to everyone. It was the pathway of dual cultivation with quintessential techniques that he had perfected. Techniques that would boost one's realm and understanding of concepts at the very least, and especially so when done on the dimensional emperor domain of nature. Noah had given this as an option to others as those who chose to take it would be appearing before him soon after. Whap, and in a flash of light, the first being to appear was Eowyn, who already knew of the benefits after regaining all her power and escaping her shackles. Her golden hair danced with the surging essence in the surroundings as her fair hands twirled with the dense essences of natural laws, a smile of exasperation on her face at seeing Noah's bodies as in the surroundings a few more flashes of light bloomed. The astounding visage of the connate Avalonian sacred beast Guinevere appeared with glory as soon after. Morgana and the Seeker of Knowledge made their appearance as well. More flashes of light continued to bloom soon after as the quintessential Kainos Emperor had his hands behind his back as he stared at all this with a profound light of tyranny. Chapter 2163 Legions of Ancestral Descendants. His visage was magnificent as he floated amidst raging swirls of the essence of natural laws. Watching the most powerful women in the barren lands teleport in this domain for no other purpose than to elevate their strength even further through the means of dual cultivation, they were existences that had lived for an extremely long time as the physical relations between a man and a woman were not things they focused on, the greatest aim in their lives being authority and preserving what they cared for. So in their mindset, the act of dual cultivation was just another method of cultivation to raise their power, and in these times, any astounding improvements in their power was much sought after. Of course, it was still something intimate to do, as saying no emotions would be involved in it would be a lie. Guinevere's face was as pristine as always as her purple-white adornments reflected the myriad of colors in the surroundings, her beauty exceeding nearly all others here as this was a being that stood at the peak of the Avalon dimension, not too far from her. Morgana's expression was inexplicable to look at as her eyes seemed to hold a lot of frustration due to her initial interactions with this being, but she was here regardless because she also sought what all others did. The Seeker of Knowledge had a serene expression as if everything was natural, Providence swirling around her as she focused on the dense concentration of laws that were sinking into her very skin. They weren't the only ones as more flashes of light occurred with other figures pouring in. A resonant and powerful voice echoing out with confidence soon after as a petite figure adorned in an obsidian dress appeared. Little fish, is your hunger this inexhaustible? WAA. Barbados appeared with a devilish grin as Adelaide, Athena, Halcyon, and many others teleported in with her. Their auras were robust as all of them were in the Grotto Haven realm. Their realm progression having matched Hecate and Caitlin as those Noah dual cultivated with were those who would exceed all others in power when gazing at the gourmandizing dimensional reality as a whole. Apart from the increase in realm progression, the resonance of nature during the cultivation session would allow their understanding of natural laws to progress at a shocking pace, the means and vitality of the quintessential Kainos Emperor being robust. At the words of Barbados, Adelaide shook her head with a light smile as the visage of Noah's main body emanated power, a gravitational force erupting from him and wrapping around Barbados as pulling her forward. The quintessential Kainos Emperor beginning this dual cultivation with her as his clones also made their moves. This serene area in the depths of the dimensional emperor domain of nature became covered with a layer of light as all events were hidden from prying eyes, a unique method of Power progression occurring while Nexus events continued to unfold in the Barren Lands. In the mirror dimension, a woman clad in a silver dress stepped out of a multicolored rift in the clear mirror-like skies above a massive empire that was filled with rising silver glass castles and skyscrapers. Serene waves of clear silver stretching throughout this location as it seemed one of grandiosity and peace. This was one of the centers of power of the mirror dimension, the Imperial Mirror Empire, where a significant portion of the mirror dimensional rulers lived in, yet, it seemed darker than it normally was, as on this day, multiple mirror life medallions had shattered to show that many of the mirror dimensional rulers who had gone to the dimensional conclave had actually perished. Existences at the peak of power. Actually perished, as it caused many Grotto Haven commanders to feel like the end was nearing, and this was further cemented when not too long after, a terrifying will descended onto a region of this dimension and released deathly silver great waves of power. Countless regions shattering akin to fallen mirrors and turning into lands of nothingness, and now a few hours later. A few mirror dimensional rulers were actually returning as beside the silver-adorned woman, another two mirror dimensional rulers stepped out behind her along with a ruler releasing bright waves of quantum essence. The quantum dimensional ruler accompanying them was one of the Mikado that normally guarded the pylon of ascension, but he was escorting three-dimensional rulers. Currently, as the pylon that he normally protected was currently the most fortified location in all of the Barren Lands, the most powerful mirror dimensional ruler at the very forefront spoke out coldly as her aura was close to that of Charlemagne and Lilith. "Get your affairs in order and choose those who will be ascending with you. We have days to finish everything and be ready." Her voice was filled with coldness and pain, where one could feel the sense of helplessness within, as this being was known as the Mirror Queen, the most powerful existence in the mirror dimension, and yet now she didn't even want to receive the feedback of the mirror essence that had tried to surge towards her, as from it, she could feel the source of this dimension crying out in pain. But she didn't listen, she couldn't listen. Essence vibrated powerfully as the two rulers behind her nodded, both turning into streaks of light that went to different locations. One streak of light was an exceedingly beautiful middle-aged woman with an even more difficult expression than the Mirror Queen, with her eyes filled with shame and pain as she went towards a stellar region of this vast empire that when she neared her home, her heart skipped a beat as her very bloodline pulsed, her lineage was reacting as a blood connection she had not felt for a long time was burning, her heart in disbelief and in even more pain as she sped up to go towards a certain castle. She was in pain because at the current state of affairs, she had to choose a few existences in the Grotto Haven realm who could bear the pressure of the pylon of ascension with the help of ancestral descendants. And the aura she felt was that of her kin that she had not seen for a long time. And knowing the power of the existence whose blood called out to her now, she would probably be left behind to be destroyed like the countless other existences in the Barren Lands. Why did you come find me at this time? My daughter. Her voice was robust as it reached the existence whose blood resonated with her as her figure materialized in front of a silver balcony of a massive and grand castle-like skyscraper. On this balcony, a young woman accompanied by a devilishly handsome man turned around as it was none other than Caitlin and Noah's true sanguine clone. Chapter 2164 Legions of Ancestral Descendants. 2 gazes met as they felt vastly different emotions, two gazes from beings that looked extremely alike, one simply being older than the other as mother and daughter had the same dazzling silver hair and glazed eyes that illuminated countless mirrors. "Mother," Caitlin called out calmly as the dimensional ruler before her had initially lost her regality and composure to show a tinge of guilt, but even this guilt was buried away soon after as the majestic image of a ruler returned. From the guilt hidden in her eyes, surprise actually came in as this ruler realized the waves of power that her daughter gave off. "Haven? How did you achieve this when you were just it?" A happy surprise rose in her eyes as this ruler who was known as Luna landed on the balcony to grasp Caitlin's face in her own hands. She then nodded as the grandeur of a ruler fully erupted from her. "Good, you've done well." While gazing into Caitlin's eyes, the dimensional ruler Luna implied many hidden things with her gaze alone as she continued. "I may not have done much for you in the past, but I can do one thing today. Things are rapidly changing as the mirror dimension will be no more. Along with everything else in these barren lands. You will join me among the privileged few that can escape from here before that happens. Away from these barren lands and onto regions we cannot even fathom." Her words were straight and without any leeway as Caitlin took her mother's hands off her face and bottled up many emotions while voicing out calmly. "That's what you say to me? After all these years, there is time for other things later. We have to move quickly and prepare." Yet the reply to her words was a cold one as dimensional ruler Luna seemed to have too many thoughts surging in her mind, the weight of the whole dimension seemingly on her shoulders. Caitlin sighed lightly while keeping everything in, wiping away a barely formed tear in her eyes as she spoke while turning to gaze towards Noah's visage that was watching all of this with a smile. Fine, but wherever I go, he goes. You left your partner after you regained your memories all those years ago. I will not be leaving mine. Her words were staunch and also without leeway as dimensional ruler Luna finally turned to focus on Noah. Her sharp silver eyes were extremely cold as tendrils of desegregated destiny and providence swirled. Luna, not knowing this being was the one who was killing rulers left and right in the dimensional conclave, her aura potency descended on him as she harumphed, turning to see her daughter's unlovable face as she replied coldly, "Fine. Be ready to move when I call on you." A blazing silver light erupted around her after she finished these words as she disappeared while not knowing she had just agreed to the invitation of the quintessential Kainos Emperor to be among those who would ascend the pylon of ascension before Cataclysm descended, in the quantum dimension. Vast regions of this stellar plane still had cataclysmic ruptures of nullity burning throughout the deathly gray area, contracting and expanding at a low pace as those truly close to nature could even hear a constant low howl of pain that was emanating from the very source of the quantum dimension. It was the source of a dimension crying on as it headed towards Cataclysm. With its own inhabitants and strongest beings aiding in this as it could do nothing, it was a suffocating atmosphere to feel, but one area remained vibrant and full of grandeur. It was the radiant hourglass-shaped pylon of ascension that currently had multiple ancestral descendants guarding it. True Empress Katia was in her imperial karmic scarab form as she floated before the pylon with grandiosity. Her gaze bright as she was watching this unique structure begin to illuminate, just like it had illuminated when she had come down. She had sent word back, and her assessment was answered. The ancestors placed a great deal of attention on the subject of the barren lands, as if things didn't go the way they expected, they would be dealt a terrifying blow that would greatly weaken their power, so for such an important matter, they had to make sure their will was carried out successfully as. After sending Katia, the next set of beings they sent would be the determinant to how everything would unfold. Those coming down right now would be the force that the ancestors managed to spare after draining all other sources of avenues and pulling their legions back into defensive positions for the next few weeks or months while the situation with the barren lands was resolved. Those coming down would be the force to make sure that the will of the ancestors was carried out with 100% chance of success. Droning sounds of singularities echoed as the light from the pylon of ascension turned blinding. Figures beginning to materialize from it at their appearance caused the fabric of reality to churn and turn wild. The radiant visage of 24 beings bloomed first, adorned in even more pristine and refined nullity bone armaments than Katia and her squadron. Ancestral descendants wielding smooth and nearly identical blades on their waists appeared with glory. Circular structures rotated around them as well, Katia's eyes shining brightly as she had heard of the man who was leading these 24 beings before her, a man who wasn't a true emperor. And yet when he put himself against multiple true emperors of past ages who had ascended, he could not be knocked down. It was an existence known by a single name, Theseus. Katia unconsciously called out in shock as she didn't think this would be among the beings sent down. But this wasn't all. After these 24 figures appeared, Shing. The pylon of ascension shone even brighter as 48 more glows of incandescent light materialized. Shing. Another flash of light as 96 new glows of light materialized into more ancestral descendants soon after. It was a shocking display of power to see as Katia's eyes could not hide their immense surprise, her heart trembling as she was reminded of the power that had made her docile even after she had attained the true throne of karma. It was the power of the ancestors. It displayed itself fully right now as a force that was enough to even cause her to be somber. Came down, Chapter 2165 Legions of Ancestral Descendants. 3, 24, 48, 96. These were the number of beings that came down in sequence as each group was led by a terrifying figure. Normally, the larger the group that one led, the more powerful they were. But Katia knew that this wasn't the case the moment that she saw Theseus leading his force of 24. Each of them was adorned with sharp silver gray nullity bone swords, as among those who had exceeded the barren lands. They focused on constantly exceeding a single concept. They weren't bound by natural laws as they forged their own boundaries. Theseus and those he led in particular focused on expanding the boundary of the sword to unbelievable levels while following the lead of certain ancestors, to the extent that the level of power, augmentations, and authority that this concept released exceeded anything that entropy, mana dynamics, or what any other natural law could offer. A single swing of their swords could alter the very fabric of reality in fantastical ways, paired up with the immense boosts of nullity. The power of existences following this modus operandi was deadly. Others focused on expanding a myriad of modus operandi, while some focused on a single one and brought it towards extremity. Theseus was among the latter, as his power was not to be trifled with. The Legion of 48 that came after him was led by an existence that Kadiya recognized as the true Emperor of Fate, Hideyoshi. Tendrils of gold wrapped around his body that was extremely robust, his musculature vibrant as his very skin, and the skin of all those behind him shone with a golden hue. They seemed like impenetrable statues as these existences focused on a boundary of the extremity of physique. The number of ionic damage values required to even bypass the innate barriers of these beings was unfathomable, and lastly, there was the one leading the legion of 96 ancestral descendants that was none other than Yvonne the Conqueror. She was an ancestral descendant, and yet she had joined the list of respected existences with the accolade of Conqueror. Her hair shone with streaks of black and gray as she was adorned with an obsidian skull that covered her head, her pupils also in the form of a skull, as the small legion she led behind her also carried similar deathly energy, existences that focused on the modus operandi of death and followed it towards an extremity. Yvonne, Hideyoshi, and Theseus, three commanders that even Kadiya had to be careful and wary of. They came with their generals on this venture as outside the barren lands. They led legions of billions of soldiers. Billions who were left behind to maintain defensive lines, legions that would be appropriated under different commanders while their commanders ensured that the will of the ancestors was followed in the barren lands. They now arrived and gazed towards her radiant verdant gold imperial karmic scarab form as Theseus was the first to speak out with a calm smile. "Show me what you've seen of the enemy so far." His dark hair weaved with radiance as his hand was kept on the hilt of his sword, the circular structure floating around him taking in the waves of the essence of natural laws that came down to bind him and everyone else that had descended just like Kadiya and the others. His circular tool floated away from him and towards Kadiya's as without saying anything, the obsidian structures came in contact and flashed with light as all the information that Kadiya had was shared, and the same scene repeated as the tools of Yvonne and Hideyoshi came forward. These commanders, seeing exactly what was in store within these barren lands, quintessential dimensional emperor, Yvonne said the three words with a hint of power and brutality as the bone skull over her head shone, its empty sockets lighting up into black flames that illuminated the surroundings. "I will wade through Nibelheim, Prana, and Mirror to seek him and any of his forces. Those that have fallen under his hands in death will tell me exactly where he is." As she spoke, the legion behind her burned with a dark spatial light, Yvonne the Conqueror moving with purpose the moment that she arrived as she moved her terrifying forces to fortify 3 dimensions. Then came Hideyoshi. His body was like a titanic golden statue of glory as a devilishly holy smile erupted on his face while he clasped his hands before his chest. "I shall oversee Elysium, Fantasia, and reinforce this dimension as well." Every time his mouth opened, golden seas of power flowed out as his physique put even the bodies of royal humans to shame. "Commander Theseus, you can handle the vast desolate mausoleum?" Even though his voice was robust and filled with regality, he still added the accolade of commander when addressing Theseus, as the power of this being was truly terrifying. Theseus, who at this juncture nodded while his head turned up to stare at the vastness around them, his magnetic voice echoing out, "Remember that we cannot fail in this. The ancestors are bound down in their positions to not lose any sanctuaries, and their power will face great limitations if the limitations of natural laws reach out to them again. Our success here determines whether we keep the progress we've made in the last billions of years or." Space trembled as his pupils unconsciously released waves of swords, massive rifts opening up above as if reality itself was cut apart. As this being didn't finish his words, Kadiya became even more somber as she nodded at this, her will covering the pylon of ascension with even greater concentration as all the beings who had just come through this channel began to disappear into their designated positions. Were anything to happen, they would quickly contact each other, as at this moment, the concept of failure was not even a possibility they could afford for them. Too many things lay on their shoulders as a single upcoming true emperor of this age. What could he do against all of them when he couldn't even stand against Kadiya alone? Chapter 2166 Legions of Ancestral Descendants. For Providence surged in a myriad of chaotic directions. Neither it nor destiny could show what was coming next, as too many confounding variables were involved. At this moment, yet another variable prepared to enter the fray, in the foldings of space within the boundary between realities. An existence that had been lying dormant for an unknown number of ages opened his eyes yet again as he stared out at the expanse of emptiness. His form seemed to constantly change in size from something titanic to something the size of an atom, as his power was unpredictable. His gaze was profound as he sensed many things, his voice emanating out at this moment. "This is the strongest force you can muster to descend without beginning to lose your foothold. BZZT." The layers of space he was embroiled in began to fracture as if a statue made out of a stone mountain was carving itself out. From his hidden position, he stepped into the boundary between realities as the fabric of reality trembled at his presence. Ages have come and gone, as now it is time to finish all this. His body emanated brutal and unknown power as his voice echoed out like ancient bells and melodies only heard across eons. But just as this began, whap, the fabric of reality near this being began to open up as the draconian Chilan phoenix appeared, accompanied by dozens of enders of nature that emanated the power of 3 natural laws, while this draconian Chilan phoenix now emanated 4, entropy, mana dynamics, providence, and relativity surged like arcs of lightning around its body as it displayed the power that reality had achieved after a third anchor was pulled from it. Variations of enders of nature that released waves of 3 different natural laws from their sources appeared alongside it. The will of reality paying close attention to the unknown that was this being after the Empress had appeared before it, and against legions of the forces of reality itself. This being bursting with power turned towards the enders of nature with his lips curving into a smile of confidence and brutality, its eyes swirling akin to singularities as it spoke out calmly. Rejoice, little will. For I am here to aid in your liberation. I have no qualms with you, in a tone as if a grown man was talking to a child, in a tone of utter disregard for the grandeur that reality held. The eyes of the draconian Chilan phoenix flashed with immensity as the will of reality focused on this being whose body continued to emulate greater levels of power, a power that was so foreign and different from any authorities. The will of reality saw all this, but it did not make a move. It was hesitant. It had seen the conversation between this being and the Empress as it knew it was the enemy of the ancestors. And just now, its gaze had seen the terrifying ancestral descendants that came down as their power was something that even the master of the gormandizing dimensional reality would be hard-pressed to stand against. So what if another variable joined the fray? For its freedom, reality deliberated, and these few seconds of deliberation. One truly could not say what result they brought to the future as the existence that had been veiled this entire time continued to pulse with its foreign power. This power bubbled out from his body as his hand unfolded while pointing at the space above the boundary between realities. His hands were ancient and seemingly forged from stone, their bronze hue reflecting in the starless space as this being uttered out while immense darkness began to gather in his hands. Void, HONG, an extremely terrifying dark radiance emanated, a dark radiance that even blinded the will of reality for a brief instant. This darkness was unfathomably black and oppressive as from this point in the boundary between realities, it began to spread and proliferate far faster than even the speed of light as everywhere it passed, everything turned dark. The vibrant multicolored rivers of reality lost their luster and grandeur of colors, the vast cosmos and stellar bodies within seemingly lost their brightness. Terrifying and pervasive darkness spread all around as it stretched out across the desolate mausoleum. And then seeped into the foldings of space to stretch its claws onto all dimensions. While all this occurred, the booming voice of the unveiled existence echoed out, no communication with each other. No communication with your dear ancestors. No open pathways in or out of these desolate lands. No teleportation. No vision. Let us enter a complete state of void. Why don't weave the WAA across realities, across dimensions? A blanket of darkness descended in a terrifying show of skill and power that actually affected such a vast space. Something unique was that as it jumped across different points of the fabric of reality, occasional obsidian flashes of light would bloom as hidden necratures flashed briefly before this darkness spread even further, and these hidden areas of flashing dark light were hidden across the fabric of reality. It gave one a glimpse of how something at this scale could even be achieved. It seemed that there were many preparations done to make it achievable. Across the ages, this being had planned and enacted unknown things across the fabric of reality, and it was all deployed at this moment to achieve a shocking feat of utter darkness that blanketed everything. In the prana dimension, the vibrant verdant light lost its luster. In the mirror dimension, the silver grandeur of reflections lost their luster. In the quantum dimension, the multicolored seas lost their regality. The pylon of ascension lost its luster. The pylon of ascension truly lost its luster as Katia looked towards it in shock, her gaze somber as she felt the unreasonable authority and power settling in. A power that reminded her of the great enemies they faced as since it was displayed here. Her heart skipped a beat as she realized things were much direr than they seemed. One of them had actually located the barren lands. One of them was actually here. Chapter 2167 Void. The descending darkness that covered everything and caused the pylon of ascension to turn dim was something that Katia had experienced on the battlefield a few times, an ability that stemmed from a unique bloodline boundary of their true enemies, something only known as void. It could be manipulated in many different ways as it made battlefields extremely tricky. causing a veil of darkness to descend as one couldn't communicate with others unless they had their own unique means through a modus operandi that was just as powerful. This darkness was terrifying as it restricted one's vision, hearing, the extent of the spread of their will. And so much more. When the ancestors first faced the void, a terrifying massacre occurred as providence and destiny did nothing for them. The surrounding reality couldn't be felt or even sensed no matter how they tried with their natural laws. After a heavy loss among many other losses over the years, the ancestors had retreated and re-evaluated the concepts they relied on as it eventually led to the sealing of the desolate mausoleum, their hearts reaching to set their own boundaries that could withstand the extremity of void that their true enemies freely controlled. And now, while once more bound by natural laws, Katia felt this void. It caused her soul to shudder as even the descendants that she commanded could not be felt or heard from, her body surging with power as she enacted her own boundary of karma and became able to see the extent of the space around her, cover all directions of the pylon of ascension, attack on sight on anyone nearing who doesn't identify themselves, WAA. Her words were commanding and showed no ounce of fear. Even though the fear ingrained in her bones of their true enemies was creeping up, they were too fearsome as chaotic as beasts alone were their mounts and pets. Their methods were terrifying as, how many of them were here? How did they find the barren lands? How long have they been here? Many questions buzzed in her mind as she reined in her hidden thoughts and only showed majesty outwardly, her will calming down and gazing at things objectively as a light of confidence shone within her eyes. She wasn't alone, even though they couldn't communicate with each other. They knew the protocol and exactly how to move in this case as those overseeing specific dimensions. They would make sure these anchors didn't face anything to the same result as Dream, Avalon, and Apollyon, right? There's Theseus, Yvonne, and Hideyoshi. Things should still not be a problem. Care and caution were prevalent in her eyes as her authority continued to blaze. Barely capable of keeping the void away from the nearby structures, the void that now stretched out across dimensions and reality as the being who had initiated it all. Had his eyes closed at this moment in the boundary between realities as his voice boomed out towards the surroundings. Void. Interesting, isn't it? Everything is ushered into darkness. As to prepare this, I silently spent multiple ages leaving markings all across the fabric of reality. All of it was done to wait for the time when the emperor who would begin to pull on the keys to your freedom appeared. All for the time when these so-called ancestors send their strongest manageable force down here. And I cut off the connection between the barren lands and anything outside of it for 7 days. BOM, a shocking burst of information echoed out as the ancient voice of this being continued, 7 days. Where even if an anchor is pulled, the effects will be delayed from reaching out of the barren lands. They would never be alerted to just how dire things have become for them. So I can enjoy the snacks they have sent down while destroying the remaining anchors. Without them knowing their bindings are about to erupt and confine them the moment that this void disappears and the desolate mausoleum is freed once more. A simplified pathway that took ages to plan was explained so simply as even the draconian Chilan Phoenix did not have any words. And this terrifying existence moved at his own pace as his titanic hands came down to smile eerily towards the fabric of reality. His voice emanating out one last time as a dark light began to wrap around him. Well then, I'm off to hunt and destroy. Whap! The dark light wrapped around this being and teleported him away in a ridiculous turn of events as whatever limitations imposed on others due to the void. Were never limitations for the ones who sought the extremity of the void. In fact, they became even stronger in a place filled with the void. The fabric of reality gazed at this scene silently as the source of providence it partially controlled told it many things. But when it came to the current situation and the things involved, the information was murky. What just occurred now definitely placed the ancestors at a disadvantage, as even if the anchors were destroyed, they wouldn't know until it was too late. There was a 7-day period for the void. 7 days were what the preparations of an existence that had lived for billions of years here had amounted to. These 7 days would be critical. The eyes of the draconian Chilan Phoenix flashed as the will residing within it calculated how things would change, its gaze turning towards the direction of a certain being in his relic. Towards the direction of the gormandizing dimensional reality, hung, the void had blanketed everything, and it also came to cover the hidden folds of space where the gormandizing dimensional reality was located, but a blinding multicolored radiance shone over the boundary of the gormandizing dimensional reality. Incredulously, the void only smashed on its boundaries as it did not seep through. Author's note, outside of the barren lands, truly powerful existences set their own boundaries of power depending on the strength of their soul. One can focus on a certain modus operandi path boundary and expand the extent of its power towards extremity, towards something that nobody knows the ends of or just how far it can reach. Chapter 2168 Void. 2. The moment that this change had occurred, Noah's will was roused as a clone of his instantly appeared near the boundary of the gormandizing dimensional reality. He in the gormandizing dimensional reality sensed the coming wave of darkness as innately. The defensive maneuvers feature had activated innately to defend against any attacks thrown towards this incandescent spiritual plane. The boundary reflected multicolored splendor as the voice of the gormandizing dimensional reality emanated out. A foreign authority is trying to impose itself. Currently mobilizing the sources of all dimensions and reality under our control to reject the foreign authority. Resistance. The gormandizing dimensional reality actually resisted the taint of this foreign authority as its will continued to resound. 20% operational source authority utilized, 30% operational source authority utilized, 50% operational source authority utilized. Seeking clearance to designate Mana Dynamics as the main resisting authority and a constant usage of Master's Mana, WAA. The gormandizing dimensional reality moved fast as the darkness was akin to a billowing beast that was clashing on its boundary. The authority being knocked back in a unique fashion as 50% of the daily operational authority for all sources was focused on resisting it. Noah gave his permission as his body gushed out waves of incandescent blue in a constant flow that resonated with the source of Mana Dynamics, the boundary of his home turning even more radiant before stabilizing as this shockingly powerful foreign authority could not make its way in. A constant usage of 50% operational source authority is required to maintain the rejection of the foreign authority. Assimilating additional sources will increase the reserves of operational source authority and reduce the currently utilized percentage. The monotone voice emanated in Noah's mind as it expressed just how all of this was made possible. It was an action that even Noah did not know the full significance of at this time, the authority that made ancestors despair and leave the natural laws of reality. Noah was actually able to reject it with the aid of his terrifying construct that had bound the sources of nature they left behind. Because he had taken another path, they integrated themselves into nature as their control was minimal. Noah integrated nature unto himself and bound it as with his control and the control of the gormandizing dimensional reality on the sources of nature. The boundary of the void was actually rebuffed. The gormandizing dimensional reality wasn't present across the ages to be inscribed and altered in whatever ways the unveiled existence utilized to mark the fabric of reality over the past billions of years. It came to be over the last 2 years, and it had capabilities, autonomy, and freedom that exceeded any other entities or wills. This was how any of this became possible. Radiance shone at such a juncture as near Noah. The figures of Ioan, Guinevere, the longest dream, nearly all of the dimensional rulers within the gormandizing dimensional reality appeared near Noah's position as they stared at the encompassing darkness outside. The bodies of Guinevere and other female rulers were particularly bursting with waves of power after the beginning of the dual cultivation session in the dimensional emperor domain of nature under dilated time, with their eyes luminous as they raised brows from their male counterparts before they focused on the unfolding situation outside. No sooner had they arrived, and Ora neared this position of the boundary as it was an ender of providence that was among the many standing guard outside the boundary of the gormandizing dimensional reality, its form being that of a celestial Chilan as golden scales and fur radiated light that barely lit up the dark surroundings. It stared into the still vibrant gormandizing dimensional reality that the will of reality was also a part of. Many calculations being made at this moment as soon after, the ender of providence waved its hand to cause the appearance of an illusory film of light that showed a scene of a shockingly powerful titanic existence covered by darkness. No communication with each other. No communication with your dear ancestors. No open pathways in or out of these desolate lands. No teleportation. No vision. Let us enter a complete state of void. Why don't we? The words this being uttered caused shock and incredulity to rise in the eyes of all rulers, Noah's own eyes turning extremely sharp and luminous as the scene continued. 7 days, or even if an anchor is pulled, the effects will be delayed from reaching out of the barren lands. The monologue of this being was utterly shocking as a crucial piece of information arrived before Noah's feet, many of his plans having to shift and change as his aura rose terrifically in the next instant. Alright, we have 7 days, the 7 days to face ancestral descendants bound by natural laws in this void, 7 days to save the remaining dimensions before they are destroyed by this being. 7 days, to decide the fate of the barren lands. His grandiosity rose in shocking waves as he spoke out. Finish your preparations and form your clones. We move out within a matter of hours. He let his will be known as he chose to move within the next few hours. It was enough for his preparations to be finished as one reason was the 24-hour cycle of the infinite forge coming up soon. Its elevation with 500,000 all-source enhancers nearing completion right now is the lemniscate epitaph at the depths of Noah's soul with shining with a light of quintessence. He would collect the loot to come and open the remainder of the loot crates and caches, multiply them with ruination, and begin forging the 8th dimensional layer for even greater power as he was reaching the precipice of the end of his foundation. He would also bring together the knowledge of the systems of power that ancestral descendants and their enemies utilized the idea of expanding chosen conceptual boundaries or paths into authorities that could far exceed even natural laws, and all of this was also something that he could theoretically do with a loot that he had already attained. The shards of concept modifiers, their modification of concepts, could Noah not utilize them to modify natural laws and decreta, expanding their boundaries and achieving what the ancestors wanted without leaving behind any of these concepts? Chapter 2169 Boundaries. The expansion of a concept's boundary to extremity. It was something that required great understanding just to think about, and it was something that had stumped the ancestors many years ago before they shifted towards the same system of power. Everything had its preset boundaries, with the natural laws and decreta of dimensions having their limits to the augmentations and boosts they provided their own boundaries. The boundaries of reality were set, but they were also malleable at the same time as when the ancestors sealed the desolate mausoleum. They suppressed its boundary to grant 1000% augmentation with its natural laws, but every time that Noah removed an anchor, the suppressed boundary was elevated by another 1000% for each natural law. As in this manner, it could be considered an expansion of the boundary of natural laws. Those outside the barren lands sought their own conceptual boundaries. With Noah's mind being illuminated on these concepts somewhat due to the death of his true sanguine clone in the quantum dimension where his residual consciousness had gotten a chance to delve into the circular structure that floated around every ancestral descendant. A structure that through interminable clarity, he was able to know it was termed the automaton boundary modulator, a tool that was actually designed to make it easier for the ancestors to seek new concepts or more easily expand the boundaries of current concepts, along with a myriad of other uses that Noah didn't know if they were the full extent of this tool's capabilities. It was a tool that aided in the expansion of the boundary of a concept, but how does one exactly begin to expand the power of a concept? To push it past its limitations, the most basic way was just like how one had to comprehend and understand the nature of reality for millions and billions of years. With one's soul being extremely critical, the power of one's soul and existence's ionic soul value to it was utterly critical to how quickly and efficiently they could expand a boundary towards its extremity, and just how powerful a concept could become. If one's soul was weak and they were struggling to expand their boundaries, other advanced ways were capable only outside the barren lands. Unfathomable treasures existed that could allow one to forcefully expand the boundary of a concept towards extremity. There were even unique lineages that were born with terrifying innate boundaries, and this was the extent of the information Noah was able to discern from the automaton boundary modulator, before true Empress Katia entirely extinguished the clone's will. Automaton boundary modulator, born from the genius of ancestor Archimedes during a time of constant losses, this tool came to be from the assimilation of metalloids enriched in nulinium and 3 other unknown sources. These 4 different sources were all brought together with the boundary of Orgamech Magitech to form a tool allowing one to more easily observe the boundary of a concept. Once observed, one can infuse their ionic soul power through the modulator for a 1000% increased rate of expansion towards extremity. This boundary modulator can also resist the boundaries of other concepts being imposed upon its user, with a special care given to the resistance of the boundaries of the natural laws of reality that plagued the inventor of the automaton boundary modulator. This tool has been expanded to contain many more features over the years, with it being the best tool for long-distance communication across space-time continuum, and the best tool to quantify one's power and concepts to give a better grasp of their progression. Other uses for the automaton boundary modulator have yet to be uncovered, with the will of the quintessential Kainos Emperor requiring at least 1 minute within a boundary modulator to fully understand its usage. Ancestor Archimedes. This was the being who actually designed and mass-produced the automaton boundary modulator that aided in the survival of ancestors, and this genius did so through the boundary of Orgamech Magitech. A concept dealing with the allure of reality-altering possibilities in technology, this was a tool that all ancestral descendants had currently, as Noah had to make up the gap by any means possible. He had his realm of power being much different from theirs as it followed the path of 9-dimensional layers, and he had bound the sources they left behind for even greater power. He had nullity, but they had this as well and more than likely attained even more ridiculous boosts from it after. All these years, but from eliminating nullity beasts and his own means of absolute loot authority, he now gained access to all source enhancers and the shards of concept modifiers. With them, he might just be able to close the gap and enhance reality-altering constructs to ridiculous levels while modifying their limitations. Even though all source enhancers and the shards of concept modifiers were two different loots, Noah considered their usage the same, and it was as tools to expand the boundaries of his concepts. At this very moment, the 500,000 all-source enhancers Noah had designated to the elevation of the Infinite Forge were used up. Something like this, Noah also considered a form of expanding a certain boundary as whatever output of loot that the Infinite Forge could put out before was about to undergo ridiculous revision. Inside Noah's soul, the Lemniscate epitaph was shining with rays of utmost incandescence. He barely utilized a few hundred all-source enhancers last time, as it had increased the chance percentages of rare loot appearing by a factor of 5 or more. The Infinite Forge was also still ranked only second to the construct of the Quantum Emperor. After the ridiculous infusion of 500,000 all-source enhancers, the Infinite Forge's capabilities have been enhanced to a quintessential level. The percentage chance to generate certain loot is increasing. New loot has been added to the Infinite Forge. The Infinite Forge has become quintessential in the Age of Quintessence. Chapter 2170 Boundaries. 2. Across the spacetime continuum, within the boundary between realities. The visage of a single man adorned in a white robe could be seen surrounded by the void, his blue eyes being the only thing releasing a point of light in the surroundings as he came to a stop. This was because his eyes were reflecting a burst of information that came from the very fabric of reality. Another reality-altering construct has exceeded limitation and become quintessential. Your reality-altering construct is no longer quintessential. Your authority as an emperor of this age has quintessentially decreased. Your authority as an emperor of this age has quintessentially decreased. Droves of information that caused his cerulean eyes to release shocking rays of light. The same being he was seeking in the desolate mausoleum had somehow gone to exceed the construct he created with the aid of ancestral descendants. With the aid of an existence with a unique boundary of constructs, an existence that even after he used all of his authority to seek in the myriad parallel paths, he could not find him. He only saw the scene of darkness spreading as apocalyptic parallel paths were increasing in number, and yet the existence he sought was nowhere to be found across these paths. Constantine gazed at the disappearing flows of information silently as his head raised up. He gazed at the interminable darkness all around him as he wondered, would quintessence truly slip past his grasp in an age that was his to reign in? It was a question that did not have an answer, with the future remaining unknown as his visage released even more authoritative light while he continued his search. The Infinite Forge has become quintessential in the Age of Quintessence. Your authority as an emperor of this age quintessentially increases. Your authority as an emperor of this age quintessentially increases. The backbone of the throne absorbed incandescent rays of light as at this moment, it truly couldn't be called a backbone anymore. It was seemingly beginning to materialize into something else as the true authority of quintessence could be felt bubbling with surging waves and building up to a crescendo. Noah was achieving quintessence in all fields, as one of the few things remaining was his physique being quintessential as well, something that would be easily achieved after the formation of another dimensional layer. So in the midst of all this, he gazed at the reality-altering construct that he had achieved quintessence in. Infinite Forge, every 24 hours. The following loot will be passively generated in the Infinite Forge that the user can enter to remove or allow to passively accumulate over time. 25,000 Transcendent True Vitality Flasks, 100% chance to generate. 125,000 Obsidian Dimensional Reality Panaceas, 100% chance to generate. 1,250,000 Golden Dimensional Reality Panaceas, 100% chance to generate. 25,000,000x ingots of Mananium, 100% chance to generate. 25,000,000x ingots of Nulinium, 100% chance to generate, 2 500x random Transcendent Dharma Relic, 100% chance to generate. 2 500x random Absolute Dimensional Relic, 100% chance to generate. 50x random Connate Dimensional Relic, 100% chance to generate. 50x random Transcendent Skill Tree of a True Emperor, 100% chance to generate. 50x modus operandi of previous ages, 100% chance to generate. 10x random Zenith Dimensional Lineage, 100% chance to generate, 10x random Zenith Reality Lineage, 100% chance to generate. 500,000 all-source enhancers, 100% chance to generate. 500,000 shards of concept modifiers, 100% chance to generate. 10x natural decretum complete understanding crystal, 50% chance to generate. 1x absolute connate reality relic, 50% chance to generate. 1x absolute connate dimensional relic, 50% chance to generate. 2 500x crimson dimensional reality panaceas, 25% chance to generate. 100x ionic soul pills, 25% chance to generate. 1x blueprint of the automaton boundary modulator, 25% chance to generate. 1x random lineage boundary of extremity, 1% chance to generate. Utter quintessence presented itself before his eyes. He had spent 500,000 all-source enhancers for its elevation, and yet every day, it would spit back the same number of loot to him, along with a ridiculous number of many others, an addition of a myriad of more loot, from 250 obsidian panaceas. The number became 125,000 every 24 hours, from a 0.05% chance to generate 50 crimson dimensional reality panaceas. It was now a 25% chance to get 2,500 of them, a 25% chance to generate a blueprint of the automaton boundary modulator. Ionic soul pills. And even a minuscule 1% chance to attain a random lineage boundary of extremity, all of this, every 24 hours, a constant cycle, worthy to be a quintessential construct of this age. Noah's will emanated out grandly as he spoke to himself with a nod of acknowledgement, his eyes looking at the few minutes remaining before the cycle of the infinite forge reset, and he was granted the boundless types of loot within it. He looked at the resource to come his way as well as the ones he had currently as his will gave another command. Begin the formation of the 8th dimensional layer. Designated to be Fantasia, WAA, he began with the formation of another layer that would cement his foundation even further, a layer that for him to form, he required over 3.5 million all-source enhancers, or close to 18 million obsidian dimensional reality panaceas, as forming this layer required 128 times more resources than the 7th dimensional layer. This would have been a daunting number a day ago, with many questions as to how he could possibly come up with such a number. But that was a day ago. Now, he would soon be getting 500,000 all-source enhancers from the infinite forge that he had not placed through a round of epical decuplicate. So truly, he was about to achieve 5 million all-source enhancers within the next few minutes. It was frankly ridiculous and utterly balance-breaking for what was about to happen to even be possible, but for the sake of overcoming unreasonably powerful enemies, Noah had to be even more unreasonable and balance-breaking. Chapter 2171 Boundaries. 3. In the Nibelheim dimension, the skies and earth that were normally cold and dreary were even more deathly to be in, with the vast majority of the undead roaming around silently at this moment. After Lilith's war and subsequent loss of control and death of so many rulers, the chain of command was non-existent and even further abolished when the rifts of nullity began to spread and destroy the dimension under the hands of ancestral descendants. This was a dimension that was currently being overseen by the forces of Yvonne. Her legion of 96 spread between Nibelheim, Mirror, and the Prana dimension, and Yvonne herself with all her grandiosity was at the center of Nibelheim, with 32 ancestral descendants from her legion stretched out around her. Yvonne the Conqueror, this was her title that showed her power as she expanded the boundary of death towards extremity while achieving shocking results. But even she was gazing around coldly and carefully at this moment after the blanketing of the void that covered everything. Her dazzling black and gray hair illuminated and came to life as she was adorned with an obsidian skull that covered her head, her pupils in the form of skulls radiating a deathly light as her automaton boundary modulator rotated dimly around her. She couldn't communicate with anyone, nor could she leave her post. All of the ancestral descendants knew this as the protocol, as this wasn't the first time they came across the void. They had to face what was coming and follow the same plan of overseeing the destruction of the dimensions and reality without any more anchors being removed. So Yvonne spread out her soul as much as she could with the boundary of death, those around her doing the same as they prepared for anything, and no sooner than a few minutes passed after the void blanketed everything, space split and fractured as a billowing aura of a lone being stepped out not too far from their forces. Attention, Yvonne bellowed out coldly as all her forces surged to surround the opening rift in an instant, their bodies blazing with maddening reality-cracking power as they gazed forth coldly and with ferocity. And when the rift closed with the identity of the existence revealing itself, the auras around Yvonne and all her forces blared as behind them dark skulls appeared that released layers of dark defensive light to wrap around each of them. This was an instinctive move as they instantly deployed one of their more powerful defensive measures, their bodies becoming wrapped with the protective aura of death as massive illusory skulls floated above their heads. This was an instinctive reaction because the moment the being out of the rift became clear, their strong souls could sense and smell a certain scent they were very familiar with, a being that smelled of the lineage of their true enemies. and an affirmation of the spread of the void that just occurred. Their lineage was a unique one. Generally, the more powerful a race was, the harder it was for them to reproduce. This was not the case for them. They propagated at speeds far faster than some of the weakest races, while their bloodline was so powerful and potent that it stood above many others. It was why outside the barren lands, they were the ones in control of the farthest reaches of lands and resources. They were known as noblesse. Yvonne uttered out with utmost distaste as the magisterial humanoid visage of the unveiled existence floated while surrounded by her forces, with his hands behind his back, his titanic eyes gazing around him with a carefree expression. Noblesse. This was the lineage that the ancestors came across outside the barren lands that caused them to despair, a lineage whose name alone exemplified superiority, ennoblement, and a profound sense of elevation above other lineages. Yvonne could feel her body pulsing with alarms as she spoke, while the skull above her head spat out luminous flames. I've never seen a noblesse actually hiding their true form that gives them so much pride. Are you a runt that managed to bypass the folds of reality? How many more of you are here? She spoke to destabilize the mind of this being while also trying to figure out how the noblesse has discovered the barren lands and how many were actually here. All of these were crucial questions, as towards such a provocation, the titanic form of the unveiled existence actually let out a burst of booming laughter, a burst of laughter that caused the fabric of reality to tremble and shatter, with this being answering not with words, but with his actions as his massive visage began to release rays of black light, a black light that caused Yvonne's eyes to sink. His form began to change. Its massive humanoid stature shrunk down and became more refined, an explosive musculature still being seen as radiant obsidian robes draped over his wide back. On his wrists, a dazzling obsidian halo could be seen spinning vibrantly on each hand, as the same colored halos could be seen around his ankles. And when one gazed above the broad muscular chest covered by the incandescent obsidian robe, they would see the most exquisitely handsome existence in the barren lands. His face was overflowing with regality and grandeur as he would out those calling themselves emperors to shame, his nose sharp and his eyes piercing as his whole face was illuminated with a stellar black hue. The reason for this was the appearance of 4 radiant obsidian halos around his head, 1 in the back, 1 on top, and 2 on the right and left sides of his head. These halos released a light of majesty and power as they seemed to constantly be funneling waves of essence over this being. Yvonne gazed at this as her heart turned somber. Her voice emanating out grandly, an 8-echelon obsidian noblesse, for obsidian halos around his head. 1 on each of his hands and legs, an 8-echelon obsidian noblesse, chapter 2172 boundaries. 4, an 8-echelon obsidian noblesse, just 1 echelon off of becoming one of the most powerful noblesse in the obsidian stage. Such was the being Yvonne had to face, as normally, this was the type of existence that Yvonne and multiple other commanders had to face on the battlefield to guarantee victory. It was an utterly terrifying being to come across alone, but the situation was slightly different due to where they were, as in the barren lands. Things might just play out differently than expected. The natural laws here bound everyone you think a chance of survival is possible due to the bindings of natural laws. Her eyes constricted as her thoughts were stopped by his cold and resonant words. The 4 halos around his head illuminated as they showed his smile of majesty and brutality, his eyes being shown as they held no pupils. Pure blackness was all that could be seen in this being's eyes, as they seemed like focal points of piercing singularities. I will tell you to throw those thoughts out of the window if you wish to survive the next few seconds, little rabbit. The eyes of this being burst with light as Yvonne made a move right after, her body releasing a deathly smoke of light as around her terrifying clusters of undead began to appear. Release all your legions and maintain your distance. The aim is defense and containment. Yvonne bellowed out her command as the automaton boundary modulators were not working anymore. The bindings of natural laws were pressing down even more tightly around her, along with the oppression of the void, but she knew what she had to do as around her variations of many races of undead appeared and formed an ever-expanding legion. She said the goals were defense and containment. She didn't even place the possibility of them actually defeating an 8-echelon obsidian noblesse on the table until reinforcements came, and she knew that the void had to have a time limit. Once it was lifted and this being's power was a bit more used up, they would be able to move freely and even stand a possibility to erase a commanding noblesse here, and someone like her and her legion who could summon droves of Aeon undead were the best at containment and stalling for a long period of time. Boundless shadows bloomed around her and her party of 32 as the encirclement of the 8-echelon obsidian noblesse seemed like a constantly expanding deathly mass stretching out for light years, millions of Aeon undead and apparitions appearing as the boundary of death was put on full display. the capability to summon truly powerful undead who could release ionic damage values with deathly precision, the capability to delay one's demise and use the boundary of death in unfathomable ways. And yet the being who faced all this smiled ever brighter as he breathed in the smell of death, his magnetic voice echoing out, "The boundary of death. One I am familiar with. Let us see how far you are towards extremity." An obsidian light flashed from his body, shirring, and around him, deathly waves of energy erupted as different tiers of Aeon undead began to rise freely. Waves of entropy whipped around madly in this region of fracturing reality as a shocking battle bloomed, the fate of the barren lands hinging on the many Nexus events about to unfold. In the dimensional emperor domain of nature, the eyes of Noah's main body rose up amidst his dual cultivation and attaining of unique lineages from the dimensional rulers before him. He was doing many things at once, with his main body well in the process of forging the 8th dimensional layer by first utilizing obsidian dimensional reality panaceas, yet at this moment, a portion of his consciousness disappeared at this juncture as a prompt had risen before him. 24 hours have passed since the last generation of the Infinite Forge. Would you like to receive the generated loot? A prompt that he immediately agreed with, and one that only took a portion of his soul. This time into the lemniscate epitaph releasing rays of radiant light, when his soul came to be again, he found himself back in the radiant domain filled with golden luminescence and grandeur. His will could feel a floor of crystalline golden stellar liquid that had mountains of loot rising throughout it, with this light stretching out endlessly and converging around a massive spinning golden lemniscate epitaph, a spinning golden infinity symbol that released vibrant waves of loot light, the two circles within it covered by a luminescent golden film of light that began to shine at this moment while the symbol spun. The loot of a 24-hour cycle shall be generated, similar to before. Noah's will begin to see shining bundles of loot light fly out from the spinning infinity symbol and cascade over the liquid gold floor that already had mountains of loot. The prompts beginning to rain down as providence shone. 25,000 transcendent true vitality flasks have been generated, 125,000 obsidian dimensional reality panaceas have been generated, 1,250,000 golden dimensional reality panaceas have been generated, 25,000,000x ingots of mananium have been generated. How could it even be described? A breathtaking scene was taking place as, breaking all possibilities of balance, droves of loot rained down from the golden lemniscate in the halcyon skies in obscene numbers, before the incandescent allure of flasks and the raining panaceas even ended. The skies became painted blue by the grandeur of 25 million metalloid and radiant cerulean ingots of mananium raining down, and this was only the beginning of the Infinite Forge's production today. It was a rain of loot and grandiosity that caused the hearts of the quintessential Kainos Emperor to fill with boundless joy and contentment. Author's note: Emperor Domain of Disorder, a skill born due to the confluence of the laws on nature during the elevation of ruination. It allows the holder of the ruined blade of epical quintessence to release a domain that destabilizes all conceptual forms of reality, and on some viable concepts, grants the opposite result. The casting of all abilities are interrupted in this domain as only those who are highly proficient in essence utilization are able to cast abilities through unique boundaries or paths. The cast Emperor Domain of Disorder can cover a region as small as a few meters to the size of planes depending on the cost paid. This ability costs 300 billion units of the essence of reality and 1/100th of your ionic soul value to cast. Chapter 2173 The Ambrosia of Loot. The halcyon skies within the space of the Infinite Forge became painted a gorgeous blue briefly as millions of ingots of mananium rained down to form stellar cerulean mountains, and not long after that, 25,000,000x ingots of nullinium have been generated. Vibrant silver-gray lights rained down soon after as obscene amounts of nullity also cascaded down into their own mountains. All of these were ecstatic to see as with them, Noah could form a great number of powerful relics. Or he could funnel a majority of these materials into the ruined blade of epical quintessence to continue elevating ruination. The answer for this was clear, as many of the ridiculous things that were about to happen would only be made viable due to ruination. So even as the obscene allure of loot rained down, Noah had already designated its usage long ago, and just as the ingots of nullinium finished raining down, an even more unforgettable scene bloomed. From the buzzing golden lemniscate in the halcyon skies, transcendent Dharma relics began to rain down. They released glorious radiance as stellar painted swords, bows, hammers, armor, helms. A variety of armaments rained down with a fantastical light of loot. 500x random transcendent Dharma relics have been generated, and even before they finished cascading down, The Connate Dimensional Relic Life Splitter has been generated. The Connate Dimensional Relic Elysium Breastplate has been generated. The Connate Dimensional Relic Quantum Needle has been generated. The Connate Dimensional Relic. Even more glorious items that were higher in ranking came down by the tens, the prompts washing over Noah's eyes as he truly felt like he had arrived at his happiest place. At a place of constant loot raining down as the will of this quintessential Kainos Emperor became humbled at the ambrosia of loot light raining down. He reflected where he had come from all those months ago when he was entering mere dungeons termed Ape's Paradise and Goblin King's Abode, looking for items and skill books. And now, he had the most premium items raining down from a reality-altering construct that he had built himself, and loot such as this would continue to rain down every 24 hours for as long as he lived, but he didn't think he would ever get tired from looking at the grandeur of loot light coming down for the days to come. 50x random Connate Dimensional Relics came down as even before they finished landing on the piles of mountainous loot, the transcendent skill tree of the true Emperor of the Age of Fate has been generated. The transcendent skill tree of the true Emperor of the Age of Chaos has been generated. The transcendent skill tree of the true Emperor of the Age of Light has been generated. Amalgamations of concepts in the form of titanic ancient tomes of light appeared, numbering at 50 in total as these Noah planned to learn and see if he could draw any inspiration from, but they would be going to the soul library as he would have Guinevere, Ioan, the longest dreamed out all rulers under him. He would have them grasp techniques of past true emperors along with his own self-designed skill trees. This was the thought at hand as multicolored tomes rained down with glory. Thereafter, tens of unique modus operandi stretched out across the ages also came down in the form of ancient tomes, and then the points of loot light that shone like bright stars began to cascade down. The Zenith Apollyon Dimensional Lineage of the Imperial Orc Demon Emperor has been generated. The Zenith Fantasia Dimensional Lineage of the Celestial Whale Zaxa has been generated. The Zenith Dream Dimensional Lineage of the Nightmare Ender has been generated. Lineages that Noah would absorb into his own began to bloom as with these. The number was 10 for Zenith Dimensional and 10 for Zenith Reality lineages, among the few things Noah could truly get a chance to decuplicate. These unique lineages were not one of them as the bundle of light holding the blood of the celestial whale Zaxa, for example. Multiplying this by 10 would just increase the amount of blood Noah could absorb to attain the lineage and not result in anything else drastic. But it was still 20 unique Zenith lineages falling onto his lap. As for these, he would see if he would be able to touch the boundary above Zenith for his own bloodline, and the moment the blobs of starlight ended falling from the skies, they were replaced with the fantastical allure of none other than the multicolored stellar glows of enhancers and shards of concept modifiers raining down onto the already rising loot mountains. 500,000x all source enhancers have been generated. 500,000x shards of concept modifiers have been generated. Glorious multicolored grandeur came down as after this, the loot that had a 50% chance or lower to generate every 24 hours appeared. Providence is shown upon you. And surges of providence cascaded down as a blinding point of a singularity bloomed from the golden spinning lemniscate. 10x natural decretum complete understanding crystals have been generated, understanding crystals that Noah could multiply to gain 100 rain from the skies as they were followed by. The absolute connate reality relic Emperor Shield of the Entropy has been generated. The absolute connate dimensional relic Helm of Fantasia has been generated, 2 relics akin to the Sword of Avalon came down in a serene show of wonder, but they weren't what caught Noah's eyes the most. It was the fact that the golden skies of this space began to turn a shade of crimson. A shade that caused his heart to palpate as hundreds of crimson singularities formed from halcyon lemniscate as each was the size of one of the mountains of loot already forming below. It was the appearance of loot that caused Noah's multiple hearts to cry out and for his origin to tremble. 2 500x crimson dimensional reality panaceas have been generated. The allure of stellar crimson gold loot light came to wash over everything. Chapter 2174 The Ambrosia of Loot. 2 500x crimson dimensional reality panaceas have been generated. The crimson color they held superseded any version of red Noah had seen before. They seemed like millions of thin rivers of crimson realities coalescing together to form a massive circular panacea, a panacea that made itself look like the very fruit of reality. The aura it gave off caused his forming 8th dimensional layer to tremble and seek this panacea fervently, but he held it back as a resource like this was reserved for the last and final dimensional layer, which would be Elysium. But these wonders came down with fantastical glory as more prompts unfurled. The most quintessential loot obtainable by the current state of absolute loot authority has been generated. WAA, the most quintessential loot, forget about anything else that had the chance to come after the Crimson Dimension reality panacea, it was granted the accolade of the most quintessential loot attainable to him under his current absolute loot authority, and this was a prompt that caused Noah's soul to release a pulse of spatial light as everything around him slowed and came to a halt. He steeled his heart while gazing at the golden skies that dripped with the ambrosia of loot light at the Crimson Dimensional reality panaceas that were calling out to him, and he wondered. He had been debating how to proceed forward in the expansion of his power and exactly which area he wanted to expand his authority as he reached the same stage of power of boundary expansion that ancestral descendants had attained. Yes. Boundary expansion, this was the alternate realm that the ancestors termed when they left behind nature integration, and it was for beings who did not integrate with nature, as instead they expanded the boundary of concepts and authorities. They did all this with a singular aim to achieve a stage that their true enemies had achieved, a stage coming after boundary expansion as it was known as extremity. When an existence reached the absolute extremity of a boundary as it could not even be expanded any further, boundary expansion, and then extremity, all of the ancestral descendants that came into the barren lands were at the stage of boundary expansion, including the unveiled existence that had deployed the void. If any of them were at the stage of extremity, Noah and everyone else would have just had to pack their bags and wait for slaughter. But the stage of boundary expansion was attainable as Noah just had to choose a concept and expand it. The question came to him on exactly what he should expand the limits of. He could utilize the shards of concept modifiers to increase the augmentations of natural laws and decreta, or expand the boundary of his quintessential emperor's annihilation techniques, or even the true authority of quintessence that was calling out to him and coiling around his throne. But now, as he gazed at the ambrosia of loot cascading down, he questioned how he got where he was. And the answer was loot, his ability to get loot that could then be multiplied in quality and quantity multiple times over. The absolute loot authority that granted him what he needed the most. Of course, he had to have had the offensive and defensive power to kill, but there were many more powerful beings who had nowhere near his speed of progression. The critical factor remained loot, and in a construct like the Infinite Forge, he didn't even need to fight anyone to gain the most fundamental forms of loot. This was because before his very eyes, he was attaining panaceas that no enemy had dropped yet. Of course, he still understood that power was at the basis of everything, as the advent of the all-source enhancers and ruination who could decuplicate loot and make everything that was happening right now a possibility did stem from the loot of the enemies that Noah killed in the past, so there would have to be a balance in the distribution. But at this moment, Noah's heart was leaning towards expanding the path of loot. The boundary of loot. He wanted to elevate absolute loot authority to unimaginable levels. He wanted to attain loot multiple times above the killed enemy in quality and quantity. He wanted his very cells to drink the ambrosia of loot every waking moment. He wanted even more of this type of loot, where even by doing nothing, it simply came to him. His thoughts were wild and vibrant as providence surged with maddening fervor, seemingly edging him on as he smiled. His soul had formed a corporeal form that reached out towards the descending crimson dimensional reality panaceas as one of them landed on his hands, his eyes vibrant as they saw through this fantastical treasure. Crimson dimensional reality panacea, a quintessential loot brought to fruition by the authority of the quintessential Kainos Emperor in his bid to enact a grand foundation. This loot serves as the final piece required to complete the last stage of progression for a type of quintessential foundation in the shortest period of time. Its stage nears the treasures that the quintessential Kainos Emperor has just begun to glimpse from the information of things outside the barren lands, with a single crimson dimensional reality panaceas being equivalent to 100,000 obsidian dimensional reality panaceas. It is what is required for the completion of a grand foundation. It is what is needed. And so here it is, a glorious and precise description, and one that caused Noah to smile brilliantly when reading it. This was because the formation of the final dimensional layer would have required obsidian dimensional panaceas in the billions. The resources became greater and greater the higher up one went, and after the required resources were multiplied by 128 for the 8th dimensional layer, the resources for the 9th dimensional reality were 256x those required for the layer behind it. But with the advent of the crimson dimensional panaceas and the fact that Noah could multiply them tenfold, 2 days. His will was luminous and shining with incandescence as he said these words. 2 days, he would only need 2 days as the next collection of the Infinite Forge after another 24 hours passed, would grant him everything he needed to fully complete his 9th dimensional reality, all without touching or fighting to the death against a single enemy. Chapter 2175 The Ambrosia of Loot. 3. The path towards the completion of his foundation became clear. Within a period of fewer than 2 days, he could complete all dimensional layers and achieve something that would have otherwise been impossible. As he grasped the crimson dimensional reality panacea, this was his only present thought. But this didn't stay for too long, as his consciousness was pulled and tugged upon by something else from the golden lemniscate in the halcyon skies. Providence has shone upon you, 100x. Ionic soul pills have been generated. The generation of loot has ended for the previous 24-hour cycle. Pure transparent circular crystals that look like stellar transparent cosmos rained down as they reflected the image of the surrounding skies. Pure. Transparent, these were the words one would feel when gazing at these fantastical treasures, as they were means to strengthen one's soul, a type of ray treasure that would be much sought after even outside the barren lands. And yet Noah was getting his hands on it as when his piercing eyes tried to gain some clarity on these new items. Ionic soul pill, the soul is the crux of power. It can dictate how strong the origin and body of an existence are, as it is the soul that can comprehend the limitation and understanding of boundaries, which in turn affect the extent of power one can display. Raising the strength of one's ionic soul is extremely arduous, and loot that can directly refine one's soul for an elevation in power is even rarer. The Ionic Soul Pill is capable of elevating the Ionic Soul value by 0.25, making it one of the rare treasures that even beings outside the barren lands cannot look down on. A preliminary understanding shows that this loot can only be affected by an Epic 4 relic, so the means of quantity alterations of the quintessential Kainos Emperor are bound to be meaningless at his current stage, an addition that caused Noah's eyes to squint as he came to grasp the pill that looked like a transparent cosmos. Its grandeur fantastical, as it was akin to looking at an object that released waves of hockey constantly, an object that increased one's ionic soul value by 0.25. To understand just what this would signify, one had to know their own ionic soul value, and in Noah's case, his own soul had tabulated what he believed to be his comprehensive quantification of this value, as when he stared at his expanded status panel that could spread for a few pages, a multicolored number showed itself that when one focused on it, a small description bloomed: ionic soul value, a quantification of the dynamic relationship of one's soul and the extent it can affect their own reality and the surrounding reality. The greater the soul value, the greater the control and capability of altering one's own reality and their surroundings. A high ionic soul value can dictate the rate that one comprehends abstruse concepts. The expansion of the boundary of concepts, the extent of reality alteration, and the usage of the soul to directly alter reality. When one utilizes their soul in the alteration of reality, their value will momentarily reduce and regenerate over time, something that is also affected by how high the ionic soul value is. An inquisition into the soul is required to better grasp the full understanding of one's ionic soul value. Current ionic soul value, 78/80ths. 5% of one's ionic soul value will regenerate every hour, with this rate being affected by external forces, the relationship of one's soul and the extent it can affect their own reality and the surrounding reality. Its uses were profound and unfathomable, as while forming his 8th dimensional layer. Noah's aspect of the soul was quantified to be 80. This was the number that came up after looking at him comprehensively, and it was somewhat correlated with his own realm, as since he had 7 out of the 9 dimensional realities forged and he was beginning on his 8th, his value came out to be approximately 80. When completed all of his dimensional layers and continued receiving the profound elevation of his aspects of existence, this value should reach 100, but when Noah came across the new skills that would display their reality-altering effects by stating they would utilize 1/10 or 100th of his ionic soul value, this was the number they were drawing from, and there was still much to learn about it, as Noah needed to quantify the rate of regeneration of this value fully. Because the end of the description stated that it could be affected by external factors, as this was the case for him, where there were multiple factors around him that were contributing to his ionic soul value regenerating rapidly. This was because after he nearly drained himself through the usage of Infinite Dream, he felt that his soul had nearly returned back to full power after the passage of just a few hours. So this didn't match the 5% regeneration expressed in the description of the ionic soul value. The factors that could have affected this included the dimensional emperor domain of nature, dual cultivation, absorption of obsidian dimensional reality panaceas, and all source enhancers while elevating his realm. And even his connection to the bound sources of nature in the gourmandizing dimensional reality. All of these were things he had to fully quantify and grasp to better understand his power before he faced the unreasonable ancestral descendants. So his gaze returned to the ionic soul pills that increased one's value by 0.25. They couldn't be decuplicated by ruination at her current stage, but these fantastical treasures could directly take Noah's ionic soul value to exceed what stage he would After the completion of his dimensional layers, it was a fantastical reality to come as Noah wondered how would this affect the body in origin, from the description of the ionic soul value. It showed that the stronger it was, the greater one could augment the power of their body in origin, as would Noah be capable of forming his kainos royal cosmos even faster? Require even fewer resources while forming his dimensional layers. When one aspect of his became overly strong, other aspects would be pulled up even faster. There were many more possibilities to think about, as the only way to find out was to elevate the power of his soul and see for himself. So he beckoned towards the 100 ionic soul pills, while the mountains of loot within the infinite forge all began to disappear and began their transfer into his expansive space. Chapter 2176 Unprecedented. Noah beckoned towards the ionic soul pills so he could begin to utilize them, while all other loot that was capable of being multiplied in quantity by ruination went to the expansion space to undergo this process. Meanwhile, Noah's soul began to devour the ionic soul pills as the portion of his soul remaining in the infinite forge grasped one of these stellar transparent crystalline masses on each hand, their size beginning to reduce as he devoured them, while his manifested soul released multicolored rays of radiance. When the transparent waves of essence surged into him, utmost euphoria was experienced as Noah felt a profound strengthening that would normally take the stupendous elevation of one's realm to occur. A strengthening that would normally take millions of years for others. Austere waves of power emanated out grandly as the myriad of ionic soul pills were pulled towards his soul, everything being sucked up cleanly as a major part of him took great strides in power. At the same time this occurred, the majesty of the ruined blade of epical quintessence was blooming in his expansive space, where mountains of loot were transferred over, with this blade focused on multiplying the obsidian dimensional reality panaceas and all source enhancers. As the moment they were finished, they were funneled towards Noah's origin as his 8th dimensional layer fully began to be established with speed. In this manner, Noah could also observe any changes in realm progression while his ionic soul value was also increasing. The obsidian dimensional reality panaceas would be devoured first, as thereafter, the all-source enhancers would follow. It was the devouring of loot from many sources, as within his origin, a seed had already bloomed as essence gushed down from all around to help its formation. A gorgeous blue color could be seen pervading across this dimensional layer that stood above the multicolored quantum dimensional reality. It was Fantasia. Its floor was a vast and incandescent sea with such a dense blue hue that one would be blinded by it if they stared for too long. Above this cerulean sea, a brief sky could be seen, as even this held traces of smaller blue seas floating mystically. They all shone with cerulean color that was so bright and dense as it continued to flash constantly due to the formation of Kainos Royal Fantasia Cosmos that bloomed within the very seas and liquid skies. Beautiful stellar blue cosmic light flashing constantly as billions of cosmos formed rapidly. Noah gazed at every minuscule thing happening as with his ionic soul value also elevating in power, he could distinctly feel the speed that his 8th dimensional layer devoured the essences of the obsidian dimensional reality panaceas was becoming ever faster, to the extent that the all-source enhancers had to be brought forward very quickly to provide as much essence as possible. And when they came into the picture, BZZZT, in the dimensional emperal domain of nature, Noah's main body had to momentarily stop his dual cultivation with the seeker of knowledge as his main body released a heavy burst of power and majesty. He was devouring the obsidian dimensional reality panaceas and all source enhancers directly from his expansive space, as it seemed like essence was just pouring into him, but due to his ionic soul value continued to rise due to the ionic soul pills. A billowing authority covered everything about him and caused his origin to feel like a dry desert, like a sponge that was desperately taking in all sources of water around it, and so the essence of all decuplicated obsidian dimensional reality panaceas was instantly devoured as the nearby all-source enhancers were instantly broken down. 50 trillion Kainos Royal Fantasia Cosmos, 80 trillion, 120 trillion, Noah's 8th dimensional layer, which should have undoubtedly taken him much longer to form due to its greater resource requirements, it was being formed at an unprecedented rate, as in a matter of seconds, it jumped from barely 5% formed to 60%, and for the seconds that followed, the grandeur of blue dominated as after 5 seconds, shirring, a cerulean ring of light spread with Noah at the center as a completed dimensional layer buzzed with grandiosity. Within seconds, Fantasia was completed. You have successfully completed the 8th dimensional reality. Your authority as an emperor of this age quintessentially increases. A version of pure undefined authority has been isolated for your future use above the Fantasia dimensional reality. Through your reign over the Fantasia dimensional reality, a level of influence can be exerted in the Fantasia dimension. Prompts began to cascade down as Noah's ionic soul value experienced successive jumps. becoming 90 even without accounting for the additions due to the ionic soul pills. And this number was exceeded as Noah finished devouring the ionic soul pills that, with their 0.25 addition each, 25 ionic soul values were added to His Majesty. It caused profound waves of power and incandescence to bloom out. As in this state, Noah did not want to waste this profound feeling of resonance at all. So he ignored the rising prompts of completing the eighth dimensional reality, his will coming to latch onto the vibrant crimson dimensional reality panaceas that had already begun to be multiplied next by ruination. A bit over 2 million all-source enhancers were utilized on the formation of the eighth dimensional layer after an initial 4.8 million obsidian dimensional reality panaceas were devoured, so there were still well around 3 million all-source enhancers that he saved for the purposes of elevating constructs or concepts like the infinite forge. As he now turned his attention on the crimson dimensional reality panaceas, he did this as before the boons of the recently built layer could even be shown. Begin the formation of the ninth dimensional reality, WAA. The allure of gold exploded. The allure of Elysium was called upon to be the base for the final dimensional reality. The will of the quintessential Kainos Emperor exploded with waves of unbound tyranny as he wasted no time to see the end of his foundation, his power scaling upwards steadily in order to stomp the coming enemies. Chapter 2177 Unprecedented 2. The Winds of Change. The coming of something utterly fantastical and inevitable that when it neared, some beings could instinctively feel it. As a tyrannical existence took great strides forward with unbelievable speed, the ushering of something new could be felt within the minds of all those powerful enough. Within the vast stretches of the boundary between realities, a man floated in this void of reality as he grasped the hilt of a sword in front, the sharp sword point pointing down as it caused a line of a rupture across the fabric of reality extending downwards for many light years. It was the grand visage of Theseus who caused the other ancestral descendants to gaze at him with respect and even a hint of veneration. It was the renowned existence with great accomplishments in the boundary of the sword. Behind him, a small legion holding swords similar to his floated in a profound formation as they waded across the desolate mausoleum. At this moment, the pupils of Theseus illuminated with a golden sword light that caused his eyes to squint while gazing at the far reaches of space, seeking something he didn't know of. But the sword light shining gold in his eyes showed him something akin to what providence or destiny would show an existence who was extremely proficient in such concepts. This was because when one reached a sufficient stage in boundary expansion, a concept would not be limited to a category of merely offensive or defensive. Unimaginable things became possible as geniuses like Theseus, who could attain such a stage with the few billion years he had lived, was rare, so this existence felt the winds of change. But he wasn't the only one. Far from his location in the desolate mausoleum, the visage of the Quantum Emperor floated alone as his gaze seemed to contain countless hidden truths. A pondering expression on his face as he continued searching, within folds of the Elysium dimension, Hideyoshi thought he felt a pulse echo out across the dimension. In addition to the feeling of great change occurring, his true authority of fate burning with golden grandeur as he tried to see the innumerable paths that would unfold. In the Niflheim dimension, a shocking battle was blooming as its participants also felt a similar sensation. All of them felt that something significant was occurring as they had to move even faster since they didn't know exactly what. In the gourmandizing dimensional reality, this very construct of clusters of realities and dimensions was currently pulsing with grandiosity as they resonated with their master, the realm he was on the cusp of attaining being something closely linked to it as well. 9 dimensional realities within his origin, and there were 9 dimensions that the gourmandizing dimensional reality sought to devour and layer them on its current fabric of reality. The two were not at all separate, as even the gourmandizing dimensional reality itself expectantly waited to see what authority was in store when the origin of its master had all of the dimensional realities forged. Its will focused on the dimensional emperor domain of nature where the visage of Noah's body could be seen. All activity was paused during this juncture as not just Noah's main body, but even his clones momentarily stopped their activities as Eoin, Barbados, the seeker of knowledge, Guinevere, and all others in the dimensional emperor domain of nature looked towards Noah and the oppressive pressure he released with a hint of awe. His body glimmered with 9 stellar bands of light, the 8th cerulean band that was recently finished shining with utmost incandescence as a golden band was currently in the midst of forming. The 9 dimensions were in his origin, but it seemed like his very body had the foundations of 9 stacked dimensional layers that had golden pillars of ascendancy. Stanchions and mountains of reality passages supporting everything. It was utterly glorious to observe as from his expansive space, Noah absorbed the decuplicated crimson dimensional reality panaceas while still observing the terrifying effect of an overly strong ionic soul He affirmed that even though the crimson dimensional reality panaceas should have been granting the same effect as 100,000 obsidian dimensional reality panaceas each, this number was being curved upwards as he may not truly need to wait until the next cycle of the infinite forge to achieve completion of this stage of his realm. A stage that after he achieved it would come the question of exactly where he took it from here. He was walking on a path he forged himself as he could rely on the methodology that others had designed, but his path was a unique one as there were infinite possibilities as to what he could do with it. These thoughts, possibilities, and more surged within Noah's mind as while the Elysium dimensional layer began its formation. He allowed the prompts of the accomplishment of the 8th dimensional layer to descend over his eyes. The undefined authority under you has quintessentially increased. The concentration of undefined authority has reached a critical level as its identity begins to unfold before you. Your understanding of the decretum of Fantasia has been forcefully raised to 50%. Your reserves of the essence of reality have been elevated to the maximum of 64 billion, your maximum true vitality values have risen to 128 trillion, your rate of progression in the decretum of Fantasia has increased by 1,000,000%. The saturated paramount Kainos Fantasia dimensional reality grants a base addition of 14,800,000 dimensional Fantasia damage and defense values, bringing your overall origin base value to 28,280,000. 20x pure quintessential Kainos natural decretum seeds has been obtained. His might continued to scale upwards as his base stats experienced quintessential increases, his life force becoming even more abundant as if someone sought to destroy his main body. The forged dimension themselves would act as an anchor to prevent dreadful results. One of the more critical things was that the undefined authority that Noah was collecting this whole time while he was forging dimensional realities. It had begun to be quantified to his eyes as he truly reached a precipice. This undefined authority was one that allowed him to already pull upon the anchors that chained the desolate mausoleum as it was closely interconnected with the workings of the barren lands. Just what would Noah be able to do with it at the completion of the dimensional realities? Chapter 2178 Unprecedented. 3. Undefined authority. This essence surged with blinding brilliance and unveiled its pure white grandeur, shining above the dimensional realities and being pulled up towards the highest layer where Elysium was forming. It was as if a brilliant white star was rising across stellar layers of planes as when it reached the top, shirring, incandescent white light illuminated Noah's upper body. He felt an immense weight of this light as information gradually began to flow into his mind only. Now realizing just what importance this undefined authority held, but the grandeur of this essence was too robust as quantifying it took its time. With a missing piece being this same essence produced from the final dimensional layer that was still in its beginning stages right now. As soon as this was in place, Noah would be able to put together all the pieces and be granted the right to use this undefined authority, and since this was the case, he focused on the completion of this final dimensional layer as decuplicated crimson dimensional reality panaceas liquefied to grant their essence unto him, the seed of the Elysium dimensional reality already bloomed while fantastical halcyon cosmos formed. This layer had the same color as the dream dimension, and yet its halcyon grandeur didn't have the sandy feel of the dream dimension, instead being very free-flowing as if the color itself was simply pure light. A light that would nourish one's aspects of existence and lead them onto the path that best suited them, an essence that had a unique relationship with providence as the two resonated greatly with each other. The planar floor of this dimensional layer was a vastly stretching aurora of light, this aurora extending upwards as one couldn't differentiate a sky. Amidst this surging halcyon aurora, golden Kainos Royal Elysium cosmos formed en masse as their number already exceeded a few trillion, and continued scaling upwards. While intently watching the formation of this layer, Noah continued to monitor the changes of the previous layer and make sure he wasn't missing any steps, his will urging ascendancy stanchions and dimensional reality passages to rise up between the quantum and Fantasia dimensional layers as their upper tier was expanded yet again. Your affinity to the decreta of all dimensions has risen greatly. Your maximum number of ascendancy stanchions is now 3,000. Your maximum number of infinite reality passages is now 4,680. The quintessential natural-born infinite mana physique is devouring the Fantasia dimensional essence and refining its authority. Your dimensional body and soul continue to experience a profound strengthening and elevation. You have arrived at the point of no return with the completion of the 8th dimensional layer. Proceeding forward and completing the 9th dimensional reality is considered a quintessential irreversible nexus event, as even the reversal of time cannot reverse or alter your realm after this. 260 cycles of the quintessential natural-born infinite mana physique were completed as the number of quintessential dimensional infinite reality passages reached a ridiculous number of 4,680 due to each cycle increasing the capacity by 18 passages. His ascendancy stanchions rose from a maximum of 2,000 to become 3,000 as his value multiplier increased even more. But forgetting all of these numerical details and what they signify for now, it was the last two prompts that caused Noah's gaze to become cold. In reality, there were irreversible nexus events that occurred and affected the main path and even extended to the countless parallel paths, the ancestors shackling reality, Oppenheimer splitting apart reality, and Noah removing the anchors from the desolate mausoleum were perfect examples of events that simply could not be reversed after they had occurred. Now, Noah was crossing the threshold as with the formation of the final dimensional layer. It was considered a quintessential irreversible nexus event for him. If he took and finished this step, he could not go back. If this path was grand in the beginning but not viable towards the end, he couldn't just return across the space-time continuum or do anything that could reverse what he was about to establish. Irreversible, quintessentially irreversible, this was a prompt that might have carried a tremendous weight for genius existences that had lived for millions or billions of years, making them take a pause to just fully grasp the brevity of their choices and actions and how they would affect them in the future. Whether establishing a new path to follow was worth it when there were so many unknowns. It was a prompt that could have created doubt in others and whether what they were doing was truly the path to follow. Yet when the quintessential Kainos Emperor saw it, HMPH, his will was roused instead. His tyranny surged from the depths of his heart as fantastically, his very soul cried out in grandiosity as the burning torrents of the essence of thousands of crimson dimensional reality panaceas that were already multiplied by 10 through ruination. All of this essence was tyrannically and unbelievably devoured into his ninth dimensional reality instantly. Every single decuplicated crimson dimensional reality panacea disappeared. After the consumption of the ionic soul pills, Noah saw that the effect of these panaceas were greatly expanded from the initial equivalency of being worth 100,000 obsidian dimensional reality panaceas. Noah being able to establish his Kainos Royal Elysium cosmos with a reduced requirement as if he could approximate and quantify it. A single crimson dimensional reality panacea was granting him the equivalency of a range of 150,000 to 160,000 obsidian dimensional reality panaceas. It was a massive and ridiculous increase in efficiency. It was a change that would be enough to not make him wait a whole day until another cycle of the infinite forge came, but due to the range of equivalency ranging, all of the crimson dimensional reality panaceas would get Noah close to completing everything, but not all the way there. So from his remaining few millions of all source enhancers, a vast majority also disappeared instantly from the command of a budding will of tyranny reacting to the prompt of quintessential irreversible nexus events. Until everything stopped, no more essence was taken into Noah's origin. There was nowhere for it to go before everything underwent reconstruction and rebirth. This was because in a span of not microseconds or nanoseconds, but an instant, Noah had reacted tyrannically toward a prompt that questioned his resolve to continue on this path as he absorbed everything needed for the ninth dimensional reality right then and there. And in that instant, all 200 trillion Kainos Royal Elysium cosmos flourished, the hardest, most resource requiring, most arduous layer to form, the last and final dimensional layer. It was formed and finished at an even shorter time than the layer that came before it, as it took but an instant. Chapter 2179 My Path. The tyrannical will of the quintessential Kainos Emperor felt like it was besmirched, like the prompt that had risen before it had intended to make him pause just for a second to think about his completion of the nine-dimensional realities. So his soul roared out with dominance and grandiosity as he let it be known that he fully trusted himself in the path he followed and he would never regret it. To him, there was no worry of the future and whether this path he followed would make way for grander pastures or possibly fail. He simply held such immense levels of confidence in himself that he knew no matter the outcome, he would overcome it and come out on the other side with even more majesty. It did not matter that he could not reverse it once he proceeded forward, and to show this conviction, he completed one of the more profoundly quintessential acts in his life by completing the hardest dimensional layer to forge. Faster than even the easiest and first dimensional reality that he forged, an instant. This was his answer, and it was a mighty response. A blaring sound akin to a horn blowing away the farthest ends of reality bellowed out as it stretched out across the gormandizing dimensional reality. It then extended much further outwards as without revealing its source. This bellowing horn responded out across the far reaches of the boundary between realities. It cascaded into the folds of space to even echo out across the remaining anchors, this bellowing horn causing many heads to turn. It was the coming of something utterly glorious that let itself be known, at the very source of this booming bellow. Noah's visage could be seen. It was spotlessly pure at this juncture, as his whole body had seemingly turned transparent. His stellar vessels, bones, organs, and musculature could be seen, as overlapping all of these were 9 layers of pure incandescent light. They began with gold at the very bottom and finished with gold at the very top. He Dream, Avalon, Prana, Apollyon, Mirror, Nibelheim, Quantum, Fantasia, and Elysium. 9 layers of dimensions overlapped on his body, as at this moment they pulsed with magisterial resonance to release a pillar of pure white light that coveted Noah entirely, as it exploded into tendrils that began to spin around him like a web, like a cocoon. And it had to be so, as his body and origin were undergoing a profound transformation, his soul also following, as before he became fully wrapped in the white cocoon. Those near this region of the dimensional emperor domain of nature could already see his stellar skin beginning to peel off of his body as if he were a canvas. This was what they saw. But for Noah, it was very, very different. For him, many things happened in the span of an instant, as it seemed like countless prompts rained down. But he could only focus on a single one that pervaded into his mind. The undefined authority has been quantified as the authority of this era, the authority of an era. An era, it was something that constituted of an unknown number of ages, as after the olden era there came the Kainos era. This era had only just begun with the age of quintessence, and at this juncture, it was shown that Noah had been collecting the authority of this entire era through his actions when he began to build dimensional realities that correlated to the actual 9 dimensions. It was Kainos authority. Attaining the authority of an entire era is an impossibility that only became a possibility after the actions of the ancestors that enacted cycles of ages. Your path and actions have made it possible for you to accumulate this profound authority due to their direct effects on the fabric of reality. Even more information surged into Noah's mind, but it wasn't just this, as this terrifying torrent of Kainos authority was currently pushing inside his body as if it could explode out at any second. Your aspects of existence are currently undergoing a quintessential transformation. The forged 9-dimensional realities are resonating with the 9 dimensions of the barren lands and portions of its fabric of reality. At this juncture, the Dream, Avalon, and Apollyon dimensions in the gormandizing dimensional reality began to pulse with resonance. A low thrumming pulse as waves of transparent light echoed out towards Noah's figure and bounced off of him joyfully, a unique phenomenon. Bloomed as it didn't just affect the 3 dimensions Noah had bound to his gormandizing dimensional reality, but the remaining 6-dimensional planes stretched out across the folds of the barren lands. The very sources of these dimensions began to resonate. It was the buildup of something unprecedented and incalculable for others as quintessential changes took place, and while this effect occurred outside Noah's body, the authority of the age of quintessence is being mobilized to reforge your aspects of existence. Rumble. Utmost glory and brilliance emanated from him as the backbone of a throne above and behind Noah released blinding light, a surge of multicolored stellar essence, gushing from it and sinking into the white cocoon in a show of grandiosity. But this wasn't all. The authority of the era of Kainos is being mobilized to reforge your aspects of existence. Your current tier of existence cannot withstand too much Kainos authority. You have gained the unique privilege to direct and focus the usage of the authority of this era towards a specific area of yourself. The authority of an era that could not be freely controlled. It was a culmination of a prize for a lot of hard work, and it granted Noah the right to focus a portion of it on a specific area that he wanted. His choice would be crucial, as this was one of the critical boons for completing all 9-dimensional realities. Would he focus it further on his aspects of existence that were already being reforged with this authority? Would he focus it on his systems? Ruination? The gormandizing dimensional reality? No, his will was luminous and unfathomable as it gazed at an extremely far-away place. And then, he spoke with surety. Chapter 2180 My Path. 2. You have gained the unique privilege to direct and focus the usage of the authority of this era towards a specific area of yourself. Towards such a prompt asking Noah for an area of focus, it could only be met with his will tyrannically voicing out what he sought the most. Loot, the authority of loot, nay, the boundary of loot expanded as much as possible. There were a great deal of boundaries that existence is chased towards extremity. Noah had gained an idea of their many examples when briefly residing in the automaton boundary modulator of true Empress Katia. But he didn't seek any of them at this juncture, not the boundary of karma, sword, light, void, or anything similar. Loot, this was the path that Noah chose as from his own experience. He wanted to see it to the very end, towards extremity. The authority of an era is gazing at the modus operandi of loot. The authority of an era has begun expanding the boundary of the concept of loot under the quintessential Kainos emperor. Subtly, Noah felt something tucked away in a corner of his soul rouse and begin to pulse. It was a profound and foreign sensation that had only just begun, its results entirely unknown, and at the same time this began, the resonating and completed dimensions released their prompts unto his mind. You have successfully completed the ninth dimensional reality. Your authority as an emperor of this age quintessentially increases. Your authority as an emperor of this age quintessentially increases. A version of pure Kainos authority courses through you. Your understanding of the decretum of Elysium has been forcefully raised to 50%. Your reserves of the essence of reality have been elevated to the maximum of 264 billion. Your maximum true vitality values have risen to 512 trillion. Your rate of progression in the decretum of Elysium has increased by 1,000,000%. The saturated paramount Kainos Elysium dimensional reality grants a base addition of 59,200,000 dimensional Elysium damage and defense values, bringing your overall origin base value to 87,480,000. 40x pure quintessential Kainos natural decretum seeds has been obtained. The last layer truly was a special one, as his maximum true vitality values and essence of reality were quadrupled. His base defenses and damage values were even more robust, as even with these listed values, one must be mindful that his reformation was still not complete. All of this came on top of 40 pure quintessential Kainos natural decretum seeds that, when multiplied in quantity, ensured that Noah would be mastering any remaining natural law he didn't grasp his hands on. At this moment, he already had all the decreta that correlated to his forged dimensions at 100% understanding. And as soon as he completed the ninth dimensional layer, the decretum of Elysium was also forcefully taken towards 100% in this frozen moment of time. In this instant of time, it signified Noah completely understanding all 9 decreta of dimensions and even binding the sources of 3 of them, and the prompts continued to roll in at such a time. Your affinity to the decreta of all dimensions has reached the maximum value. Your maximum number of ascendancy stanchions is now 6,000. Your maximum number of infinite reality passages is now 6,480. The quintessential natural-born infinite mana physique is devouring the Elysium dimensional essence and refining its authority. Your dimensional body and soul are currently undergoing a rebirth. You have crossed the threshold of no return with the completion of the ninth dimensional layer. The only path for your realm is the path forward. Through your reign over the 9-dimensional realities, a level of influence can be exerted in the barren lands. The barren lands, he had gained the authority to influence not just the 9 dimensions, but the desolate mausoleum was also included to make it all of the barren lands. And at this extremely critical juncture, the surrounding fabric of reality trembled with torrential waves of arousing will, a will that was newly empowered with the removal of Apollyon. It was the will of reality. It had blatantly promised Noah that when it was given the chance in the future, it would do whatever it could to take such a chance to gain control. Now that he had completed his 9-dimensional realities and was resonating with the very fabric of reality, this terrifying will rose. Would it truly keep to its promise and attack Noah at such a juncture even after everything that had happened? The source of reality is gazing at you, within the incandescent white cocoon. Time continued to remain stagnant as Noah's will was about to surge out with all of its power, and yet, the source of reality is enumerating countless possibilities. The fabric of reality within the gourmandizing dimensional reality has been freed of reality's control. The fabric of reality outside of the gourmandizing dimensional reality calls out to the source of your construct. The effect of infinite dream has been increased by 1,000 times. A terrifying progression. The source of reality chose not to fight Noah. In the wake of all new entrants and powerhouses and existences with their own aims, the will of reality went against its own words and did not choose the path of conflict. And this particular decision and event occurring at the same time as Noah completing his dimensional realities and undergoing great change, went on to add to this already ridiculously reality-breaking process. Noah's body, the gourmandizing dimensional reality, the 9 dimensions, and the vast stretches of realities in the desolate mausoleum, just once. All of these constructs pulsed with a wave of resonance, a wave that in Noah's eyes was quantified in the most beautiful way possible. With the usage of Kainos authority, quintessential authority, and the support of the source of reality, the quintessential Kainos emperor can directly affect, displace, and remove the anchors pressing down on reality. WAA. Chapter 2181, The True Throne of Quintessence. With the usage of Kainos authority, quintessential authority, and the support of the source of reality, the quintessential kainos emperor can directly affect, displace, and remove the anchors pressing down on reality. An austere prompt presented itself amidst the profundity as even Noah's will stared at this blankly for a moment. Up until more information on it was revealed as when Noah wondered exactly what extent or limitations the words affect, displace, and remove had. The very fabric of reality around him buzzed as it was reality itself that began to converse with him. Your current accumulation of authority along with the authority of reality can work in conjunction to allow the removal of the function of at least 3 anchors. Displacement is possible for the same number of anchors to grant the same function of the removal, the suppression. This is the path I saw after countless calculations. Noah listened calmly while his aspects of existence underwent reformation, his thoughts on the logistics of it all as he asked lightly, what about the existences currently within selected dimensions that undergo displacement? Yes. If Noah used the limited authority he had and displaced a dimension that held terrifying ancestral descendants into his gormandizing dimensional reality, this was a recipe for disaster as he had yet to scale his current strength against theirs, for even greater levels of control of the fabric of reality to be capable of even rejecting existences within it. You will need to place under your control the key to the source of reality and the remaining fundamental treasures of nature. The key to the source of reality, naturally, it was the heart of reality. Noah already had the heart of destiny in his hands as he could rip the heart of karma and the heart of fortune from Lilith whenever he wished. Now, he had to collect the rest of these treasures as there was the location of the heart of fate to find out about, but since reality itself had finally taken a step towards Noah after gazing at countless possibilities, it could definitely take a few more. The white cocoon that covered Noah had multicolored waves of light bounce off of it as the voice of reality resounded in his mind. The heart of reality is within the grasp of the tribunal and the main reality. The heart of fate is in the hands of the quantum emperor. I can lead you to them. A terrifying development for Noah's enemies, an utterly balance-breaking development as the very will of reality was now an active guiding factor that was aiding Noah. Under the effects of the void, it was very hard to navigate and peruse through the barren lands at this moment, but the very fabric of reality that was pervasive throughout? It could sense which existences were crossing through it and where. It was a despairing reality for those that stood against him. I see, then we should get started. The white cocoon he was impulsed as he urged its completion. His body, origin, and soul cried out as they were reformed into something even more pristine. Hung from the white cocoon, a fair white hand glimmering with a stellar radiance flashed out as the layers of white began to crumble, and even more prompts cascaded out. Your aspects of existence have undergone a quintessential kainos baptism. Both the essence of this age and the essence of this era have reconfigured your existence. You have achieved a quintessential soul. You have achieved a quintessential body, you have achieved a quintessential origin, you have achieved the ionic quintessential kainos emperor foundation with your quintessential aspects of existence that exceed all other foundations established across the ages and eras. Boom, more and more cracks spread across the white cocoon as a being bathed in blinding stellar radiance stepped out, his body pristine and unblemished and without anything covering its glory. Those in the surroundings couldn't help but squint their eyes and gasp as they barely saw the visage of this being. And this was because apart from his body releasing ridiculous waves of radiance there was something just as fantastical blooming behind him. Eowyn, Guinevere, and some of the truly older existences that had lived across the ages felt their hearts tremble at what appeared behind Noah. There was a throne that was turning extremely solid, a throne that wasn't the throne of quintessential tyranny. It was the true throne of quintessence. Those who had lived across the ages had felt a type of authority similar to what was currently emanating from this throne, an authority that different emperors had used for many different actions. Others had used this authority to reign with tyranny before they left, and the more recent example was the emperor of the last age that put everything on the path of destruction. Now, they felt this same authority on a throne that shone with much more incandescence than any of the ones they had seen before. It was solidifying behind him as after calling out to Noah, it now floated behind him as it released waves of light that were seemingly calling for an enthronement. He didn't seek the true throne at this juncture, it had called out to him, and it was now manifesting and coming to him after he exceeded all others in this age. As he achieved quintessence in all aspects, he had even achieved a foundation that took into account everything about him, his aspects of existence, concepts, constructs, and even something as unique as the heart of mana. And when all of it came together, especially the boons of the heart of mana contained in this ionic foundation, your ionic quintessential kainos emperor foundation allows you to cast all abilities requiring less than 1,000 billion units of the essence of reality at no Cost: Your Ionic Quintessential Kainos Emperor Foundation allows you to cast all abilities requiring less than 10 Ionic soul values at no cost or strain to your soul. Chapter 2182 The True Throne of Quintessence. 2. Your Ionic Quintessential Kainos Emperor Foundation allows you to cast all abilities requiring less than 10 Ionic soul values at no cost or strain to your soul. These were the shocking prompts emanating out as Noah broke out of the pure white cocoon and stepped onto the outside space. Those gazing at him only saw the grandeur of stellar blinding radiance as he unfurled his hands and scrutinized his body. Yet the moment that his hands moved across space, boom! Crack, space trembled and shattered. The mere wave of his hand shattered the nearby fabric of reality as it held unbelievable explosive power that was not contained by Noah. He had to first actively understand this level of strength and then control his body to express it whenever he wished. The prompts to explain this phenomenon cascading down right then and there. Due to the strengthening of your Ionic Quintessential Kainos Emperor Foundation, your body has gained equivalent defenses to an Epic 3 relic, being capable of withstanding 100 Ionic damage values. You can also release a force of 100 Ionic damage values from any part of your body at will without the cast of any ability, just purely from the stage of your body alone. This level of body strengthening will only increase in the future as you illuminate your path forward and establish your realm with your robust foundation. Yes, this was the true boon of the Ionic Quintessential Kainos Emperor Foundation, a foundation forged atop 9-dimensional realities, concepts, and constructs that shockingly made Noah's body equivalent to an Epic 3 relic in toughness, even putting aside the passive defenses Celestial Lich's armament, beacon of thorny consecration, and his innate dimensional barrier. Just his body alone could now defend against 100 Ionic damage values while being able to release this exact same number with any part of him. A punch with his fist, a flick of his finger, the movement of his hair, every single part of him could explode with shocking power. As all this was only a part of what was to come as this type of body Noah could continue to elevate its ranking and grandeur over time. It was a phenomenal boon, and the foreign sense of torrential damage that Noah released just from the swing of his hand had to be contained, as just when he came out of the cocoon, he stopped and closed his eyes while his will washed over every part of his body. He felt every crevice as his will even delved into his very cells. The ferocious power he released being understood and reeled in as his eyes flashed open with ferocity soon after. A blinding white light flashed out as Noah breathed in slowly, moving his body again, as even while his limbs moved across the fabric of reality, it wasn't fractured and destroyed, but there was still more that he found out for himself while another prompt rolled down. Due to the strengthening of your Ionic Quintessential Kainos Emperor Foundation, your Ionic soul value has risen to 225. Your soul can now freely control the release of your will in the form of hockey to release a targeted or a burst of 25 Ionic soul damage values. Your capability to expand boundaries has also been greatly enhanced as you can more easily induce epiphanies of the soul. This level of soul strengthening will only increase in the future as you illuminate your path forward. Due to the strengthening of your Ionic Quintessential Kainos Emperor Foundation, your origin has become a type of epical engine that can progress through future realms at a 1,000,000% increased rate of progression. In the future, it will follow the most natural path of progression and quintessentially reduce the chances of taking the wrong path. This level of origin strengthening, his Ionic soul value, which was supposed to have reached 100 at completion, was more than doubled. In addition to the 25 added by 100 Ionic soul pills, Noah's Ionic soul value reached a terrifying 225. This number may seem foreign as one may not be able to fully wrap their mind around its significance due to not having comparators to compare to, but it was a stupendous achievement regardless. His origin also experienced its own boons along with the body and soul as the foundation that Noah had set up for himself. It had truly set him up for success, as it would be doing its best to follow the most natural path. This may be a positive and a negative at the same time, as what if what Noah wanted to do was not in any way natural? There were many things to think about with this advancement as Noah finished observing his aspects of existence thoroughly. With all these changes, the way he fought would change, not in any major ways, as he would still be spamming, especially since he did not have to pay the cost of abilities costing anything less than 1,000 billion units of the essence of reality or less than 10 Ionic soul values. But now he could suffocate his enemies with 25 Ionic soul damage values by releasing a burst of his hockey. Soul damage was always extremely hard to defend against compared to other damages, and in these stages of power where soul reigned supreme, having one's damage specifically geared towards the soul would make you an existence others feared. The existences who expanded their boundaries to a high enough level reached this stage where everything they released could affect the soul, yet Noah had it simply due to his quintessential soul. who Noah breathed out as torrential waves of essences surged out with his breath alone, the control over his newfound power being established as now. He turned his gaze behind him, shining splendorously with multiple colors. A solidified throne floated grandly as a solid quintessential solidified crown floated atop it. It was a throne that would grant one tremendous control and power over the true authority of an age, over the true authority of quintessence. Chapter 2183, The True Throne of Quintessence. 3. True emperors chose to use their true authority of an age carefully during their reign before another age began. After attaining it through years of battle and proving themselves, this was a reward that they utilized to the fullest, and it was a reward that came with immense power. Noah stared at the glimmering multicolored throne that seemed to be carved out of the fabric of reality itself, its stellar makeup inducing just as much awe as the solidified crown floating above it. He had continued to exceed all others and prove himself quintessential in this age to the point that this throne called out to him and even now appeared before him. It was done in such a unique way as the enthronement of any true emperor varied. But none was as peaceful as this. Noah reflected back to where he came from and where he now was, even as other prompts were slowly passing in the back of his mind. The structural makeup of the ascendancy stanchions has been bathed with quintessence as they begin to evolve. The quintessential natural-born infinite mana physique has been bathed with quintessence as it begins to evolve. Even as prompts like this and more continued to come down, Noah reflected on his past self as right. After such brief contemplation, his stunning visage began to ascend towards the dazzling multicolored throne, an imperial emperor's robe that was one of the connate relics to come out of the infinite forge draped over his fair stellar body. His ascension in the space of the dimensional emperal domain of nature causing the hearts of all those in the surroundings to beat even faster. Guinevere stared at the dazzling throne with mixed emotions as the being she followed her intuition to follow had truly arrived here. It meant she had taken the proper path for her and her people as she waited to see the results. There was Morgana beside her, who didn't have the eyes of defiance anymore when she gazed at Noah, all of such defiance being wiped away by the tyranny of the quintessential Kainos Emperor during the dual cultivation session under dilated time. Then there was Eowyn. She had a much stronger connection as she was with Noah for much longer. And she had watched him spout his ideals and what he wanted to achieve as many times. She had acted as the voice of common sense to tell him that it may not be possible, but now, she was glad to have been wrong this whole time. THRUM, a booming low thrumming hum began to emanate with Noah's ascension towards the true throne. The will of the gourmandizing dimensional reality moving as this scene became reflected across the folds of space of these vast lands, before the eyes of his mother and little Henry, before the eyes of the longest dream and Albus, before the eyes of the Emperor Penguin, the Kraken, and Kazuhiko, before the masses within these lands as they all gazed you to see an emperor be enthroned and crowned. The stellar robe he wore only magnified his majesty and beauty as after his baptism with the authority of this age and era, he had become even more exceedingly handsome as his hair had reverted back to its original dark color, with a few streaks of gold, purple, blue, black. All the colors of the dimensional realities adding to the radiant darkness of his head. He arrived before the true throne with an expression of utmost majesty and power, his hand reaching out to stroke its armrest as prompt began to rise. You have accumulated the most authority in this age and exceeded all others in terms of quintessence. You have earned the right to sit upon the true throne of this age. There was nobody to fight him for it right here and now, so he gazed at its wonders as his body turned around, overlooking the torrential waves of the essence of natural laws in this domain of nature in the faces of the women gazing up towards him, some with looks of reverence. Then, his visage fell back as if the true throne was magnetic, a pulling force calling out to him as his figure instantly came to be enthroned atop it. Radiance erupted out, shocking waves of incandescence exploded. As with the true throne as the center, a blinding pillar of multicolored light shot out from above and below and stretched out endlessly across space, a blinding pillar of multicolored light that seemed to reflect countless illusory images of a man sitting upon a throne, his visage too crowded by countless waves of essences to be seen by others. These reflections of countless illusory images were not just that. They traversed far and wide. These reflections traversed across the space affected by the void as before ever emperor who had attained a solidified crown. The image of the enthroned true emperor of quintessence appeared. One of the first was the figure of Lilith, who saw everything with clarity. Her demonic eyes weren't as dim as before as she still gazed at what was happening with too many mixed emotions. Her mind could almost see her figure as the one sitting up on the dazzling throne, but even as that image began, BZZZT, it was ground out of her mind to be replaced by the glorious visage of the being that was currently sitting upon this throne. Others would not even be able to fantasize before the authority of this throne as it made its master known across the folds of dimensions and reality. the image of a true emperor covered by waves of essence appeared before all emperors who entered the race in this age, but it also seemed to taunt the invaders that had intruded upon this age not too long ago. The visage of the true emperor blooming before the ancestral descendants who gazed at it with utmost coldness, the scene they observed showed the figure of a man sitting on the throne as parts of his radiant face could barely be seen, with a dazzling solidified crown shining, with the acritures of quintessential dimensional emperor beginning to descend from its high position to crown itself on his head. But at this juncture, the right hand of the magisterial being sitting on the true throne of quintessence rose as the descending solidified crown came to a halt. His gaze then turned towards a certain direction as he beckoned for someone to come. He would not merely have the crown descend to his head to signify the completion of the enthronement. He would grant this honor to a being that had started this path with him at an early age, believing in him against all odds after her eyes had discovered his blinding golden grandeur in the frozen kingdom of the beast world. He beckoned towards the frozen queen as she floated to instantly appear before the true throne of quintessence. Chapter 2180 For the true throne of quintessence. 4. The frozen queen appeared before the true throne of quintessence, not Eowyn, not Barbatos, not Guinevere. Nobody else but Adelaide. Noah gazed at the mother of his child as he nodded towards her, her exceedingly beautiful face, blue eyes, and dazzling cerulean hair bringing a burst of colors as the solidified crown above Noah floated before her. Her fair hands trembled slightly as she came to hold this crown, the man before her nodding once more as he tipped his head down ever so briefly, hung. The torrential waves around him surged along with his movements as a burst of royalty erupted from Adelaide, her eyes filling with courage and power as she recalled the first moments of this being who had suddenly appeared in the snowy peak of the frozen kingdom. The place where her golden rule had told her this was the being to put her life on, the world where he had attained the spiritual land that was elevated to become the gourmandizing dimensional reality today. All of these images crossed her mind as she was granted the authority to actually hold the true crown of quintessence, her fair hands bringing it forward on the man waiting for her as she came to crown him with a surge of grandiosity. Hong. The moment the crown sat on his stellar head, even more blinding surges of light exploded out as the very fabric of reality began to resonate out a message that traverses across the farthest reaches of reality. The existence who expressed quintessence in all aspects has taken reins of the authority of this age. Even though wars and chaos were blooming all around, even though a blanket of the void covered everything as others feared the end, before their eyes at this moment, bountiful information was relayed to them. In the shortest possible time since the start of the age of Genesis, a true emperor was crowned. And this was shown and told with glory across the far reaches of the desolate mausoleum as a shockingly fantastical message traversed outwards at this moment. True Emperor Osmond has taken the true throne of quintessence, a message that shone with grandiosity. There were many different contenders for quintessence, but one being had achieved it in the shortest period of time across the ages as his name was Osmond. In the myriad of primordial temples across realities, the seers scrambled to their positions as they looked at a name etched in their primordial blacklist. Across the folds of space, in the quantum dimension, true Empress Katia stared at the image of the man seated upon the true throne of quintessence as she overlapped this image with the same being who she had killed the clone of not too long ago. Her expression was grave as she knew what came with attaining the true authority of an age. It granted one the power to do a great deal of things, with some emperors capable of utilizing a much greater concentration that far outstripped others, a more recent example being Oppenheimer and his usage of the true authority of destiny on an action that had nothing to do with him. He didn't utilize the true authority of an entire age to propel his power or aspects of existence and grant himself the uniqueness the true emperors had outside the barren lands. He instead used it all to split apart the main reality, and yet when he was forced out of the barren lands, he was still illustrious even now as his existence was truly a mystery. Now, another anomalous emperor had risen after him. Someone that the ancestral seers had seen nothing about. What exactly would he use his authority for? This thought was not just shared by Katia alone. As far from relocation, in the Nibelheim dimension, BOM, an 8-echelon obsidian noblesse surrounded by countless titanic ionic undead chaoticus beasts gazed towards the image of the true emperor of the age of quintessence as Yvonne and her legions were moving about busily to contend with the boundary of death that he released. There were fewer ancestral descendants in the field compared to when this battle began, as in this battle for attrition, it was clear who was winning. Yvonne ignored the illustrious image of an emperor atop a throne as she had to have all her focus in this battle, but the 8-echelon obsidian noblesse stared at Noah's visage freely as his eyes held countless thoughts. The variable of the key to this age is moving much faster than anticipated. I'll have to take things seriously and put in some more effort. Little rabbit, like an apex predator eyeing its prey, the boundary of death is an interesting one to play with, but have you had the pleasure of facing the full boundary of the void? WAA, horrific words that caused Yvonne's eyes to turn somber echoed out, the darkness and the surroundings becoming extremely dense as waves of obsidian light began to surge out of the 8-echelon obsidian noblesse, the void erupting with a light of regality and ennoblement as it threatened to suppress everything, a buzz of power, a light of brilliance. This was the only thing Noah felt as his head rose after allowing Adelaide to place the crown on his head, his eyes opening to see her legs. Trembling as she was unconsciously kneeling due to the sheer pressure he released after the crowning, his aura erupted to cover her as she breathed easier, also extending to cover all those in this region of the dimensional emperor domain of nature. As shockingly the burst of the true authority of quintessence had inherently caused all those nearby to fall to their knees. Even after Noah rained on this aura, some still couldn't find the strength to rise as his piercing gaze was still focused on rows of prompts cascading down before him. You have gained the title of the true emperor of an age, you have gained the title of the true emperor of quintessence, you have gained access to the accumulated true authority of quintessence across all of reality. This essence can be accessed and utilized through the true throne of quintessence. Like all the emperors in the ages past, the source of reality beckons you to release it from its shackles. Chapter 2185, True Emperor Osmont. Like all the emperors in the ages past, the source of reality beckons you to release it from its shackles. WAA, this message appeared before Noah amidst the acceptance of a profound authority. Through the multicolored true throne of quintessence he sat on, it felt like he had gained access to a key that could open a massive gateway, a gateway that held within it boundless accumulated authority, the true authority of quintessence. In the past age, the true emperor of destiny, Oppenheimer, had utilized his throne as a key to unleash the true authority of destiny to split apart reality. But just like Noah, he had received the prompt from reality that asked him to release it from its shackles. His answer was not to use the authority for himself, as it made one wonder, since reality had to have multiple true emperors make the choice to remove the anchors suppressing it. Were Oppenheimer's actions actually selfless to begin loosening the restrictions of the desolate mausoleum, or was there something larger at play? One could not be sure of this. But what Noah could be sure of were his own actions. So while he sat on the true throne of quintessence with surging waves of authority, he spoke out in a frequency only a single entity could understand. Is that truly your wish, or just a basic message all true emperors receive? WAA, yes. Did reality truly want him to use the true authority of quintessence on the removal of its shackles, or was this just something all emperors saw? What would have required other true emperors to use their true authority of age to do? You can accomplish due to your 9-dimensional realities and gormandizing dimensional reality. There should be more than enough authority of kainos to achieve the removal of the anchors. Your true authority of quintessence is something you can utilize towards whatever will benefit you the most, or whatever will help achieve your goal of binding the rest of the anchors to your gormandizing. The source of reality spoke to the recently crowned emperor as this being currently burned with multicolored authority. He was already able to do what were considered irreversible nexus events even before he attained the throne. He was removing anchors that the ancestors placed without utilizing the true authority of an era or the true authority of an age. Now that he had these, what he could do was only expanded to alarming degrees. His majesty and regality at this moment were at the very peak as his image was shown to those prevalent in this age, those in the gormandizing dimensional reality being most affected as they were connected to this existence before he took on such a distinction. They gazed at his illusory image as at the forefront. The black and gold flippers of the emperor penguin rose up as if they were reaching out to the image of the personage on the throne. The emperor penguin remembered when he first met this being and actually challenged him with the other spiritual beasts when he wanted to take control of the spiritual land. He remembered how this being had taken them all on a path of power they could have never imagined. He remembered all this as golden tears of pride and joy dripped from his stellar eyes, the raised flipper clenching tightly as the emperor penguin bellowed out, "Long live the true emperor." WAA, a symphony was playing with incandescent glory. Drums of victory and glory emerged across the gormandizing dimensional reality as they were even carried by the waves of quintessence to resound across the fabric of reality. "Long live the true emperor." Booming reverberations echoed out across the gormandizing dimensional reality as the vassals of the true emperor called out to celebrate this achievement. It was a day for great happiness and celebration to have their master attain the highest position in their current age, but it was also a sad day for some. This was because some beings that were familiar with the true emperor and had met him very early on found a unique change when they called out his name. Kazuhiko was gazing at the visage of the man on the true throne as he wanted to call out his name, but when he began, he felt his origin become riled up as his mana and essence of Reality began to burn, all of it going towards his mouth as just to utter the name of the being he considered a friend. He had to pay a price in essence. Long live true Emperor Osmont, hung. His name had gained distinction, his name had gained reverence. To utter it, one had to pay a price. For his vassals, the minimum it was reduced to was 100,000 units of the essence of reality and 1 million units of mana just to utter his name, and for them, this was a privilege. As those who weren't his vassals, the price was more than 10 times just to utter out such a distinguished name, true Emperor Osmont. Kazuhiko called out again as his eyes carried a trace of sadness amidst his happiness, seeing that the one he considered a friend was so far away and so distinguished that he may not be able to smile freely and joke around him as before, and if his name and identity carried such distinction to his vassals. Crack, it was even more so for his enemies, as at this moment, on the walls holding the primordial blacklists within primordial temples, crack, the walls were cracking as if the essence that maintained them was not enough to hold the name written there, seers scrambling away as their eyes burned when they had tried to peer across the veils to understand the absurdity that was occurring. The absurdity of the true emperor of the current age being listed as their enemy on the blacklist. Boom, crack, the walls of the blacklists shattered as it seemed like reality itself was admonishing them for having such a distinction on such a list, the structures of the myriad of primordial temples across realities trembling and beginning to crack, their very foundation falling to the ground. Chapter 2186 True Emperor Osmont 2. In the mirror dimension, surrounded by the void, a massive nature integration realm dragon with dazzling blue eyes lay at the center of a stretch of countless legions, a visage of the ruined blade of epical quintessence floating above him as it was a false epical blade of quintessence granted to this existence by the very true emperor he saw the image of in the void. It was the visage of Eckert. His deep blue eyes held countless emotions as a rueful smile appeared on his lips, his grand voice echoing out, "It seems nobody else can be the main character in this era apart from him." He had grand dreams, he had aspirations as well, he had risen up at a fast speed that exceeded others who took billions of years. But at this moment, he accepted that he had lost in the brilliance that this being showed. The being he had appeared in front of as the great usurper was now so far and above that it seemed Eckert could only gaze at his shadow. Whatever fortune and destiny lay remaining in these lands, it seemed that it would only go towards a single person, yet Eckert's confidence and resolve didn't waver. The cerulean eyes of the dimensional ruler he dominated released tendrils of blue light as in the face of a dominating destiny and grandiosity. He didn't waver. "When all this is over, shall I see what lies outside the barren lands? He spoke grandly as he didn't develop any feelings of inferiority from this. Focusing on himself and his own path as he thought of the girl embroiled with the primordials and his sister that he had safely hidden away in the folds of his system, he thought of many things as his bright eyes only gazed towards the future. His enthronement was a grand one as his vassals paid their respect, but in the midst of this all, he still had to make moves as his enemies were not waiting for him. And for what he had to do first, he could start without finishing all preparations. So while seated upon the true throne of quintessence that constantly urged Noah to access its vast reserves of authority, his voice echoed out as it was directed towards reality itself, "Then let us move, HUUM." The true throne of quintessence vibrated and released waves of austere authority as Noah wanted to make a few moves after attaining the apex authority of this age. The first move ushered wisps of the true authority of quintessence that Noah could now freely control as his deep voice filled with majesty and regality boomed out to all lands outside of the gourmandizing dimensional reality. At the same time his voice bloomed, his eyes also half closed as he activated the infinite dream. Billions of wisps of his will being carried into the words of quintessence. True Emperor Osmont commands fealty to those who seek salvation, across realities and dimensions. A message spread as the first edict of the true Emperor of Quintessence was to command fealty to those across the barren lands that wished to be saved. It was a dark time. The void covered everything as weaker existences who didn't have any control of the natural laws could barely even see their surroundings. To the vast masses, a terrifying apocalypse had descended that began by taking away their sight, and they had no idea what would happen next. But now, the illusory scene of a true emperor being enthroned bloomed as soon after they saw his austere authority descend to them. For them to be saved out of their current predicaments, this message appeared not just before the vast existences, but also before the infinite realities as Noah had separated billions of wisps of his will with the activation of the infinite dream. His first action was to bind the countless realities and all the existences within them unto him. And it didn't even require a thousandth of the vast reserves of the true authority of quintessence. Across the vast folds of space filled with the void, countless wills rose to answer the vibrant essence of quintessence. The wills of realities began to glimmer as They accepted a will to wrap around them and begin traversing them across the folds of space and towards a single location. This was just the first action. As its effects bloomed, the true Emperor of Quintessence gazed towards a direction of the gormandizing dimensional reality and tapped his finger. Spacefolding and twisting as the figure of Lilith appeared emotionlessly, her bountiful chest splitting open to release two glimmering hearts that flew towards him, the heart of karma and the heart of fortune. Verdant and gold lights mixed in as these hearts came before Noah and sank onto his own chest, his visage becoming ever brighter as he gazed at the figure of Lilith with her chest closing back up, a voice that only she could hear emanating in her mind. The only thing wrong you did was seek the same authority as me. Now, you can only follow my will and maybe gain a semblance of contentment from the deaths of those you burn with hatred for. WAA, the dimensional Hellion ruler Lilith received consolation as her bleeding chest closed. Her gaze filled with rage and possibilities as reached out towards the multicolored true throne of Quintessence as if it was right before her grasp. Only for it to disappear soon after. The true throne of Quintessence and the Emperor that sat atop it disappeared as they delved even deeper into the dimensional emperor domain of nature, seeking isolation to absorb everything that had occurred while at the same time his other bodies began to move, sharing the quantum dimensional chassis that experienced a rebirth along with Noah's main body disappeared as it followed the lead of the very fabric of reality towards the direction of the heart of fate held by the quantum emperor. The Apollyon dimensional chassis also disappeared as it followed the lead of reality towards the main reality where the heart of reality stood waiting under the hands of the tribunal. Chapter 2187. Do you know who you are? Two-dimensional clones disappeared from the gormandizing dimensional reality as they went to seek the remaining two fundamental treasures of nature. When Noah's main body had undergone baptism, so did his clones as the link between the chassis and the 9 established dimensional layers was especially strong. To the extent that these 9 clones correlating to the 9 dimensional layers had their own boons that had yet to be quantified with their changes still in progress, 2 of them had set off as even if Noah wasn't fully done with all the preparations, he still had to begin making moves. His enemies had made many moves, and it was now time for Noah to make his as well. His main body took time to understand all the changes from attaining the true throne. The expansion of all his concepts as he had to open up caches and loot boxes, utilize the shards and pearls of nullity to further this concept further, watch the blooming of the boundary of loot that was being expanded by the very authority of this era, and many more things. His clones made moves outside of the gormandizing dimensional reality as the reign of the true Emperor of Quintessence truly began. His blue eyes always saw the farthest reaches of space and time as his vision was far above what lay in the barren lands. He utilized his calculation eyes and the second heart inside of him that shone with white gold grandeur, the heart of fate that showed him innumerable paths and allowed him to be greatly proficient in viewing the parallel paths. At this moment, his heart of fate gradually began to lose its white gold luster. It was not a good sign. It meant that among the many possible paths that could unfold in the near future, the number was shrinking as the possible paths became very few. As for what the cause of it could be, Constantine gazed at the illusory image of the emperor situated upon a throne that had yet to fade as he could make some guesses. He was a being that came from the quantum singularity lineage that traced back all the way to the ancestors. He had many in his lineage utilize the pylon of ascension to leave the barren lands and attain great power outside, with him even receiving a unique authority in this age that would have been more than sufficient to place him on top and attain the true throne. But it was attained by another, as even in such a defeat, the quantum emperor did not waver. He had that much confidence in himself and his lineage, as well as everything that lay outside the barren lands. Unimaginable power lay out there as he had only just tasted a semblance of it. Just because he could not attain the true throne of Quintessence, it did not mean it was the end of his path. Having the distinction of a true emperor gave one an edge, but it wasn't everything outside the barren lands. There were many true emperors to come out across the many ages past who had left the barren lands, but not all of them were still alive today. Becoming a true emperor was not everything. Outside of these lands, one had to have support to truly thrive and not be decimated by the tides of power and war, and he had all the support he could ask for, while beings like Oppenheimer and this Osmont? They would be branded as those that had gone against the will of the ancestor. As how far could they thrive in lands where chaoticus beasts alone ravaged everything? Lands where terrifying and noble beings like the noblesse reigned supreme. The will of the quantum emperor remained solid as he thought of the current development and stopped spreading his aura out, coming to a decision and choosing to retreat while relying on the power of ancestral descendants to take care of this existence that had risen to the heights of this age. He looked at the illusory image of true Emperor Osmont upon the throne as he tugged upon his connection with the quantum dimension, feeling its pull and about to leave when suddenly the image he was looking at seemingly became very real. From the illusory image, A corporeal face stepped out of the void to fill the image of the true Emperor of Quintessence as the eyes of the Quantum Emperor shone sharply, his senses telling him they were one and the same, the being who had become the true Emperor of this age actually appeared before him just as he gave up his search, the heart of the Quantum Emperor calm as even in this situation he did not become worried. You ran away the last time we were on the same battlefield. Are you only confident to appear before me now after attaining the true throne? His regality and prestige were still maintained as he spoke, but it still lost out to the grace and royalty that the true Emperor of Quintessence currently gave off as waves of quintessence surrounded him. A sneer rose on his face as the pressure of his body alone was maddening. Is that truly something that an old man who's been plotting for billions of years and even received outside help only to still lose to someone that hasn't even lived to a century? Are such words really something you can say confidently? Bzzzt, words that caused the eyes of the Quantum Emperor to turn extremely cold emanated out as he stabilized himself in space. He stared closely at the visage of the recently enthroned true Emperor as he felt the heart of fate increasingly lose its luster. The number of paths continued to reduce, but it did not mean destruction. After all, in these barren lands, nothing existed that could cause his destruction. The experience I have and the aid from outside you scoff at is precisely the reason why I am not worried even at your appearance here. You may have come here thinking that with the authority you now control, you can do something against me. I will tell you now that the result will be the same as before, the construct that was at the peak of this age before it was surpassed in the past day, something that made death an extremely far-fetched reality for the Quantum Emperor. Chapter 2188. Do you know who you are? 2. I will tell you now that the result will be the same as before, confidence. This was the feeling emanating from the Quantum Emperor as he stared at the visage of the true Emperor of Quintessence that gave off waves of quantum essence. It was a confidence that was backed by a strength only he fully understood, and it was why a personage like him could keep his cool even at such a juncture. Withstanding the grandeur of the true Emperor before him, who had begun to smile devilishly, Constantine continued while nodding, I'll give credit where it's due. You're a genius to have achieved quintessential feats amidst all this and even exceed what I have. But that's it. Even with all that you have achieved, it will not be enough. You may have the true authority of quintessence, but so what? You saw true Empress Katia, who has the true authority of karma. Or true Emperor Hideyoshi with the true authority of fate. But they are just that. Your path is illustrious now and in these barren lands, but outside of it, you will not be able to survive, O true Emperor of Quintessence. Boom, as if he was giving a verdict, as if his words were the very natural laws, a unique authority raged around him in the form of the construct that granted him the confidence he had. But even in the face of this, the devilish smile on the true Emperor of Quintessence became ever deeper as he placed his hands behind his back while floating closer towards the Quantum Emperor. Do you know who you are, Constantine? He asked this question nonchalantly as he appeared right in front of the Quantum Emperor in an instant. The two were inches apart as the authorities around them surged, the body of the quantum dimensional chassis alone beginning to release shocking waves of pressure as they showed the foundation that could defend against and receive 100 ionic damage values with ease. A level of damage that this being before him could not even come close to. Withstanding, so the devilish smile on Noah widened as he continued, what you are is a blip on a glorious path. An extra that isn't even all that well developed. You'll appear and make some inconsequential waves. And then you'll disappear just as quickly. Only to be forgotten a few pages later. His words were damning as a terrifying authority bloomed. It wasn't something profound or abstruse, and it was even attached to the last word that the true Emperor of Quintessence said next. You are nothing. Boom, but the word nothing was coated with a wave of hockey. A flash of the soul of the true Emperor of this age that could release 25 ionic soul damage values in an instant, and something that utterly eviscerated everything before. Noah's eyes as the light within the Quantum Emperor dimmed first, and then his body exploded into countless dredges of dust while a white gold heart became the only thing that remained. It was an unbelievable and shocking show of dominance as in a matter of days, Noah had risen from moving in the dark and being wary of the most powerful beings in the desolate mausoleum, only to now be capable of killing one of them with a mere shout. This was quintessence. This was why he became the true Emperor of this age. His hand reached out to forcefully grasp the white gold heart of fortune into his hands, and he had to do this forcefully because its current owner was shockingly still not considered dead. As Noah forcefully pulled the heart of fate from the position it floated in, the dredges of dust that were the Quantum Emperor began to collect and reform the body right where it stood before, seamlessly returning him to exactly how he was before Noah's hockey ravaged everything. The reason for his confidence, the power behind his construct. While I may not be fully sure how your construct became considered quintessential, the construct I have that you scoff at is something that exceeds these desolate lands. I have no qualms enlightening you on it, as it is something that at its core holds wisps of one of the boundaries that allowed the ancestors to stand against the noblesse outside these lands. Yes. Constantine's construct did not have a natural law or decreta behind it, as it had a boundary, and a particularly ridiculous one at that, at its foundation, as this was what he had received from his lineage on top of the treasures required to forge it. It is the boundary of immortality. A boundary that stood against the tyranny of noblesse, and one that I mixed with a fundamental natural law that very few existences across the ages have grasped in the barren lands. As he stood inches away from the true emperor of quintessence with his reformed body, he stared at the heart of fate struggling in the hands of this being as he thought of his own achievements. How he had studied the parallel paths so much that he was able to catch a glimpse of and attain the fundamental natural law of continuity, what kept the cycles of ages going, and what even placed itself as the regulator of the myriad of parallel paths and branching realities. Continuity. He paired this achievement of his with a construct born from the inscription of the boundary of immortality that someone from his lineage sent down, and the result was the construct of immutability, where he gained a state that was incapable of being changed by others. His life and death could not be dictated by them, as even if they released enough damage to desegregate and erase everything about him, he would return back to the state he was in and remain unchanged. This was something that could not be altered or bypassed unless someone had utilized a boundary nearing immortality and power. Constantine may have been worried if it was the existence who had released the void around them, as there were too many unknowns with such a being. But a true emperor who was still so closely interlinked with natural laws, the quantum emperor shook his head while returning a dominant smile of an emperor of his own right towards the true emperor before him. If you had sided with the ancestors and attained a wisp of a boundary, maybe you would have had the chance to oppose me. But as you are now, nothing you have will be able to even erase me. Inches from each other, two emperors floated. The regality and grandeur around them was baffling, as the one who emanated the most glory as the true emperor had the ends of his lips curving up in an even more devilish fashion, his voice callous as his body began to ebb and flow with a blinding gold light. As I said, you are merely an extra that has already taken up too many pages. An authority began to blare forth gloriously from Noah. It was something far and above anything he had utilized before. It wasn't an edict, decreta, or a natural law. It was a boundary. Chapter 2189. A ridiculous boundary. A glorious symphony was playing the moment Noah finished his words. You are merely an extra that has already taken up too many pages. BZZT. Their figures were still close to each other as the quantum emperor felt the blooming wave of authority very closely. It truly didn't align with neither law nor decreta, as it was something he had once felt when his construct was in the process of being born. It was the aura of something utterly pristine, as it had its own set of rules while seeking extremity. It was a boundary. It was something that finally caused the eyes of the quantum emperor to flatter as his unbreakable walls of confidence thinned just a little, as he wondered, it shouldn't be possible, right? The being before him couldn't have somehow attained a boundary and already begun expanding it towards extremity, right? Alarm bells finally began to ring in the mind of the quantum emperor as he retreated from Noah and widened the distance between them. He was confident in the construct of immutability, but he still would not be careless in the face of unknowns. But just as the blinding golden light of authority had erupted around the true emperor of quintessence and covered his body with an utterly ecstatic light, this being floated utterly still without doing anything. His smile only became deeper. He didn't make a move, and yet it seemed like he was enjoying this current situation. Just what? Seeing the pulsing heart of fate still connected to him in this being's hands, the quantum emperor wondered just what this existence was up to, and if one were to change their point of view to the true emperor of quintessence himself, they would notice a fantastical oddity that even the quantum emperor could not see, an oddity that actually originated from the body of the quantum emperor himself. As one could see, it was surrounded by a radiant cluster of golden light, and incandescent golden cylindrical pathways of light emanated from the cluster of his golden light and connect to the body of the true emperor of quintessence. These pathways carrying unique things only visible to the eyes of the one who had erupted with the boundary of loot. On these golden cylindrical pathways, one could see points of starry light leaving the field of gold of the quantum emperor and disappearing into Noah's body, these points of light having names and quantities under the eyes of Noah. 10,000x all source enhancers. 1 crimson dimensional reality panacea, 1 crimson dimensional reality panacea, 1 pearl of continuity. 0.1 shard of the boundary of immortality, 0.01 shard of the boundary of immortality, 1 crimson dimensional reality panacea, a shocking phenomenon where from the body of the quantum emperor Loot followed cylindrical pathways to flow into Noah's expansive spaces even though he seemingly didn't make any move after he activated the boundary of loot. He had done something utterly incredulous, and all this could be attributed to the prompts that had risen in his mind not too long ago that told of the successful expansion of loot towards extremity. The boundary of loot has been expanded by the authority of an era. 2 boundary layers were exceeded on the path of loot. When 1 expanded the boundary of a path, it was akin to a small ring being expanded. Every so often, a threshold of this ring would be exceeded as an actualized result would bloom, and Noah had managed to already exceed 2 layers on the boundary of loot. What layers others had reached or what was considered normal, Noah did not know. He only knew what boosts exceeding 2 layers in the boundary of loot granted. The first boundary layer of loot, passive. All those targeted by the boundary of loot shall provide loot equivalent to a quintessential treasure cache. Yes. He always had a limitation to how many times he could utilize the number of caches until his concepts reached the next level, yet now every single existence that happened to be his enemy and perished under his might would be turned to loot equivalent to quintessential treasure caches. This was only the first boundary exceeded. There was the second boundary. There was the reason why loot seemed to be leaking from the Quantum Emperor's visage. The second boundary layer of loot, active. Why should a target have to die to grant loot? With the activation of the second boundary layer of loot, active loot absorption is achieved as you can select a target to drain their concepts, life force, aspects of existence. Everything about them and transform it into loot that benefits you the most. Weak targets who cannot defend against the power of your boundary that currently releases 100% of your maximum ionic output will eventually find their existence fading quickly and becoming loot when it is too late, while stronger targets will be drained of their existence at a slower rate until a critical point is reached and they are alerted of your presence. Even the strongest targets can only oppose the boundary of loot if they have a boundary exceeding loot in its expansion towards extremity. Similarly, tiered boundaries are not able to stop active loot absorption as on the path seeking the extremity of loot. This is but a minor step. Activation of this layer requires 1 trillion units of the essence of reality and 25 ionic soul value as a base, with the cost of activation changing when targeting stronger enemies. This ridiculousness was why streams of golden light were leaving the Quantum Emperor, streams that contained fantastical loot, while on the other hand, the surging cluster of golden light around the Quantum Emperor was disappearing ever so quickly and only becoming faster. And the faster this light disappeared was fantastically correlated with how many points of starry loot light were crossing the golden cylindrical paths and arriving on Noah's body. 1 crimson dimensional reality panacea, 1 pearl of continuity, 0.01 shard of the boundary of immortality, 10,000 shards of concept modifiers, 1,000 pearls of nullity. Streams of loot continued to surge towards the true Emperor of Quintessence as he seemingly did nothing, his smile not being able to help but break into a light laugh as he looked at this, because this was truly a joyous occasion. He always wanted to see the levels of wonder out there. He always wanted to see what ridiculous things could be made possible with his own hands. What he was doing now, it was up there. Chapter 2190, A Ridiculous Boundary. 2. Streams of loot light surged towards Noah as since the Quantum Emperor was considered a weaker target who could not withstand Noah's maximum ionic output, he was being drained of everything about him even without his knowledge by the boundary of loot. Would his construct that was backed by the fundamental natural law of continuity and foundations of wisps of the boundary of immortality be able to bring him back when everything about him was gone? The Quantum Emperor was gazing at Noah quizzically with caution as he spoke. You continue to surprise by even pulling out the authority of a boundary, but it seems to be something defective as blargh. The Quantum Emperor had to stop his words as he found golden blood uncontrollably flowing out of his mouth. He gazed down to see his chest and visage sunset in, his skin rapidly losing its luster as when he focused on his aspects of existence, he incredulously found his body in a state of near death, while his origin felt as dry as a desert, while his soul that could pervade his aspects of existence to provide relief. It seemed unbelievably thin and weak, to the extent that even the construct hidden deep in the pockets of his soul seemed to have fragments remaining that were being sucked away somewhere. Constantine's will gazed with shock and horror at such a situation as he raised his head up again. With him actually finding this motion difficult as he gazed into the eyes of the faraway true Emperor of Quintessence, he couldn't believe this being was actually doing such an unimaginable thing as he wondered, was it truly someone of this age? Someone that had risen from the barren lands? But more than these thoughts, this Quantum Emperor actually felt fear begin to grip him. He never thought it was even possible for him to die, but as he saw even his construct had withered away, he wondered, would he still return reformed next time? In the rising emotion of fear he never thought he would have, he wanted to at least understand, "Who are you?" There was no authority backed by natural laws in his voice. This wasn't by choice like Noah and the ancestral descendants chose to do, but by forces this being didn't even have control of his faculties right now. "Who am I?" The true emperor of quintessence smiled devilishly as he watched streams of loot surging towards him while only activating the second boundary layer of loot. "If you are the extra that's currently dying, then naturally, I am the main character, WAA. His eyes shone with a light of loot as he said this, the happiness within them not being easily contained as the tyranny of the true emperor of quintessence was blooming in unpredictable ways. Unseen golden flows of loot leaked from the quantum emperor as his aspects of existence became thinner and thinner. His will shaking as when his hands rose, he saw them begin to turn into dust, and even though an inexplicable emotion he never thought someone like him would feel was currently blaring, he still held a sense of hope for his construct. Even as he turned to dust, he would still be able to return like always, right? He had the abstruse fundamental natural law of continuity that very few grasped. He had the construct that had at its foundation the boundary of immortality. Surely this wow dash, the thoughts of the quantum emperor came to a stop, the vast and expansive vision of his eyes and will that could cover light years of reality dimmed as immense blackness rolled in, an existence of a special lineage. The one propped up to be the next emperor by the ancestors, he turned into glimmers of grey dust that were devoid of light as everything about it had been sucked away by a terrifying boundary, and seconds passed, no reformation occurred, no rebirth bloomed, there was only the sight of the true emperor of quintessence surrounded by a shocking light of loot as he brought the heart of fate that had lost its owner near his chest and absorbed it. Now, all that remained was the final, fundamental treasure of nature, the heart of reality that another dimensional chassis had set off to attain at the same time as the quantum dimensional chassis, the destination being the main reality where the primordials reigned. In the main reality, a blanket of the void covered everything across these vast lands as well, and yet at an isolated space where 12 blazing thrones floated grandly, there was a hint of vibrant stellar light from a heart that was atop a glorious pedestal, a heart that at this moment, the fair hands of an exceedingly beautiful woman reached out to. It was the Empress, the right-hand woman of the true Emperor of Destiny. Surrounding her were all tribunal rulers apart from a single one that had shockingly fallen, their eyes cold at this moment as the Empress voiced out while grasping the heart of reality. "Before the desolate mausoleum is freed, we have to make sure that its source is in the state that Oppenheimer seeks. For that, let us go to the source of reality, WAA, the very source of reality, a location that no beings could readily access, and something that was only accessible if one had the heart of reality as a prerequisite, and even then, it was hard to find and enter the source of reality as one would need the other fundamental treasures of nature to fully gain access. Yet the Empress sought to enter the source of reality as it seemed in all this, the machinations of Oppenheimer were still in play. Just what did this being seek by splitting apart reality in the last age as he now ushered his forces to free reality? The Empress seemed to be the only one who fully knew as just when they were about to set off. Crack, the folds of space behind one of the blazing thrones fractured as a terrifying aura surged out, an aura that blared out with majesty only to be met with the sharp gazes and authorities of 11 tribunal rulers. Chapter 2191. I'm an impartial looter. Grabbing the heart of reality in her hands, the Empress gazed forward with intense scrutiny at the being stepping into their most sacred and hidden location, a place that for one nobody would have even dared to find nor barge in just days ago, but too many things had changed in just a matter of days. From a delicate balance of power between them and dimensional rulers, there was now a tremendous imbalance with ancestral descendants more powerful than them running around freely. There were unknown existences rising and exceeding all others in power. There was the true Emperor of Quintessence that had just risen to power. And this being was the one that had split apart space to appear before them now. His solidified crown shining with grandeur and imperial ecratures could be seen as it seemed to be a variation of his bodies, this one shining with a crimson stellar grandeur and giving off waves of Apollyon. The recent changes these past few days and beings like this made the Empress and other tribunal rulers realize that things had rapidly changed out of their favor, and they had to move quickly to finish the plans in the works for too many years. So when an existence that could cause all of these to crumble appeared, the authorities of Althea, Ezekiel, Noah, Gregory, Lombard. All 10 tribunal rulers beside her blared their authorities while coming to float in front of the Empress. Althea grit her teeth as she glared at the existence that had killed Aegon and nearly killed her as she spoke softly to the Empress. Not all of us need to go to the source of reality to achieve our aims. Go, Empress. Providence has not closed off all paths for us yet. Althea spoke with grandiosity and valor as she saw the lips of the being that had walked into this isolated space curve upwards, his visage floating in serenely as it felt time was moving at a horrifically slow pace. Althea could not speak for others, but as she was almost killed by this being not too long ago when he had gone to take the true throne of quintessence, now his power was no doubt greater as her fate and destiny. It was not the brightest at this moment. She instinctively felt that she may not survive this, and the other tribunal rulers that had stepped forth with her should also have felt the same. She wanted to say many more things to the Empress. She wanted to say that maybe they would all still be there to watch their aims come to fruition, that they would all follow the golden path of Providence onto grander lands, that they would be in the company of the great commander once more and laugh, while understanding the intricacies of nature. But for now, she could only show her thoughts and dedication by defending her from the being that wanted to destroy everything. Her body and the body of all other tribunal rulers illuminated and surged with a unique power as the pure-blooded lineages deep within them were activated, their bodies exploding with runic ecritures and waves of nullity as they pulled out nullity armaments and caused the surroundings to explode with swaths of legions of abominations. Their numbers exceeded the hundreds of thousands and went to millions as they were meant to stand between the enemy before them and the one they protected, Empress. And all the tribunal rulers could still feel the aura of the Empress behind them, as even she found it difficult to leave those she knew the most to. An unknown fate, the voice of the eminent mastermind ringing out at this juncture. The great commander would not forgive me if I let the one he cares for the most fall under the hands of someone we should have caught on early. Go. Do what needs to be done, and we shall see each other if fate wills it. Their wills burned bright as they knew what had to be done, and the eyes of the Empress flashed with veiled emotions as she waved her hands behind her, a rift opening as she was about to leave when, how touching, a cerulean light exploded and covered everything in a circular motion in an instant. A tinge of gold covered the blazing blue light as they shockingly formed a circular domain, a single magistracy of the apocalyptic blitzkrieg being cast as this domain held a foreign authority they had not come across before. It was the coverage of the essence of the boundary of loot. It made the domain of the blitzkrieg wondrously seem like it cut off the very fabric of reality itself, this domain being far vaster than any other ones cast before it, as it contained all the legions of abominations and the tribunal rulers that called them out with a singular purpose. It is touching that you all would sacrifice yourselves for others, but nobody may leave here today. The damning words of the true Emperor of Quintessence reverberated out as the rift that the Empress had called our fissured and faded away. The eyes of all tribunal rulers became somber as they blazed with even more authority. An ancient tribunal ruler under the name of Zimmerin, holding the visage of an old man, speaking out with power at this juncture. He could stand against you for last time, and he's only just attained the true throne. With all of us here, we may still be able to forge a path forward and even take this being down. A deeply forged pride of the tribunals burned in the heart of this being as he spoke. Althea and the others gripped their nullity armaments tighter as truly there was no other choice. Shuring, at the same time, the Empress brought out a heart-shaking silver gray flower. It was the primitivus nullity originator that released the same blinding light of nullity that covered everything, just like in the quantum dimension. The Empress brought out an epic relic as she was backed by 10 tribunal rulers and legions of abominations, all of their eyes on a single being that continued to float towards them freely. He was curious of the change in power. He was curious to see how, even as a prominent figure of these barren lands pulled out an epic relic to stand against him with all of the forces of primordials, how would they react when his body alone had the hardness of an epic 3 relic and would not even be touched by their attacks? Chapter 2192. I'm an impartial looter. 2. Was the power of the newly risen true Emperor of Quintessence really at the level where they couldn't stand against him? This was a question Althea felt more than others, as she still remembered the chilling blue flames that nearly burned her to oblivion. So while grasping her bow tightly, she first urged the millions of abominations nearby as the other tribunal rulers did the same. ROAR, these beasts born of nullity roared out as they surged towards the smiling true Emperor of Quintessence like a tide of cataclysm that threatened to drown out everything. And yet when these ferocious beasts of different variations reached the visage of the true Emperor, their claws pulsing with nullity never reached him, as when they merely neared inches from his grandeur, they were repulsed as if he was a being they couldn't touch, a mere damage of a few quadrillion values. It couldn't even come close to scraping the regality of the true Emperor. Noah looked at this scene with marvel as he sensed the profundity his body carried, the hardness of an epic 3 relic. These beings before him couldn't even reach inches of him when they could pose danger to dimensional rulers days ago. When he thought of his rapid advancements, He shook his head while releasing a burst of haki around him in a circular motion. Haki that carried 25 ionic soul damage values emanated out to cover the nearest abominations around him as the moment this blast coveted them. Sha. Their composition changed from their magnificent and terrifying forms as they became nothing but dust. 137, 698x golden quintessential treasure caches have been obtained. A single move of just spreading out his haki had eliminated over 100,000 nullity beasts as he attained golden quintessential treasure caches. His will wrapping around the boundary of loot told him that depending on the enemies he killed, different variations of quintessential treasure caches would come out since he achieved the first boundary layer of loot that made all killed enemies into quintessential treasure caches. For more powerful enemies who could aid him on his path, their caches would be labeled obsidian and then crimson. But the mere spread of his aura brought in such a haul as the boundary of loot was bound to provide. Noah with all the resources he would ever need in the future, his actions of destroying the nullity beasts with such each caused the wills of the tribunal rulers to become even more somber. But they were tribunal rulers for a reason. In Isha, to the sides of Noah's head, a spiked flail and a spear of silver light surged forward for no other purpose other than decimation. It was the visage of the eminent mastermind, Noah and Ezekiel. These men's bodies exploded with power and authority as their nullity armaments stuck out, yet to their dismay, the true emperor didn't even make a move to defend. BZZT. Arcs of repulsive light buzzed inches away from the radiant stellar skin of their target as their weapons bathed in nullity never reached. Instead, this being raised his hands towards them as they pulsed with the essence of relativity. The space-time continuum instantly became warped and twisted as a terrifying gravitational wave pulled their bodies in. Ezekiel and Noah finding their bodies within the grasp of this being right after, they, with their identity as tribunal rulers, they fell into the palms of the true emperor of quintessence as their necks were grasped in a shocking fashion. Named ones, beings at the hierarchy of power for primordials as they had been actively moving for the past billions of years, beings that generations named their children after. Waves of austere multicolored essence coursed over Noah's skin as he grasped the necks of such beings. He gazed at them to see their emotions of shock and incredulity at the sheer power and oppressiveness he showed against them as they exploded out with waves of essence and authority to break away from his hands, each explosion seeming like reality's shattering and exploding as none of it had any effect on Noah. They bellowed out with grandiosity while countless nullity arrows rained down as Althea and the other tribunal rulers reinforced them at this shocking juncture, yet none of it did anything as true Emperor Osman shook his head with a hint of pity. Merely named ones, boom, his hands crushed down with 100 ionic damage values while also releasing waves of 25 ionic soul damage values, the bodies of named ones becoming utter dust in his hands as Noah sighed. 2x obsidian. Quintessential treasure caches have been obtained. 2 tribunal rulers died, but Noah sighed. This was because he was reminded what stage of power these beings were at and how just days ago, they believed themselves to be untouchable. He used this chance to remind himself to never fall into such a mindset, that even though he exhibited a great level of power right now that made others seem like ants, anything could change in the grand scheme of things, as he never wanted to be in the same position as these beings where he would die without even understanding how it was possible. This was why he sighed. Yet when the remaining tribunal rulers saw this scene, their origins shuddered as they saw this devilish existence erase the life force of 2 of their strongest combatants with his bare hands, and he then sighed as if to say they were so weak. They felt the waves of destiny and fate turn dark as they could not believe this development. This was because right after this, the true emperor of quintessence turned his gaze towards where the remaining tribunal rulers were clustered as his voice emanated out, "I should remember not to play with my food either." After all, anything can change at any moment. Lessons he had learned from the many forgotten extras in the past were dredged up as he seemed ready to end all those contained in his established domain. It was a move that caused Althea's heart to lurch and flutter as she realized at this moment that the darkened fate and destiny truly meant what they implied. And yet she still spoke out with strength as she floated in front of the Empress with her silver bow. "The rest of us you may be capable of killing with no repercussions. But, touching the Empress will mean a fate worse than death for you. Putting your hands on the lover of the great commander will mean that whenever you leave these barren lands, death will just be around the corner for you. Her fate and the fate of other tribunal rulers may not be too bright, but the Empress activating the primitivus nullity originator while gazing coldly at Noah, she could not fall. The plans of the great commander lay with her. The heart of reality lay with her, yet towards her words, the true emperor of quintessence shook his head as the waves of Apollyon emanating destruction surged around him. His expression was one of righteousness and mercy as he shook his head while replying to her, "Do not worry. I am not someone that considers one being more important than another. I shall treat you all equally as I am an impartial looter, WAA, whether it was a regular tribunal ruler or the Empress, why did it matter? Did Noah fear the oh-so-grand Oppenheimer? Did he fear the wrath of the ancestors to go against their will? The answer was no, so to the dismay of Althea and all other tribunal rulers, quintessential singularity ignition, hung, sparkling blue flames were ignited, they bloomed all around as their aim was to burn everything enclosed in this space. Chapter 2193 The Source of Reality. The falls of empires were always unique to observe. No strong power truly believed that at the height of their power and majesty, they could somehow be toppled over, especially so in such a short period of time, and by another power that wasn't even a contender against them for the past years. When the fall did happen, it was only noticed at the last possible moment. At this juncture, the pupils of powerful emperors that reigned over reality after the true emperor of destiny was gone shone with a blue light. As they realized this, the tribunal rulers that controlled vast stretches of reality saw the surging ignition of flames of a singularity that latched onto abominations and decimated them as if they were stalks of wheat on a dry field, and they saw these flames coming towards them with even greater ferocity as they knew their fate and destiny instantly turned dark, as even their wisps of understanding of providence told them this. It was a terrifying thought in one's mind to know they were about to die, and people accepted this thought differently as some accepted it, while some struggled. Althea looked at the coming flames that threatened their extinction as feeling the breath of the Empress behind her. She cried out mournfully at what was to come, and the madman who didn't even consider the status of this personage behind her, 00000H, she cried out mournfully as her soul burned and she released the strongest attack she could have mustered throughout her whole life. She cried out mournfully and with valor as she wasn't able to see the great commander again after all this. She cried BOM, her blinding surge of silver light that was bursting out was instantly devoured by cerulean flames, as it didn't matter if it was her strongest or weakest attack, it was instantly devoured by the quintessential flames as her figure was turned to cinders right after. The damage output of the true Emperor of Quintessence was too massive at this moment. He had yet to pair himself against the ancestral descendants and see exactly how they would fare with the boundaries they controlled, but the rulers of the barren lands would not be an issue for him. After all, he had decimated the strongest quantum emperor before coming here. 8x obsidian quintessential treasure caches have been obtained. Everything burned under the cerulean domain as the 8 remaining tribunal rulers, apart from the eminent mastermind Noah and Ezekiel, joined them in death, the tongues of the flames surging towards the visage of the woman cradling an epic relic at this moment. Her eyes held a hint of frustration and anger as she was close to achieving something only to have it taken away, but the one thing she didn't have was fear. In the face of death, why wouldn't one have fear? BZZT, the flames carried tens of ionic damage values surged around her body as just like the others. The defenses of the Empress were utterly shredded in an instant, and yet just as the flames were about to erase all her vitality values, boom, her soul illuminated as a verdant barrier of terrifying life force erupted to cover her, and yet, crack, this barrier was latched onto by the flames and also devoured right after as they sought to decimate her aspects of existence next. It seemed she had multiple life-saving measures that initiated the moment that her life was in danger, but even these weren't enough, as after the verdant barrier was shattered, her body was instantly aflame as it began to burn along with her origin. These two aspects of existence were instantly decimated as when the tongues of blue flames reached out to burn her soul, ding, a ringing sound emanated out that stopped everything. Her body and origin were destroyed as right when the third aspect of existence was about to undergo the same process. A blinding white gold light emanated from it as from afar. Noah instantly recognized it as the light of a boundary. A boundary, it wasn't immortality or nullity, but something just as pristine as the moment it bloomed out. Noah already silently activated active loot absorption and designated this light covering the soul of the Empress, a light that kept the cerulean flames at bay as from it. Noah could almost feel a raging and rising will that could oppress an entire age. It seems that the true Emperor of Destiny truly loved you, Noah uttered silently amidst the raging flames as his figure came closer, his eyes on the golden cylindrical paths of light that showed fantastical prompts. 0.01 shard of the boundary of destiny, 0.01 shard of the boundary of destiny. The true Emperor of Destiny had taken his prime concept and expanded its boundary towards extremity, and had now wrapped around the soul of his beloved as just when it seemed a will was about to rouse from the white gold light covering the Empress. It instantly fluctuated and roared out with anger as it flashed with majesty, turning into a point of light that shot towards the cerulean boundary Noah had enacted. and passed through it after slight resistance. It noticed the constant leaking of its source towards a terrifying enemy as the authority of the boundary of destiny wrapping around the soul of the Empress instantly chose to leave. Bypassing the boundary of loot covering Noah's domain and only leaving behind crackling flames. Noah looked at this scene sharply as the soul of the Empress was whisked away too quickly. His authority bypassed as it seemed the boundary of destiny had to have been expanded by multiple boundary layers to be capable of bypassing his at this juncture. It showed the true Emperor of Destiny truly lived up to his name. It showed that Oppenheimer was still someone to be gazed at carefully. And understood. The cerulean flames in the surroundings began dying down as twinkling silver lights of nullity armaments were all that remained. 12 thrones fractured and utterly burnt as one of the more dazzling points of lights. Dod was an epic relic in the form of a flower and a shining multicolored heart of reality. Chapter 2190 for the source of reality. 2. Noah gazed at the torn fabric of reality as his hurting flames of singularity receded, waving his hands to collect the nullity armaments and the primitivus nullity originator that he only gave a glance to before his focus came to the fundamental treasure of nature before him, the heart of reality. Inside of his body at this moment, he had collected the hearts of destiny, fortune, karma, and fate. As now he got his hands on the heart of reality, all of the fundamental treasures of nature were within his grasp. As with them, even greater control of reality was granted. Come, Noah beckoned to the heart of reality as it sunk into his chest, being transferred into the main body at the depths of the dimensional emperor domain of nature and coming to position itself stably beside his heart of mana as the other 4 fundamental treasures of nature circled them with majesty. Waves of a profound authority emanated around him as prompts descended. You have brought all the fundamental treasures of nature under your banner. Your providence exceeds all others in this age and ages past as you gain an unprecedented level of control over the fabric of reality. When gaining access to the source of reality with the heart of reality and the guidance of the other fundamental treasures of nature, the possibility to completely affect dimensions opens. Noah had enough authority of this age and era to easily displace 3 dimensions, and this wasn't counting the unknown reserves of the true authority of quintessence that were waiting for him through his true throne. He had asked reality itself whether it expected him to use this authority to free it, and the answer was that he didn't necessarily need to. 3 dimensions could be displaced with the help of reality, and if he got his hands on the fundamental treasures of nature, he could even displace the existences within it. He could remove the ancestral descendants stretched throughout the dimensions and safely assimilate these planes onto his gormandizing dimensional reality as thereafter that he could judge how to maneuver with the remaining dimensions. Even in the main reality he was in the desolate mausoleum, ancestral descendants waited through calmly while surrounded by the void, as since Noah did not want to clash with them yet, he wouldn't hastily try devouring the fabric of the main reality. There was no harm in continuing to amass power, as Noah had 2 options from here on out. Meet and fight the ancestral descendants, as he had tough battles where a winner or loser would be hard to decide, or fight them at his absolute peak of power when he could trash them. He knew himself and which path he would choose. Besides, he didn't have to devour the fabric of reality where ancestral descendants roamed when he had a much better option. When he had a place that nobody but him could even access. Lead me. The voice of his main body in the gormandizing dimensional reality emanated out grandly as his will descended on the fundamental treasures of nature he had collected from all clones. Lead me to the source of reality. His gaze was far-reaching. He didn't have to devour the fabric of reality as. What if he simply swallowed up the very source of reality itself? This would have been the final step after Noah swallowed up all dimensions and realities. But if he could truly access it now, why couldn't he see if it was feasible for him to bind or devour it like the sources of nature, the sources of mana dynamics, relativity, providence? All of the sources of nature that Noah had half bound to himself were what comprised the source of reality. After all, reality was made up of the natural laws that maintained it. In the source of reality, all of the natural laws and fundamental natural laws would be contained. Anything no one knew or didn't know would be there. There were many possibilities to what could come of this, as in the far reaches of the dimensional emperor domain of nature, a multicolored stellar spatial tunnel of a singularity formed that led into the folds of the very fabric of reality. The heart of reality within Noah pulsed while releasing rays of multicolored light that seemingly enacted the spatial bridge leading into the folds of space. His main body stepping into it as for the first time in quite a long period of time for him, he left the gormandizing dimensional reality. The true emperor of quintessence himself entered a unique pathway into the folds of reality, as one had to wonder just where would the very source of reality be located. Was it not at the very center of the main reality where one had emperor domains on nature swirling with a myriad of natural laws? the most obvious place actually was knotted as reality was pervasive across the desolate mausoleum and dimensions. Its source was hidden within its very folds in a spatial plane that no being should truly step in, because within the source of reality, one wrong move could spell catastrophe for everything, and yet the will of reality had guided Noah to the other fundamental treasures of nature required to access this location, the same location that the Empress wished to go to in order to complete the plans of Oppenheimer. Shearing, Noah's will was vibrant as he crossed a tunnel that was built with fundamental natural law, his feet cascading across a multicolored bridge made of manodynamics, entropy, providence, relativity, and as he went further in, he began to see tendrils of natural laws he did not yet have understanding and build the very spacetime bridge he walked on. He very quickly recognized the blinding light of continuity and a few other points of light shining with grandiosity, everything around him buzzing with grandeur and authority as he knew he was moving countless light years with every step he took. He could have been moving from one end of reality to another, or traversing across different planes of dimensions with every step in this unique tunnel he was in. It felt like traversing across a massive singularity of infinite mass and density as in an indeterminate period of time. Noah felt like he had reached the end of the line. His nine-dimensional realities pulsed as his ionic quintessential kainos emperor foundation caused his body to illuminate like a natural treasure, his will billowing out maddeningly towards a blinding source of light, towards the very source of reality. Quintessential ionic ascendancy stanchions, your ascendancy stanchions have further evolved due to your ionic quintessential kainos emperor foundation. They are now capable of passively elevating all flames of edicts within it to the highest possible level, with all current edicts being infused with natural laws or decreta to reach the stage of dharma or heresy. When all concepts within a stanchion are elevated to their highest level, they will resonate with each other to passively produce boundary pearls within your origin, a type of treasure that can take you just a little bit further towards extremity, and is utilizable by all boundaries. Chapter 2195, The Source of Reality. 3. His eyes were blinded by brilliances. By the time he could see again, he found himself in a space of pure fantasy. His origin was actually the first to feel as it cried out with fervor. The completed dimensional realities echoing out joy at the overabundance of extremely pure essence in the surroundings, and it was pristinely pure as Noah felt like he was swimming in waves of plasma of the natural laws, austere and pristinely beautiful multicolored tendrils of light surging all around him as they screamed purity. This whole space was covered by these plasmic multicolored waves of pure authority. Unimaginable purity, as just the tendrils of manodynamics here were a color of blue that would blind normal existences, and these tendrils of blue swam in a circular motion across this space as they came from a single source, a source of the brightest light around this space. As when Noah gazed at it, he could only describe it as a massive spinning multicolored singularity. It weaved in the tendrils of the fundamental natural laws of manodynamics, relativity, providence, entropy, continuity. And one more abstruse fundamental natural law. Noah's will gazed upon it and focused on this pristine white essence that he instantly got the name of as isochronism, WAA. The fundamental natural law of isochronism, this natural law and continuity were the two hardest and most abstruse laws to grasp, as isochronism dealt with cycles, the cycles of life and death, the cycles of creation and destruction, the cycles of ages that come and go. It was something so pristine and at the center of the barren lands as aside from these massive plasmic tendrils of fundamental natural laws, Noah also saw 9 tendrils of thinner laws of nature that swirled around the spinning multicolored singularity. He focused on those he knew and those he didn't as their information rose before him. It was the natural laws of polarity, gravitation, weak nuclear force, strong nuclear force, electromagnetism, oscillation, elasticity, uncertainty, and isotropy, 9 natural laws that matched the 9 decreta, and 6 fundamental natural laws that stood above them, pristine waves of these different concepts float. As in the midst of all this, Noah also saw plasmic waves of the 9 dimensions, these also being a part of reality. The waves of Dream, Avalon, and Apollyon were surging with peace and serenity, while the tendrils of the remaining 6 dimensions, they coagulated to form into grandiose multicolored nail-like stakes that pierced into the spinning singularity that was the source of reality. These pikes were extremely similar to the scene Noah saw when he finished forming dimensional layers, but now that he would have the authority to pull out 3 seamlessly. The fundamental treasures of nature inside him pulsed as he floated closer and closer to the gloriously spinning singularity, his body releasing an absorptive force to take in the essence of all the natural laws he had yet to fully grasp. As he spoke while focusing on the verdant, golden, and multicolored pikes of the prana, Elysium, and quantum dimensions, designate the prana, Elysium, and the quantum dimensions as the first ones to undergo displacement. his origin vibrated ever so slightly. He knew that what he was about to do was something utterly unfathomable as he grasped the sheer grandiosity of it, and the results would only further cement his supremacy as he could not wait to do it, and yet. The displacement of the quantum dimension will shatter the pylon of ascension and instantly alert those on the other side of it. Even if the void prevents the changes of the removal of the anchors from being felt, the displacement of the quantum dimension will alert them and cause the factor of uncertainty to rise that much more. It is the easiest pathway to utilize in descending and ascending. But it is not the only one. As soon as they confirm the destruction of the pylon of ascension while not being able to communicate with all of their forces, an even stronger force will undoubtedly descend. The booming will of reality emanated out as Noah's eyes flashed sharply. Countless ideas flowed in his mind as the will of reality continued. Analyzing your current level of power, there is a high probability of matching against normal ancestral descendants with the level of boundaries they have achieved in the current restriction of natural laws. But there are the ancestral descendant commanders known as Yvonne, Hideyoshi, and Theseus on top of true Empress Katia. These beings should have achieved a third or fourth boundary layer towards extremity in an unknown number of boundaries. Unless you elevate your own, you are still off from overcoming them completely. The will emanating out was emotionless as it actually gave Noah a glimpse between his abilities and his enemies. This isn't to mention the 8-tier echelon obsidian noblesse that is currently dominating Yvonne in the Nibelheim dimension. I cannot analyze the discrepancy between you and him, the existence that had been scheming since before even Oppenheimer rose. There were many parties to account for as the waters couldn't be muddied anymore with terrifying legions that the ancestors could send. There was no harm in playing events covertly while making great progress, Noah not allowing his great elevation in power to blind him from being careful. After all, it was when one was at the peak of their pride and arrogance that they fell. He had seen this too many times, so he turned from the quantum dimension as he gazed at other candidates, the will of reality continuing to emanate out. Resonate your dimensional realities with the fundamental treasures of nature as well as my source. You can connect your dimensional realities to the dimensions with the authority of this era as with all prerequisites met. You can both displace the existences within dimensions and the dimensions themselves. Resonance. Displacement of both dimensions and the existences within it, he breathed out while feeling his vibrant dimensional layers. His will then covered the fundamental treasures of nature as he then gazed at the source of reality. He had to take all of these constructs and pair them with the authority of this era that his origin had been accumulating and resonate everything. And only when he entered a fantastical state of resonance could he undertake the act of displacement of dimensions. An austere symphony began to play as the true emperor of quintessence absorbed the essence of natural laws while beginning to resonate with the very source of reality. The result of his actions was bound to be astonishing as he began on a great undertaking. 2196 The True Emperor of Destiny. While Noah's main body began a great undertaking, his clones had their own designated tasks, as one clone in particular was worthy of mentioning. With hair shining radiantly with a halcyon gleam, it was the Elysium dimensional chassis that was surrounded by intense waves of providence. He was currently at the deepest area of the soul library which only he had access to so far, his figure floating atop a stellar multicolored crystalline floor as his surroundings were akin to a star-filled space, and one could see dazzling ancient books and grimoires floating around serenely in this space. Some of these grimoires were labeled Quintessential Emperor's Annihilation Technique 4th Form. Excerpts from the Age of Genesis, Analysis of Mana and Nullity. There were a myriad of titles for these grimoires as they contained information Noah considered important, and he was taking it upon himself to record it down as something akin to a hobby. Currently, the Elysium dimensional chassis was adorned in loose-fitting golden pants and a tight-fitting shirt that showed the astounding foundation of a body that Noah had sculpted, the rims of a relic in the form of glasses sitting on the bridge of his nose as it shimmered with waves of nilinium and mananium. It was actually one of the relics that another one of Noah's clones who was working on the blacksmith's forge had produced, one that reached epic after Noah began utilizing the materials he gained to make different relics. These glasses were identified as Ionic Emperor's spectacles, as they furthered Noah's inquisitive eyes and their capabilities of seeing through nature among other things. With such fantastical adornments, Noah floated atop the stellar multicolored crystalline floor as a thick golden book lay before his eyes. It was a book labeled, The Age of Destiny, as it gave off austere waves of ancientness. Noah's will serenely surging into this book as it was inscribing all of the details from the memories Noah had attained over the past days from his enemies, from the dimensional rulers he killed in the dimensional conclave to the tribunal rulers he killed just recently. His will inscribed it in words that when one placed their essence into They could experience the very memories that tribunal rulers and dimensional rulers of the different dimensions had across the past age. Concurrently, Noah was perusing through billions of years' worth of memories between Althea, Ezekiel, all of the named ones, and how the events of the past age truly unfolded. He was also able to learn about the being that was at the center of controversy, Oppenheimer. Shockingly, the memories of Althea and the others about him were veiled as even while going through mere memories, Noah was only able to unlock the memories about Oppenheimer by utilizing the authority of the boundary of Lut, and from that, he had seen this true emperor. He was learning about this being's beginnings as well as the path he took as while Noah inscribed all of it down. He couldn't help but mutter with raised eyes, "Were you actually the main character?" The journey this being took was a unique one, as rising from absolutely nothing, he had come to reign over the pure-blooded primordial lineages and even triumph over chosen emperor and destined emperors to become the true emperor of the Age of Destiny. From the memories of the tribunal rulers, Noah could feel immense reverence and respect. And as he perused through things he already theorized or knew, he came across some memories that finally bore fruit in his search for knowledge. It was a memory Althea had as she was more trusted by the Empress, and she had followed her on a day that Oppenheimer had called for her. The memories flowed into words and mixed with each other as a fantastical scene bloomed. At the depths of reality itself, multicolored streams of natural laws weaved together into a massive emperal domain of nature, tens of times in size compared to the one seen in the Age of Quintessence. These tendrils of essence were dense in concentration, as in such a place one could easily grasp the laws of nature at a fast pace. In such a location, a golden throne floated silently and gazed out into the incandescent waves of light. As behind this throne, the figure of the Empress appeared, Althea floating behind her as if she was a maidservant while she gazed towards the man on the true throne of destiny with reverence. "I plan to go through with it, WAA." His voice was deep and magnetic. Even though he sat on the golden throne, one could see his vibrant dark hair cascading close to his shoulders as Althea's eyes could barely catch a glimpse of his sharp nose. "Desiderius will eventually destroy everything if things do not go his way, so we'll act like I'm following his will and destabilize everything. Cannot undo what the ancestors did a long time ago, but can do something different with my current authority." His words were shocking for the Empress to hear as she came closer to the true throne. Althea not being able to bring herself to go as she waited behind, she could only see the caution and care in the eyes of the Empress as she went on to grasp the hand of the true emperor. It never felt right dealing with this noblesse. Is he not the enemy of our people? Isn't he doing all this to hurt our ancestors? Care and yearning could be felt in her eyes as the Empress actually tried to sway the true emperor, with this being sighing at such a juncture as he stared at the expansive colors around him. "I understand this more than you can even imagine, but it is what must be done. The boundary of destiny tells me so. And when it comes to them being enemies to our people are only those who care for us. Not some abstruse past lineages that no longer care for these lands. We will protect our people. We will do everything we can to protect those we care for. And for anyone standing in the way of this, whether it be the ancestors or the noblesse, they will all be crushed under the weight of destiny." Boom! A heavy and shocking will erupted and blared out domineeringly as it was too potent for the still weak Althea, her mind blanking out at such a juncture and only waking up later to the sight of the Empress gazing at a man on a throne that was shining with utmost radiance. He was shining with a shocking amount of golden radiance as the authority of this entire age accessible through the true throne. He had begun directing it for only a single purpose. Others say the primordials did it because they were greedy for even more resources and even more realities. To stretch their hands even across the parallel paths and dimensions, the primordials believed in a higher purpose as among all the differing opinions, who knew where the truth lay. Author's note, revision of the 9 natural laws of nature. From the natural laws of polarity, gravitation, weak nuclear force, strong nuclear force, electromagnetism, vacillation, steady state, uncertainty, and isotropy to natural laws of polarity, gravitation, weak nuclear force, strong nuclear force, electromagnetism, oscillation, elasticity, uncertainty, and isotropy, prompt of the Lut from nullity beast legions summoned by tribunal rulers. 7468 553x golden quintessential treasure caches have been obtained. 2197 The True Emperor of Destiny. 2. A change in the very winds of destiny, a change brought about when the true Emperor of Destiny illustriously sat on his throne and accessed the key that led to the true authority of destiny of the whole age. When Noah analyzed this portion of the memories, he came to wonder about himself and how he would utilize the true authority of quintessence. It could be utilized on the remaining 3 dimensions after Noah displaced the ones he could, as mentioned by the will of reality, achieving the reality of first displacing the enemies within the dimensions and then displacing the dimensions themselves, it could also be utilized on something that would expand his power stupendously. Where he could direct the true authority of quintessence to expand the boundary of loot or even further enact a second boundary that Noah had to have, the boundary of quintessence. Waves of golden light surged around Noah in this space as he spoke out while viewing the illusory scene of Oppenheimer utilizing his authority to split apart reality itself. He had spoken about doing this as it would match his aims while also doing what the one called Desiderius wished for, the 8 echelon. Obsidian noblesse, Desiderius, to face such a being that the will of reality itself and the true emperor of Genesis were wary of, Noah needed to expand his boundary of loot as much as possible while he also wanted to enact the boundary of quintessence. To expand on this modus operandi of exceeding all others towards extremity as he still needed to have the strength to stave off his enemies while he assimilated all dimensions, he had to have such strength as even while he analyzed Oppenheimer at the peak of his power splitting apart reality, he was still forced away from the desolate mausoleum soon after. The memories of those that fell to him illuminated the past and filled in the gaps of knowledge, but that was it, the past was the past. And Noah had to forge his own future. The eyes of the clone returned to the memories of the Age of Destiny as a true emperor carried out an irreversible Nexus event, while at the same time his main body was about to carry out multiple irreversible Nexus events. Resonance, achieving the same wavelength and simply being in tune with another construct. When one resonated with nature, they could peer into the secrets of natural laws and increase their understanding. At this juncture, Noah was resonating with multiple different constructs as his overly strong quintessential, ionic soul felt closely connected to the fundamental treasures of nature, his own origin, and the source of reality as the authority of this era permeated through each of these constructs. BZZZT. As this occurred, Noah also received prompts on a side quest he was undertaking while he was here. Your understanding of the fundamental natural law of isochronism has increased. Your understanding of the natural law of electromagnetism has increased. Your understanding of the natural law of elasticity has. Your understanding of the natural law of uncertainty. Your understanding of the natural law of isotropy. His origin was akin to a dry desert that drank in the surrounding plasmic tendrils of natural laws. And he gained understanding at a fast pace as from his expansive space, natural decretum seeds were already rising to elevate the understanding of these new laws to completion. With this accomplishment occurring on the sides, his focus was still on the task at hand as waves of power and authority buzzed joyously while his will emanated out at this moment. The first one shall be prana. A point of verdant light erupted at the prana dimensional reality came under focus and outshone all others. He had gotten the information from the will of reality that the ancestral descendant commander known as Yvonne had prana along with the mirror dimension in Nibelheim, and she was personally battling with the 8 echelon obsidian noblesse Desiderius at this moment in Nibelheim. So the only ones in the Nibelheim and mirror dimensions were ancestral descendants, ancestral descendants. In the midst of his resonance, a thought arose in Noah's mind about a different possible direction. It wasn't a thought brought to fruition through destiny or providence that began to churn wildly with opportunity. It was the boundary of loot, and it asked, did things really have to play out this way? As he asked this question, he felt his strong soul become stretched out as it covered all of his prana-dimensional reality, and then his vision changed as he felt what his soul could see become expanded even further. He felt a unique connection as it wasn't just his own dimensional layer that he was currently looking at, with his consciousness seemingly melding with the very fabric of reality as he could see the genuine prana dimension, as if the void did not exist. Everything was clear. He saw the rifts of nullity stretching throughout. He felt the vibrant life forms and force of life emanating throughout this dimension. And soon enough, he was able to locate the legion of ancestral descendants that belonged to Commander Yvonne, their bodies bright with the authority of a boundary. Noah was gazing at them and their positions as they moved around carefully, where his consciousness was seemingly connected to reality itself for him to view all this, and if he wished, he could utilize this unique state brought about with the resonance of his origin, fundamental treasures of nature, and the source of reality, that were all tied with the authority of this era to displace these ancestral descendants and then this dimension entirely. But he stopped and didn't carry out this step. He had a set path he wanted to follow. But he had also gotten new information, and the boundary of loot saw great opportunity from this information as Noah's initial plan of completely elevating his power to another level before facing the ancestral descendants. The boundary of loot wanted it to change. After getting the information from the will of reality that the only enemies he couldn't overcome were the ancestral descendant commanders and that he should be able to match the normal descendants and their legions, Noah felt the need to change his set path. he didn't have to use one of the three chances that allowed him to displace existences and the dimension they were in if the dimension only had the ancestral descendants and not their commanders. He could follow the original route of him devouring these dimensions with the pocket-dimensional reality as at this moment, reality had changed to the extent that he could battle and hold off these descendants if not possibly kill them due to his ridiculous boundary of loot. A new path full of grander possibilities opened up before his eyes. 2198 Utter desecration of logic. A new path to take. The boundary of loot was like an impatient child sending its thoughts to Noah and saying this was the best way to do it. And Noah was altering his mind and plans on this new path already. The three chances of displacement, he altered his mind to shift them to the dimensions that had ancestral descendant commanders. Noblesse, and the quantum dimension as the last one. As if he did it this way, he may not even have to clash with the most powerful enemies before he completely removed the shackles of the desolate mausoleum and assimilated all dimensions. Only now did providence and destiny begin to buzz wildly, in his unique state of resonance. Noah smiled devilishly as he enacted a new path with the lead of a boundary that was hungry for enemies. In this path, he wouldn't even have to think about possibly using his prize of the reserves of the true authority of quintessence on anything other than himself, on anything other than what he wanted to use it on. His boundaries. Good, let's do it this way. His body buzzed as he maintained the state of resonance and gazed at the vastness of the prana dimension, but he didn't act to use the authority of this era to remove the anchor, the source of reality that was expectantly waiting for this buzz to voice its concern, even though it knew that it did not make a mistake to continue allowing this being to retain control. So why? My clones shall personally go to devour and assimilate the dimensions with only ancestral descendants. The three chances of displacement will be utilized for the dimensions where Desiderius and the ancestral descendants commanders are located, so Nibelheim, Elysium, and quantum dimensions shall be last. A golden path opened up. I am the main character, didn't even have to activate to tell Noah to follow this path. The boundary of loot pushed for it and sought more. As once Noah made this decision, he began to spur his clones to move while freely doing something he held back on because of the uncertainties. He ushered towards the true throne of quintessence as his main body returned to it, the prize for the age of quintessence finally having a direction to be taken to. As Noah did this, the source of reality calculatingly observed his actions and the change in the sequence of events as it will emanated out. I will share what I have learned about the boundaries from the sealers that have descended over the ages, and why they left behind their very laws of nature for them. Boundaries. The will of reality saw the direction Noah was going as it proactively shared information. Noah sat on the true throne of quintessence while beginning to use it as a key, listening closely at such a critical juncture. Each boundary is different, and they are designated into different tiers depending on their power, utility, and ease towards extremity, among other factors. Any concept can be taken to extremity, as even natural laws could be expanded into boundaries that seek extremity. Yet the natural laws that make up the fabric of reality are considered at the extreme lowest tier in the ranking of sealers due to their nature of needing integration and to be bound by existences. Imposing their boundaries upon them is the other reason for them to rank at the lowest possible tier is their extreme difficulty towards extremity. One could have crossed 10 boundary layers towards extremity with other concepts after years' worth of work or the utilization of rare treasures, but if the same was applied to a boundary of mana dynamics, only a single boundary layer would have been crossed. Shocking information about the true nature of this flowed out as Noah looked at his boundary of loot that he had only crossed 2 boundary layers towards extremity, as this took the authority of an era expanding it. Yet if one tried to expand the limitations of natural laws and take them towards extremity, the difficulty was hundreds of times more. This was because after passing every boundary layer, exceeding the next one was many times harder. So when ancestors came across boundaries and saw how they were bound by natural laws along with their high difficulty in making any progress paired up with the heavy losses from their enemies, they could only make the choice to suppress these laws and stop their effect on them. Due to insufficient information, we cannot classify what the bloodline boundary of the void is considered, nor how it compares to the boundary of loot you have forged. Normally, the tier of a boundary cannot be changed. But if you truly do enact the boundary of quintessence, there might be a chance for you to change this due to the nature of such a boundary. And of course, you have a vastly different understanding of natural laws as you were not bound by them like the sealers. If you do expand any of the natural laws towards extremity, your experience may be entirely different compared to the sealers who designated them as the worst concepts to expand towards extremity. Boom, a cluster of truly fantastical information came as Noah's mind illuminated greatly. Boundless possibilities bloomed from this as the will of reality didn't need to say anymore. Noah acted right away as he came upon a moment of truth that other true emperors also came across ages past. The utilization of the authority of an age that they lorded over, the true emperor of destiny had split apart reality. The true emperor of quintessence, his devilishly handsome face developed a smile full of confidence and ingenuity as while seated on the multicolored throne, his crown released waves of austere light as his command surged forth. Let the glorious true authority of quintessence flow, HUUUM. Let them take the path of quintessence and loot towards extremity, he knew. Not what their tiers would be, he didn't even know how to look at their comparators, he only knew his boundaries were going to be something that nobody else could fathom. Change in chapter title. Tomorrow's working chapter titles: Utter Desecration of Logic. ILL, Adui, 2199. Utter Desecration of Logic. 2. Within what could be considered the center of the very barren lands, within the source of reality, multicolored radiance overflowed as the true emperor of this age utilized his authority, and it went towards establishing a fantastical boundary while also elevating an already existing one. Noah monitoring the changes in real time as he felt the cycles of changes. Normally, one would be relying on their ionic soul power to illuminate the path forward towards extremity, with geniuses exceeding their boundary layers upon receiving epiphanies or the usage of unfathomable treasures outside the barren lands. The only treasure within the barren lands that had the effect of expanding boundaries was exactly the true throne that cycled over the ages, and most of the true emperors utilized their authority to expand their boundary. True Empress Katia had the boundary of karma, while true Emperor Hideyoshi had the boundary of fate. Now, Noah observed the intricate expansion of the concepts of quintessence and loot. All of this was to measure up to the most powerful ancestral descendants and achieve the freedom of the desolate mausoleum. And while this process was ongoing, pure quintessential kainos natural decretum seeds burned as all newly learned laws went towards completion, especially the fundamental natural laws of continuity and isochronism that Noah wanted to be among those he could half bind their source as the gormandizing dimensional reality swallowed more and more realities into itself. The millions of shards of nullity and pearls of nullity that were received after being decuplicated also burned furiously as Noah's understanding of nullity scaled upwards. Preparations were in full bloom by the true emperor of quintessence at this moment. He had withstood a single ionic damage value in the Apollyon dimension from a single ancestral descendant over the past day, and this had been a point of surprise for that being as they began to release even more ferocious attacks. But now, his many advancements in concepts that granted increased multipliers as well as the forging of his dimensional layers, it all allowed him to release ionic damage values exceeding 100 even without putting his body into account. This 100 ionic damage value should be a threshold for the common ancestral descendants, as after Noah completed all the recent elevations, he expected to be heading towards 200 ionic damage values and higher. At such a juncture, he would place the common ancestral descendants below his feet. Good, BZZZT, his will vibrated joyously as he felt a limitation crack at this moment. The true authority of quintessence was surging out like stellar seas into his body as they wrapped around his soul and elevated it even further. Noah felt his limitations exceeded as a boundary layer was exceeded, and soon after another boundary was also initiated. Noah felt his soul cry out with joy at this moment as uniquely he felt streams of authority bathed and elevated even higher. This was a power that came when one went further towards extremity. It was the elevation of one's soul on this path, as it seemed Noah had passed a critical junction in his boundary to achieve it. His will scrutinized the new changes as he became alarmed at the grandiosity before him. The boundary of loot has reached the third boundary layer through the true authority of quintessence. The boundary of quintessence has reached the first boundary layer through the true authority of quintessence. Through the effect of the first boundary layer of quintessence, the boundary of loot has reached the fourth boundary layer. What? Noah's mind buzzed as he felt an explosion of regality within his soul. The boundary of quintessence seemed to be utterly ridiculous as Noah had to verify its effect right away, his will surging into it speedily. The first boundary layer of quintessence, passive, a terrifying concept to be forged into a boundary, as its path towards extremity is to always seek to be the most ideal and perfect example of a boundary. Its tier among boundaries is not fixed, as it can change the further it goes towards extremity. The first boundary layer of quintessence is a simple one as it seeks to make the boundaries of its master unequaled, directly increasing all your current boundaries one additional boundary layer. This passive effect is only applicable to a concept that has already become a boundary, and this effect is not applicable to the boundary of quintessence itself. Noah stared at the boons of the first boundary layer of quintessence in utter surprise due to its sheer effects. It was a complete destruction of reality and logic, an utter desecration of what everyone knew, as if the ancestral descendants knew such a thing existed. They would question what their hard work for billions of years was for, in order to raise just one concept to the third boundary layer, or multiple aspects to the second boundary layer. Yes, billions of years. This was how long it took to raise a single boundary to the third layer, or the fourth boundary layer if one was a genius, and this number could only be reduced or changed with treasures that affected boundaries which could achieve new layers instantly after their absorption or a few years after. But for Noah, as long as he made any concept into a boundary, it would instantly be elevated by another boundary layer. It was simply terrifying. His soul was experiencing the boons of this, as it seemed other benchmarks were met with the boundary of Lut, the third boundary layer of Lut, passive. The layer that shall be known as the glory of Lut has appeared. The passage of this boundary is a critical juncture, as it elevates your strength, allowing the authority of Lut to constantly refine and strengthen your soul over time. As another critical feature is the augmentation of 100% to all ionic parameter values. This percentage augmentation will change over time, as it is dependent on how much glorious Lut you attain from this point onward, or the higher quality and quantity of Lut you attain, the greater the augmentation value. Speechless, Noah was utterly speechless. 2200 Utter desecration of logic. 3. Noah was utterly speechless, as the boundary of Lut was truly living up to its name. The more Lut he collected from now and to the end of his lifetime, it would all go towards making him stronger, and the value to pay attention to here was the 100% to all ionic parameter values. Ionic, there was the all true parameter values augmentation that concepts like nullity granted. Now, there came the augmentation for all ionic parameter values as his ionic soul value that was being elevated this whole time and grew from 225 to 300. It had doubled, as this was the reason that Noah felt the surging changes to his soul, an ionic soul value of 600, from less than 100 not too long ago before he completed his dimensional realities. His actions only further expressed his pace of progression and how ridiculous it was compared to others. The higher this value was, the stronger his other aspects of existence became, and the faster his ability to take concepts towards extremity became. Strength begets strength. Power begets power. It was a fantastical cycle that Noah would follow to its very end. Apart from the ionic soul value, his ionic damage value was also affected by this 100% to all ionic parameter values augmentation, or his range of approximately 140 to 160 ionic damage values he could currently release from skills effectively doubled. This was glory, this was quintessence, but even this was not all. His body buzzed as if it was a celestial metal being reforged for the quintillionth time. He had the ionic quintessential Kainos Emperor foundation that made his body and soul robust. It granted 100 ionic values of damage and defense for his body alone, and a value of 25 for the soul, all without any resource cost and purely on their strength alone. As he sat on the true throne of quintessence, his musculature became even more magisterial, as it felt like emerald crystalline metalloids made up his bones and tissues, these values also being affected by the third boundary layer of Lut as they doubled. His body alone could release 200 ionic damage values with a wave of his hands. This was a glimpse of why boundaries were favored so much, compared to the concepts of natural laws that were so hard to raise towards extremity. That one couldn't reach the third boundary layer for manodynamics or any similar fundamental natural law for countless billions of years. Why wouldn't they be left behind for boundaries that were more manageable? Noah felt the torrential waves of multicolored tendrils swirling around his body as his eyes shone with eagerness when gazing at the fourth boundary layer of Lut that was unlocked purely because of the first boundary layer of quintessence. The fourth boundary layer of Lut, passive. Why must you focus on a single enemy when seeking Lut? This layer seeks for the true emperor of quintessence to attain Lut all around him, as it makes way for passive Lut absorption. At absolutely no cost to you, any being designated as an enemy in your immediate surroundings will begin to have their aspects of existence, life force, concepts, and anything else that makes their being drained by you as quintessential Lut. This passive ability is capable of draining enemies at 1/10 the speed of active Lut absorption, with weaker enemies that cannot withstand your maximum ionic output not noticing this process until it is too late, and stronger targets having greater resistance, as they will have to rely on their boundaries to prevent everything about them being turned into Lut, a glorious fourth boundary layer. Noah had gained a single target active Lut absorption from the second boundary layer, and he now attained an area of effect passive Lut absorption for the fourth boundary layer at absolutely no cost to him. Those who were unlucky enough to decide to be his enemies would be turned into Lut the moment they were near him. There was only one part of this boundary that Noah didn't like: the immediate surroundings that this ability effectively worked on. It was vague, as Noah himself would have to see just how far it could apply its ridiculous effects, but with this recent expansion of boundary layers, especially the effects of the third boundary layer of loot, Noah felt ready to begin tackling ancestral descendants and the assimilation of dimensions. Even though there were still many aspects of him that were still in the process of elevating, and others like the assimilation of the Zenith bloodlines he had yet to begin, he felt prepared enough. To begin, a low symphony of arousing battle began to build up as his will moved. His main body would remain near the source of reality, as there was still much to be done, but his clones and even his vassals, he would put them to use. His voice emanated out to those pertinent as Noah began to mobilize his forces for the final war of the Barren Lands. Let's put you all on the front lines, even if your task is going to be as distractions: Guinevere, Morgana, Albus, Lilith. All those that received the false epical blades of quintessence and had taken this time to at least master the roots of the Bloodlord skill tree that began a path of true sanguine clones. All of them were ushered to move their newly enacted clones en masse as their heads rose within the mirror dimension. The great usurper was shown a path towards the prana dimension with his false epical blade of quintessence as he and his undead legions began to move his will, turning away from the fluctuations of battles occurring from afar, where his soul felt a calling of death that he didn't fully know about at this moment, as it was the boundary of death. Roar. The draconian body of the dimensional Hellion ruler he subjugated roared out with power as it entered the folds of space, the allure of an epic relic leading the way as the true emperor of quintessence made the inhabitants of the Barren Lands put in the work to save their homes.